how's your day been going? I think I'm organized. I've made notes for book club today. I'm excited. Okay, let me do my hellos. Hello, Fossil. First to arrive. Very speedy. Hello, Drem. Hello, Flix. Hello, Johnny. Hello, Nyohohoho. Hi, Bun. Hi, Kai. How are you all doing? How has your day been going? How has your reading been going? Are you excited for the books? I am excited for the books. I think that is perpetually true, but particularly today, and particularly for some of these books, I am very excited. The crowd goes wild. Oh, did you all got into a fight whilst I was away for 5 minutes? Well, I suppose it happens sometimes. Books over going to work? I agree. But one must participate in labour so I can buy more books. This is the so I can commission more art and buy books. It is the endless torment that we accept. Hello Dust, how are you doing? How's your day been going? Wow. I hope everyone is having a good day, a good weekend so far. My voice is ever so slightly going, but that simply shall not stop me because I am very excited to talk about Piranesi, which is one of the books we're reviewing today. So I should explain what's going on before fellow book club host who has also lost their voice today. It is a bad day to be someone's voice. Abstract sentence. We are going to be talking about the 2 books we picked out last month for book club, and that was Piranesi by Susanna Clarke and Algospeak by Adam Aleksic. Each month we pick out 2 books, one which falls roughly into a sci-fi or fantasy category, and another which falls under non-fiction or literary fiction. And then over the course of the month, we read through either one or both. Myself and Kai, who is the co-host that shall appear shortly, tend to read both so we can talk about them. But I'm always very conscious of the fact that not every book is everyone's cup of tea, and especially if a book is on a topic which you're not comfortable with, I don't want people to be excluded. And so having 2 books is handy because it means that most likely there's still some things people want to engage in each month. And it also means that I get forced into actually reading non-fiction that isn't just about economics, because I could do with reading less about economics. It's not making me any more cheerful. So, this is the structure of book club. In terms of the actual session, we will be doing a spoiler-free review. This tends to be a little bit more expansive for the non-fiction book, as in a lot of non-fiction books, with them being informative text, there isn't as much of a spoiler as you could get in a traditional fiction kind of fantasy or sci-fi book, and so we will be doing the majority of the yapping for the slot 2 or the non-fiction lit fiction book in the spoiler-free section, and then we will be doing the voting for next month's books. And if based off the first section you thought, hey, I like the sound of that book, I'm going to go read it, I'm going to try and convince everyone to read Piranesi this month, so maybe you'll have that response. You decide, yeah, I'd like to engage with this piece of media myself. Then after voting in the middle, you can vanish off before we do the spoiler section. So it should allow you to engage with the book club without getting spoiled and skedaddle off. But yes, in the middle we will be voting on books. We have the nomination form, which will be opening just as today's stream ends and will be up until the checks calendar really quickly. The 11th of October, which will be where you can submit a book for it to be part of next month's book club. And I think that's all the admin. And then we'll just go into the spoiler review section. And I think I will be talking about Piranesi for at least 2 hours. But that's okay. I think I have received the general feedback that the yapping is positive, so hopefully this isn't excessive. I've chocolate and never a decent day. Ooh. Minus my Xbox breaking? Wait, that feels like quite a big deal. I respect the appreciation of chocolate, but I hope the technology is okay. Consoles are expensive. Yeah, boy. Yeah, I've made notes. I've got into the habit of taking physical notes in like a tiny little journal. And so I had a voucher for a like book and stationery shop that I realized was about to expire, and I was very overwhelmed on what to spend it on because I frankly own too much stationery. Um, there was upsides to being a study tuber during lockdown, and the downside is that I have at least 40 highlighters, and so I didn't really know what to pick up. And then I saw that they had the little pocket Moleskine journals, and so I've been carrying one around with me, primarily making notes on the books I've been reading or stories I find interesting. But I've just found it's very handy because I used to type it away on my phone previously in the notes section, and I would often never go back to the notes. But the fact that it is condensed in a physical format that forces it to be available within the context of what you have previously written makes me reflect on what I've written more, which I think is good. Um, and it also means that I can access it without breaking things because I don't need my phone to look at the notes. Um, the rainbow has nothing on Denya's highlight collection. Truly, only 7 colors. Weak sauce. That's what the kids say? I've read algospeak. I'm not gonna try and talk how the kids do. I don't understand. I don't understand. But um, attempting to dial in our friendly local hologram. Oh hi Quick. How you doing? How's your day been going? Um, hello.
Hello,
Oh,
it is
are very
Kai.
you are very quiet. Let me. Hello.
Uh, my nose is completely blocked, so yeah.
Okay, we have a suffering hologram. You have been infected with a virus of some sort. I'm gonna scoot
It's
you down
it's
so
just
your toes
seasonal
aren't in
allergies.
frame. Oh dear. The antihistamines are
Yeah.
not strong enough.
Nope.
Okay.
They be killing me. Not the antihistamines. The antihistamines are helping ish.
Are you still excited about piranesi? I feel like I should be
Yeah,
more
I love
sympathetic as a
piranesi.
friend. I
No, I
I
love
have been
piranesi.
excited to talk about this book for a month.
Yeah, you have. I know because you half talked to me about it halfway into the month, and then you reread the thing after that.
Well, oh, um, I didn't actually reread it in a traditional sense, but I ended up listening to it as an audiobook for the second time round.
Ooh.
So, um, I'm gonna quickly mention, uh, Piranesi. There is an incredible audiobook by, I'm not sure how best to say their name, um, Chitwell Ejiofor, who is an actor who's been in a lot of famous films. I think the most famous one would be 12 Years a Slave, and has some incredible narration and voice
Oh.
acting work. And he's done an audiobook of Piranesi, which was absolutely incredible to listen to. I just re-listened to it over the course of the last 2 days since I read this at the start of the month and wanted to freshen my mind. Um, but yeah, just as a brief like shout out, if this is going to be the you should read Piranesi stream with 2 asterisks, because I don't think it's for everybody, but I think for the people who would like it, that you will love it. Um, and so let's stop pretending that I'm talking about things other than Piranesi and jump into the spoiler-free review section. Oh hi
Of
Jenny,
Piranesi.
I saw
But
2 lurkers today. Wait, who are the lurkers?
what's
Me
up?
and Kai?
Am I lurking?
I feel like you're normally
Honestly, yes, I
lurking.
might. I might be. I might be classified as lurking because of all my allergies. Just being like, I'm a little bit brain-dead. I'm gonna be real, so I might just like randomly pause and be like,
It's
mm.
okay. Being ill is very irksome. And I have probably too many thoughts on Piranesi, and they're probably not well thought out enough to be sentences on their own. But
No, I feel you because I also have a lot of thoughts. Fun fact from Kai. Wait, you want me to give you a fun fact? Oh God,
Oh,
that's a...
I can do a fun
Okay, I
fact
need to
whilst you're
think of a fun
thinking.
fact.
Do a
But like,
Brando
so
Sando fun fact. You know a lot of Brando Sando trivia.
okay, I can actually do a Brandon Sanderson fun fact. Um, but so what I was gonna say is like with the whole piranesi. This is actually like the fifth time I've read this book for the book club. Um, what's the yeah, so this is the fifth time I've read the book, and I still have a lot of thoughts on it.
Okay. I'm going to jump in with a fun fact
So
quickly so I don't get accused of scamming.
yeah.
Which this is a history fun fact, so not like a military history one, but still may be interesting for Johnny, which is there is by the European like widely adopted calendar a longest year, which was in 46 BCE, and it was actually a result of Julius Caesar's campaigns, which sounds a little strange, but it comes from the fact that in ancient Rome, they used to manually adjust from the fact that their calendar year didn't match up with the number of days in a year. And due to Julius Caesar holding the position in office that was in charge of allocating the extra days as gift days to the community, which would keep the calendar on track, they had drifted 3 months out of date over the course of the campaigns because that position hadn't been filled. And so they made it a year 445 days to kind of scoot them back to where they should have been in the calendar system to adjust for the fact that the date drift hadn't been compensated for whilst the government wasn't fully structured, with many of the administrative positions being held by military officers that were focusing on having swords and stuff. Um, but yeah, 46 BCE, longest year, or longest year in Europe at least.
Oh,
I think it's a good one.
that's kind of cool. That's a cool fun fact.
It makes a lot of sense. I also think it is a fun. I'm going to be very existential in today's stream because it's Piranesi, but it's a fun reflection on how infrastructure is affected by conflict in ways that people wouldn't expect, and how the prioritization of things like military campaigns slowly cause infrastructure to fall out of whack. But yeah, anyway, Piranesi.
I
Um,
was I was gonna make my fun fact book
oh,
related.
oh, what's a fun fact? I thought you were
I
too.
have two. I have two that I remember. So
Okay,
you can get two, Johnny, because I
me for
brain
one.
fog.
This is a good deal.
Firstly, the oldest ever book printed, the oldest book that we know of, is called the Diamond Sutra, which was written in Sanskrit and dates back to 686 AD. It is also the earliest work in public domain. The whole thing is in public domain. That's the oldest book ever printed. Um,
Oh,
and then something that a lot of people might not know. I read this like I found this out not that long ago. Do you know what the book with the most copies sold is? It's not the Bible.
if it's not the Bible, hmm, is it one of the Harry Potters or the Lord of the
Nope.
Rings?
So the longest fiction book ever, like the most copies of a fiction book ever sold,
Hmm.
is Don Quixote.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Uh,
I forget about time.
that's not the biggest though. The biggest is an author we talked about in that last thing where we did the like stories that changed us.
Hmm.
It is A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens.
I was trying to figure out if it was going to be a classic, and I was like, would it be like a Shakespeare or a Dickens? But I talked myself out of it being Shakespeare because the height of its like present commercial popularity wasn't as a written text, and then I got confused and was just like, people buy too much nowadays. It's probably Harry Potter. That's
just an interesting fact
interesting.
because like the question about like Harry Potter, right?
Hmm.
So I looked this up because I was curious. A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. It's hard to like give like an accurate number, right? Because like time, and it's a really hard thing to track. It is estimated to have sold around 400 million copies. The entire Harry Potter franchise, every book, all of them, together is estimated to have sold 500 million. That one single book by Charles Dickens almost outsells Harry Potter.
I prefer
It's
the book by
kind of
Charles
crazy.
Dickens.
It's kind of crazy. Time is just an insane thing. Just how long that book has been sold for is
That
just
is
like,
impressive. Because my brain was just like, oh, it has to be something modern because there's such ease of access and emphasis on commercial consumption
yeah,
nowadays. But we don't give time enough credit. It is
nope.
vast. Um, don't tell that to
Yeah,
the
that's
corpos, they'll extend the fiscal year. I feel like, yeah.
yeah.
Oh, don't get me started on
I
how
thought it
financial
was
years are first determined.
I thought it was an interesting fact because honestly,
It
it's not one of the
is.
big ones you would guess. You would guess so the in
Oh,
my
hi, hey,
mind, it would be the
Turquoise.
same as
Welcome
you. It would be like a Harry Potter that's like massive
in.
and new because there's so much access to it. Or if it was an old book, it would be like the most popular old book, like the Bible, which just would that's what I would expect. It's like just the Bible, but it's not because
I
I guess a
wonder.
lot of the Bible isn't sold.
I was gonna say,
Um,
I feel like the Bible is the most printed book, but it
yeah,
will have been a free book and so weren't commercially classed as being sold because it was kind of
yeah.
given out as a. I don't know how to describe religious texts without getting it.
Yeah,
It will have been given out to bring people into the faith and therefore won't have been charged for in a lot of cases. Um, that's
yeah, that
interesting.
was just I found that out. It was actually from that like stream you did with where Kawakawa talked about like Charles Dickens and his love for Charles Dickens and stuff.
Mhm, mhm.
I actually went and looked more into Charles Dickens and then just researched, and that fact popped up that I was like, how?
Very
That
fun.
that's such a surprising fact to me.
Is it strange that makes me feel optimistic about books a little bit? Because I was fully expecting it to be Harry Potter, which
What,
I
like
don't have the
Sarah J.
best opinion
Maas?
of.
Or like a Sarah J. Maas like romantasy book.
I'm just reflecting on the world where, oh no. I went on my tangent defending romance as a genre like 2 weeks ago, but
I don't
I would be
I don't
horrified
mind
if that
romantasy.
happened. Uh,
No,
I would have
I don't
qualms with
mind
it.
romantasy.
Oh dear.
I don't mind romantasy in the same way I don't mind like isekai, but like if you tell me like the best-selling manga of all time is an isekai, I would judge people. I it, I would be judging you.
Yeah, it's
Make
so.
it at least make it something good or passable.
I know several people in the chat who are isekai defenders. You're about to be in trouble. Uh,
Well,
I feel like
the fact is, I'm one of them. I love isekai. I've read probably as much
one of the
reincarnation
animes
isekai.
I rewatch the most is an isekai, but it's not a genre I watch much of.
But
When I need to do like housework or tasks, I just rewatch When I Was Reincarnated as Slime, and
slime isekai.
it's just my like I am content background noise. I know the show really well. Content.
Slime isekai is great.
Yeah. I was gonna just say slime, but I thought that was ambiguous. And so I fumbled the full
No, I
title.
know slime.
But yeah. I was gonna go on a tangent there. Um, me on a tangent. Do you want to know who didn't go on a
Before.
tangent? Wait, I've accidentally clicked and changed the page. I think yes, I have. Do you want to know who didn't go on a tangent and had a very focused view and tone when writing a book? Susanna Clarke, when she wrote
Yeah.
Piranesi, which is her third book, second full novel with one of the 3 books she's
Nice.
published being a series of short stories. Going into this book, this was not the first novel by her I had read. I had read
Wait,
Jonathan
really?
Strange and Mr. Norrell several years ago. I've got the title wrong because my brain is also soup. No, I
No,
haven't. I
that's
got it right.
correct.
I always call him Mr. Strange and Jonathan Norrell because I am stupid and this is an important part of my character. But no, I'd read Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell quite a while ago. I got it as a library book, as a they had a thing for a
Okay.
while in my library where they would do like a stand in the way the Waterstones do of like new books come to the library, and this was on there, and so I picked it up and I read it, and you'll have seen just the day I finished Piranesi, I went into a big city near me and I bought a copy of Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell, and I've been rereading it. So I went into this book as a fan of Susanna Clarke's writing. I'd only read one book from her. She's not a very prolific author,
Nope.
um, but she has an incredible control of prose and character voice that I think is not met by many of her contemporaries or writers in general. And I'm going to expand on that later in the spoilery section. Shortest reverse fun fact. Oh, I love a good fun fact. The shortest war ever was on 30 minutes. At some point, it just
Oh yeah, I
becomes an
know that.
argument and not a war. The British Empire and Zanzibar? Did they like?
Hmm.
Did someone surrender? Did they like get a translator and decide they were on the same side? I'm so confused by this. But yes, I've read the other book by this author. Did you read anything else by? This was a reread for you. I hadn't read Piranesi until this month, but
Yeah. So
had
that was a reread for me. And I have read Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell, and I've read her short stories. I didn't read her short stories before I read Piranesi, but after Piranesi, the first read of Piranesi, I went and read. It's called The Ladies of Grace Adieu and Other Stories, I
mhm.
think.
I
And
have
then
a
she also
little.
has The Wood at Midwinter, which is like an
Yes,
illustrated book that she did recently that I've also read.
I've not read the Wood of Midwinter or the short stories. I A lot of the books I get are from a secondhand bookstore. This is gonna sound like a sponsored content, but it isn't. I just love it as a service. It's called World of Books. They ship to most of Europe, to most all of Europe and America, and a lot of other regions as well. Those are the only ones that I've recommended to people who use it that I know for sure. But that you can get secondhand books on there for like frequently £2 to £5 compared to their usual like 10 to 20 retail price. And they have good policies in terms of environmental packaging and shipping and stuff. And I have the little alert set up on the website for when they come back in stock because I want them.
Yeah.
Um,
I highly recommend her other books as well. Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell is really good. Um,
yeah.
and I don't remember much about the short stories, like each individual one. I just remember liking a lot of the short stories. I can't tell you much about each short story, specifically of The Ladies of Grace to Do and other stories. I read
Mhm.
that a long time ago. The Wind at Midwinter like came out in like 2024, 2023, so I know a bit more about that, but like it's also good. I highly recommend all of her stories. I really do enjoy her as an author. I
Yeah.
hope she writes more and doesn't
I
just give us like two novels.
I think she's on a path of one book every 5 years, roughly, which part of
Oh,
part of me
mm,
grumbles that is not a very frequent period to bring out books. But if I get to read a book that is as impactful to me as Piranesi is every 5 years, I am entirely at peace with that, and I think it is incredibly generous. Um,
true. I will say Piranesi took her so between like her last published in Piranesi was 14 years.
Oh, I thought the short stories was in between. Oh, I suppose if that's not getting counted, then
So
yeah.
Jonathan Strange came out in 2004, and
Yeah.
then The Ladies of Grace Adieu and Other Stories came out in 2006, and then Piranesi was 2020. She was it,
Oh,
I can
I
imagine
had
with how
the
clean Piranesi is,
yeah. Oh,
it took quite a while to
this
write.
book has been edited incredibly. I thought the
Yeah.
ladies and other short stories came out in 2011, so I was kind of more evenly
Hmm.
spacing them in my mind. I would wait 15 years for another Piranesi.
I would wait another 15 years for Piranesi
But
if she would finish it in her lifetime, because she is older now.
yes.
She was
But
born in like 1960, so like she is getting to like 70 years old at this point.
look, I can just
I'm not saying anything. Hey. What's the British like mystery author that's like one of the
Agatha
best
Christie?
sold authors ever? Agatha Christie. Agatha Christie published a book when she was like 87 or some shit. Like I ain't saying anything. That lady started when she was like 50. So like
Yeah, Agatha Christie's life story is so interesting in how it shaped her writing. But that's a tangent for another day. Um, expectations going into this book.
hmm,
So for me,
I
I had
can't say anything.
I had the context that this book holds a strange place in that it is a fantasy book that is highly
Yeah.
regarded by literary fiction enjoyers, which is not a
No.
common intersection. Um,
Nope.
and so I was kind of intrigued by that because I am someone who enjoys fantasy and sci-fi as
Hmm,
the use of world building and alien structures, alien in an abstract sense, not in a literal sense, as a way to communicate themes and as building metaphors into books and how ideas are presented. And that's something which isn't traditionally like highly valued by a lot of literary fiction reviews, and that's
Yep.
fair. But it's the type of stories that I enjoy more. They're better page turners to me. I do enjoy some
Yeah.
nonfiction, but it very rarely grabs me as much as fantasy and to some extent sci-fi does. So I was curious about this. Um, I also had Kai being very enthusiastic. Enthusiasm I've only ever seen for like
Two other authors.
two other authors boast some of his comps and not others fanatic. Like this is
There's
rare praise indeed I was seeing. And so
yeah.
I was kind of excited going into it because I had heard a lot of good things. Um in terms of how I read the book, I read it digitally. I found out after
Hmm,
having read it digitally that the digital format I did kind of did a slight disservice to the structure of the printing of the book because it was a
yeah.
condensed formatting. So each of the journal entries were just kind of like stacked one after the other with the intro on a paragraph within the same page. And so
Yeah.
the version I read lost some of its structure, which I think is a shame. And Kai will know because I sent an excited message like 5 pages into the book being like, oh, I heckin' love when books explain the structure of why they're written within their
Yep.
text. I love when a fantasy book acknowledges why it exists. I think that's such an interesting
Same.
like meta context of world building within the story. But yeah, in terms of printing, the structure it's printed with the diary entries, we should probably do an overview of Piranesi based off the
Yeah.
blurb because it is a difficult to describe book without spoilers. Um, Piranesi is
It
a
is a
book
very hard book.
about a character who is described as the titular Piranesi who lives in an infinite house with infinite halls across 3 floors, and it is about Piranesi learning more about his relationship to the house and to the one other person who is currently alive within the house, and the other. And I think that's all I can say. Um,
You can with the blurb you can say the other who is helping with research into two concepts, which is established very early in the book and is just known by basically everyone because it's in like
Mhm.
the description at the back of the book, and
The great
everybody
and
like
wonderful knowledge.
a great and secret knowledge
Secret
is
knowledge.
what they are researching into and looking into, um, and basically the house itself.
Mhm.
And the other thing you can say, which is something that caught me into a bunch of like what it is how the house functions with like the waves catching at the bottoms, and at the tops of the house is the clouds drifting through. It's a very expansive, beautiful, like like massive house type vibe. Almost like labyrinthian, like massive house, infinite space that Piranesi and this man called the Other is in.
Mhm.
But that's all you can say about the book. I'm a bit real.
Yeah.
Everything else is a spoiler.
um, but yeah, the cool printing. The book doesn't have a map. That's normally the
No,
thing I get excited about in fantasy books. This book could not have a map. Um, I will say, if you want to see something which I think is spiritually adjacent to a map of this book, the name Piranesi comes from an Italian. I think he was primarily like a government worker, but he was also an artist who did etching of buildings. And there's 17 or 18 etchings he did of kind of infinite confusing houses, which are reminiscent of the infinite staircase, if people are familiar with that optical illusion. Um, and
yeah.
so, although there isn't a map of the book, if you want a kind of referential or spiritual map of the book, that might be a good visual aid. Um, although the halls are much more ordered within the book itself.
The specific etching you're looking for, because it's one of my favorites, is called the Round Tower.
Mhm.
That's his most famous one. That he did is the Round Tower etching. Um, it's really cool. I looked a bit into Giovanni Battista Piranesi is
Mhm.
his full name. Really interesting man. He was like an archaeologist, architect, artist. Like he was like a
Yeah,
really he's like what you would call like a scholar in that like he just did like a bit of everything and like
he was a
was
kind of
around
gentleman
everywhere.
scholar, wasn't he? It was my understanding that
Yeah.
he worked in some kind of like city or building design, and
Yeah.
he abstracted his training techniques of drawing architectural sketches into drawing these kind of surrealist, unbelievable, infinite and uh, optical illusion building designs, which is what he's remembered for primarily,
Yeah.
or etchings rather than drawings. But yeah, very very cool. Um, so I read this digitally and then audiobook. Very good audiobook. Um,
I didn't know there was a good audiobook out there for it.
it's
I might want
really
to
good. Um,
listen to that.
yeah, I how do I phrase it? I'm jumping into the like meat of the review already, but this book has a very specific voice in terms of its
Yeah.
characterization, and the competency of the actor and voice actor who reads the book is he matches it very very well, in my opinion. Uh, but yeah, so did you read this digitally or physically or audioly?
I've read it. So I've read it physically and digitally now. This time I read it digitally again because I no longer have my copy. Sadly, I gave it to a friend who so I borrowed it to a friend to read
Oh
and
no.
then they moved countries and I was like and I haven't read it yet and I knew I was gonna I'd just buy this book again just to support Susanna Clarke because this book is phenomenal, so I just
Mhm.
gave it to them. I gave my copy of
Aw.
Piranesi to my friend when they left. um
I have one gripe with this book's publishing. I have been trying so hard to find a copy of this book that doesn't have a sticker printed onto the front of it.
Yeah, it annoys
That is
me.
just a plain
Like,
copy. And I have been into 3 bookshops, and I've looked online at 2 secondhand sellers, and the only one I can find is £40, and that's ridiculous.
Yep.
Stop
Yeah,
printing stickers on my books. Just put a sticker on them.
that's one of my pain points with giving it away, by the way, is I had one that didn't have a sticker on it. And that's the copy I gave
Oh
away,
my
and I
gosh.
want another of those
You should
copies
have bought the
because
sticker version and given that
I want to have another not sticker version because I hate printed on stickers. It's stupid.
one. I have such
Don't
a
do
vendetta
that.
against them. It makes me so grumpy.
So yeah, I also want one that's not a printed on sticker copy. But yeah, so I've read this both ways. I read this digitally and physically. I
Mhm.
read it digitally this time. So I do know what you're talking about with like the how it messes up the like formatting of the book, because like the best read I've had of this book was physically. Because I haven't found a version digitally that doesn't do that,
Yeah.
and it's kind of annoying. I'm gonna be real, but I'll live with it
Yeah.
because this book is so good. Just reading it is great already.
I feel like it doesn't detract from the book in a significant way,
No,
but it's just a layer of excellence that is removed
yeah,
in the automatic formatting of digitalization. But
yeah. It's like the sticker on the front of a book cover. It doesn't detract anything from like realistically that much from it. It's just like a layer of a little bit of like it could have been a bit better. Like
yeah,
you could have
I
just
think
not printed on the sticker.
in some
But like
cases formatting is more egregious than like bad
yeah,
covers, but
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Um, this is not translated. This was originally published in English. I
Yep,
don't believe there's been any printing revisions to Piranesi. I know there's been a introduction added for Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell because I'm quite interested because
yeah.
the first version I read was without the introduction, and the copy I picked up is with the V.E. Schwab introduction added in. So I'm looking forward to trying to remember the
Yeah, with
difference
the
from the book
V
I read
Shop
15 years ago.
introduction.
um, so yeah,
Yeah, I don't think Bernesi has any like
it's been translated into a few languages, I believe.
yes, it has.
Do we have any other notes about the book and how we consumed it? Um, I don't think I do,
Uh,
but
I can't think of anything.
extended the monsoon season? How many seeds did they plant? Am I. Wait, that's kind of crazy. Okay.
Let me think
Um,
about the print. I can't think of anything
should
about
we
the
hop
printing of the book.
into the content warning and a light introduction to the themes? Because we could spend a lot of
Yeah,
time
that's
here. Um,
honestly probably more time with the themes than anything else. I'm a bit real.
yeah. But so many of the themes are spoilers.
Yes, that's a problem.
um, so yeah, in terms of content
Content
warnings,
warnings.
um, let me grab the list. Um,
Do you have the list?
yes. So some of these
Nice.
content warnings can be seen as spoiler adjacent, but
Yes.
it is an important thing to bear in mind if you're going into a book. Um, there is also a discussion within the book of depending on how you read it as a metaphor or as a fantasy book, whether or not certain content warnings apply, which is
Yep.
an abstract sentence, but I'm just going to go with the kind of any that could be considered applicable. If you want to go in completely blind and avoid spoilers, mute the
Turn this
stream
off as well.
for 30 seconds, but just bear in mind that you are going in without the context and take care of yourself. Okay, so for
Yeah.
content warnings, kidnapping, gaslighting,
Yep.
confinement, death, mental illness, toxic friendship, abuse, abandonment, acute description of gun violence, and then discussion of slavery in some sense. There's also discussion of dead bodies in a kind of
Yep.
respectful context in terms of burial rights and that sort of thing.
Yep.
And there is reference to past abuse of and kidnapping of others,
Yeah.
which I think are the main ones. There are some others which are.
I would.
Oh.
I would note one more specific one. There is a specific. Okay, so there is a little bit a specific for mental illness. If you're really triggered by the idea of schizophrenia slash psychosis, that is a specific. I wouldn't say note that's touched on, but that is a specific idea of the mental illness that it's going down. Is like there is a bit of talk about like schizophrenia and psychosis specifically. If that is one specifically that you are not that into, because that one is a bit spooky. Other than like, so I would put a note in there for that. It's nothing like, what's the word like? I don't know how to describe it.
It's very abstract in how it's handled.
Yes.
And so depending
You'll get
on
the idea of schizophrenia and psychosis from it. It's not saying like, yeah, that's the feeling you will grant from it, and that is a bit of a theme in it. So
yeah,
that is a specific one I would point out because some people have an issue with that mental illness specifically. I've
yeah,
had people that have had that don't want
yeah.
to read books
There's
because
certain
of
people who
that
want to
note.
avoid books with derealization and depersonalization because
Yeah.
it can be more difficult for some than others, and so it's worth making a note of. Um, we can't really talk about themes in the spoiler-free
Nope.
section. I have some themes that I have written down which are very general. These are not necessarily the main themes, but these are the themes that I can discuss without
This is what we can
spoilers.
talk about.
So this is a very incomplete list. So one of the main themes to me, and I think this might be the only one that can be mentioned without being a spoiler, is the idea of learned and socialized dissatisfaction and
Yeah.
happiness and the kind of to put an abstract name on it, the Cantor scale ladder, like the idea of what it means to be happy and content, and
Yep.
the socialization and societal contribution to that. I think that's the only one that isn't a spoiler.
Yep.
There's a lot of other really good
And even
themes.
that is like, even getting into that one is a little
I
bit.
can't say any more
We
about
can't get
it,
too deep
but it's a
into it,
theme.
but like,
And it's a very interesting theme.
it is a very interesting theme.
I'm looking at the rest of the themes I have written down, and
Nope.
I don't think it would benefit someone who is reading the book for the first time to hear them before going into it.
Nope.
Apologies,
I'm
I
looking
cannot
at
be more
my
helpful.
list of themes. I'm looking at the list of themes that I wrote down, and then when I remember from it, and I can't think of anything else that I could say.
If I quote a line from the Bible, which is the theme of this book, in my opinion,
No. No.
it's Genesis. It can't be a spoiler.
Yes,
Okay,
it
no.
can.
Yeah. Okay. What if
We
I
can't talk
quote
about how
JFK? Is
themes
that
were
a spoiler?
used. We
um.
can't talk about how the themes were used,
Yes.
like in general. I don't
Mhm.
think we can talk much about like the actual themes, but
So less so about themes. I'm going to talk a little bit about storytelling and communication and what it means for something to be a story beat, because this book does it in an interesting way that is slightly atypical of the fantasy genre, and I think it is wonderfully handled, which is world building that is communicated via character voice and the reveal of information and the recontextualization of existing information as a plot point. this is something the book excels at. And this is how a lot of the themes are communicated, especially in the first half of the book. So if that is something you are interested in terms of writing and communication, I would 10 out of 10 recommend this book to you because it is one of the best executions of it I have read in a while.
Honestly, it might be one of the best executions I think ever. It is fantastic at it.
It's the best execution of it I've seen in a fantasy book. I
Yes.
am not someone who is. I've read like the major classics, but I'm not someone who continuously reads contemporary literary fiction, which is the genre that
Same.
primarily explores that kind of style of communication. So I can't speak to it as a wider within the wider context of books that address that topic, but within fantasy, probably the best I've seen. Um, it is very. It has the strongest character voice I have ever seen, even across genres, even outside of the like caveat of fantasy. I think the strength of the character
Yeah.
voice is incredible. Um, you could pick a line from this book at any point in the story and know which character was talking. Um,
Yep.
in not in such a way where they feel like caricatures.
Nope.
It's very well done. I am slightly
It
in
is
awe of Susanna
fantastic.
Clarke.
So
uh,
remember last book club where after we decided this, you were like, I'm curious on why you're so high on this book, right? It matches now because we're talking now about exactly what I think this book does the best, which is character voice themes and its world building and how it uses that and a bunch of that stuff.
mhm.
So you remember I told you read and you'll see why I'm so high on this book.
Yeah, I get
It
it
is what we're
now.
talking about now. It is exactly what we're talking about now. I think in terms of character voice, it might be one of the best I think I've ever. It's probably one of the best character voice books ever. I can't think of anything else
I
that
think it's the
like
best I've read, and I'm going to say that as like a
I can't
categorical
think of
statement.
anything.
Not just
Yeah.
because I think it is well done, but it is well done in a character and a perspective that is not easy to access. It
No.
is easier to correctly characterize the slightly downtrodden young boy who discovers he is the heir to a magical power and goes to fight people with a sword in an urban fantasy book. That is
Yeah.
that follows a lot of the books I love, but but it is not a distant character from a lot of existing literature or perspectives. This is a
Yep.
very interesting character, an interesting voice, and it is incredibly well handled, especially within the context of how unique it is. Um,
Yep. It is insanity.
I'm
It is
excited for
really
the
well
spoiler
done.
section. I'm sorry. Um,
I am.
so we have a point in the we have a little list of bullet points when we talk through things to try and keep us on track. It doesn't normally work, but the next point is, were any of the themes ignored? The answer is no.
No.
Um, something which I found when looking at other people discussing this book online is that lots of people have lots of different takeaways, and some of them, I will admit, make me raise my eyebrows a little bit. Um,
Yep.
I'm gonna talk about discussions other people have had about this book in the spoiler section, just because it confused me. Um,
Okay.
it
We
made
could
me
talk about some
it
of
made me question either my reading of the book or the other person's reading of the book. I was just like, I don't know how these things can coexist. Like one of us is confused, but there are so many themes within this book, and I think a, it is an example of why I think stories are so valuable. In that, depending on your life experiences, you will get different themes and key points of this book than myself or Kai or any other reader, and those experience and takeaways will be shaped by your life and your understanding of the world around you. And I realize that's a very abstract statement, but I think it is wonderful for pieces of media to do that because it is a story that is whole but added to by discussion. And
Yep.
I just think that's good. Yep.
Another thing I would say in that vein, right? So I wanted to talk about. So okay, so you know your stream of like the. I mentioned it again, but like the stream of like stories that changed us.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
Um, that whole stream. This was a book on my shortlist that I didn't actually mention or want to talk about because I think something with this book, and I think something with stories like this, and stories like this can be good stories or bad stories, right? Uh, there's often stories that you will find things in a story that is what you need to find at that point, or something kind of like that speaks to you at that point. I think this book is one of those books where, like, depending on what you look for at that moment, what you're thinking about, what you need and stuff, this book changes a lot. Um, every single reading of this book I've done, all five, I've picked up on different things that have told me and made me think of things in a different way. Um, we'll get heavily into it when we get into spoiler section of this book, but this book has so many ways to look at it that changes a bunch of like how you think about the book, which is also why I'm curious about what you got out of this book, Danya, and what themes you connected with, because this book kind of it gives you so it's I can't say anything because it's a spoiler, but this book has so much
It has intentional
there.
ambiguity whilst
There's
having
so much,
a rich history of layers that allows you to pull a topic relevant to you from the story. Um,
yeah.
yeah, impressive
This book is
work.
incredible. This book is incredible.
Yeah,
Um, there's so Danya mentioned it that this is one of the times she has seen me the most excited for a book. This is probably one of my top five books of all time. It is phenomenal.
I
This book is
think
phenomenal, and it's
this is.
specifically for what we're talking about now.
I
With
think
like,
this has overtaken the oh, my brain's gone blank, about the fall of the public buyout of JR Nabisco.
Barbarians at the Gate.
This has overtaken Barbarians of the Gate as my favourite book I've read as part of book club. Because it
Yeah.
was previously Barbarians of the Gate and Blood over Brighthaven, with one being a favourite for each category. This is just this is a 5-star book to me. I don't
This,
believe in
yeah,
star ratings. um,
no. This is I am in that exact same vein. Like I don't believe in star ratings or like even just like even if I do give a star rating, it's like split up for like writing style,
mhm, mhm.
characters, ease of writing. I think this book transcends that, and this is a 5-star book. This book is
Before
as close to perfect I think you can get.
Okay, so I'm gonna go on a tangent now because there is something which I strongly believe, which is going into a book expecting it to be perfect will hamper your experience of reading it.
Yes.
Secondly, this book is 5-star to me. It is near
Yeah.
perfect to me in the sense that I think perfection is a concept of a distant realm. But this is not a book for everyone. And as kind of
No.
communicated, it has a very specific style of communication in beautiful prose, but very specific prose. And
Yeah.
it has a structure, which, if you are someone who reads fantasy because of. I'm going to pull from Vando Sando because we have Kai here as the
My
source of
baby
knowledge.
boy.
If you like fantasy because of the cool factor, and that is why you pick up a fantasy book, you might not enjoy this book.
No.
Similarly, if you want to read a book where you have a character who will ask convenient questions and is sort of a audience insert, not in that they mirror the audience, but in that they provide perspective for you to have a clear grounding in the world and ask key contextualizing questions and give you updates about where you are in the story. If you feel lost without that, or that's just how you prefer to engage with media, those two categories of readers I don't think would enjoy this book very much. And that's okay. That's just like a style of reading. Um,
Yeah.
but for
Okay,
most
so
other
I
readers, I
want to
think you would enjoy this. Um,
I want a little bit of pushback on that. So here's my idea with this is my take on piranesi, because I think everybody would like this book if you read it, right?
I
This is not a book. This is not a book that you can read like fantasy, realistically, where it's like this is not. I don't want to say this is not an enjoyable read, right? So if that's the way I can phrase it right now, is this is not like a
I think this
this
is
is
a
not a
book.
cook like a what's the word like a this is not like you read manga where it's just like reading to have like stuff that fills time. This is not like you watch like isekai anime, which is just like I love this isekai anime and know it's trashy. This is a book you need to read. This is a
So
book you need to read and like
I feel
this is
that.
a book that's
Mhm.
kind of hard to I don't know how to say it because
I
I think
think this
everybody
is a
would like
book
this book.
that is going to be in classrooms in like 10 to 20 years' time. And I'm
Yeah.
so excited for the people who get to read this instead of more Shakespeare. Um,
Hey, hey, don't put a Shakespeare in Disney.
well, actually, I
But I
am going to
do
push back a
agree.
little bit at some of what you said there, but I do think this is a book that, at some, maybe not right now, but I think most people would have an important takeaway if they read this book. But I
Yeah,
think it might be a book that some people struggle to get through, and I don't think
yeah.
kind of making someone feel obligated to read it if they are going to struggle
No,
to
no,
get
no.
through it is like the audiobook, and the fact there is such a good audiobook, you do lose some of the structure of the printing and the kind of
Yeah.
diary entry format of the book, but that is a resource because books can have audiobooks, but they don't all have good audiobooks in the same way that a book can be a book, but it isn't always a good book. um, but I think that is a resource maybe expands it a little more because I could see some people who find some of the repetition within the thought structure and therefore the written
Yeah.
structure um, abrasive and difficult to get through. But I do think the audiobook is a great resource if you feel like I want to read a book that I think about. Another note on that is if you want to read a book you think about, this is a lot shorter than most of the classics that is
Yep.
considered like great writing you think about. So,
It's insane how short this book actually is.
yeah.
In comparison, it this it's
I had
yeah.
I had
That's
this
what.
conversation with you when I was reading it. I was just like,
Yep.
yeah. It turns out I'm halfway through the book. To me, this was a
Yep.
modern classic, so I assumed it was going to be 500 pages. Um,
Nope.
especially with the
This
context
book
of
is
Jonathan
insane.
Strange and Mr. Norrell. It's like 220
Yep.
pages, I think, to an essay.
Yep. Yep.
Um, two short books this month because algospeak was short as well. Um,
Oh, true. I'm a very we'll talk about algospeak.
yeah. But yes,
So another thing with this, right? Because we did talk. So maybe that gave me a clue on like more about like what I was trying to say. Thank you for like actually clarifying something and getting my mind together. This is a
telepathy is so
story
helpful.
everybody would like. This is a
Yes,
story everybody would like. The like content here is phenomenal. Um, Reading the book might be hard for some people. That said, there's a really good audiobook, and I forgot to mention this because we do sometimes talk about this. This book has been bought to be a movie. Um, there is a movie being made, and I think a TV series being
I
made for
had a
this.
fun
I know there's
emotional
a
journey
stop
with
motion
this.
movie being made for this.
I remember hearing Piranesi is going to be adapted as a animated movie, and I had like flashbacks to seeing the announcement of various bad animations of books because there's been
Yeah.
a lot of them, and I was specifically having flashbacks to seeing all my friends reacting to the Homestuck announcement and being like, oh gosh, oh
Oh.
no. And then I saw it was being made by the team who produced Coraline, and I was like,
Yep.
oh, I was there like fully in my doom and gloom thinking there's nothing that can save this, not gonna go well, and I was like, oh wait, no, I trust them, I
No,
think they can do this, I got
there's a lot of hope for this adaptation. I'm actually really excited for the animated like stop motion
Mhm, mhm.
movie for this. So this might become more like
accessible.
approachable than it is already, because I will agree with Denya. I wanted to push back on the idea that there might be people that don't enjoy this, because I don't agree with that at all. But I will admit this book might be hard to read for some people.
My takeaway is that
Just by structure,
if you
by
finish the
how it's
book,
written.
I think you'll have a valuable takeaway from it, but I don't think everyone's going
Yes.
to finish it or enjoy reading it.
No.
I
No.
enjoyed reading it
I
as
agree.
someone who has been putting more effort into looking at prose and writing and just
Yep.
being in awe of Susanna Clarke's mastery of her craft. Um,
Yep.
but, but yes.
Me and Danya are kind of the like target audience for this book. That's why we
Yeah.
really got into it. But like if you're not all that heavily into prose or like into like, oh my god, how did she write this book this concisely with like, and it's this well done,
If
you
you
might not actually
care
finish this
more
book.
about plot than themes, then this might not be a book
Yeah, you
for
might
you.
not finish this book.
But
But I will
audiobook
agree
is
with you
good.
on that.
Audiobook is like 6 hours. Very good narrator. Yeah.
I didn't know there was that good of an audiobook. I kind of feel bad because I've read it now 5 times and I didn't know there was that good of an audiobook. I kind of want to listen to the audiobook now.
It is one that is quite easy to access online. Yeah. Um,
Ah, Jack Sparrow, Sail the
yeah.
Seven Seas.
But this is a wonderful book. If you're able to pick it up or see it in the library, I would thoroughly recommend having a look at it. And similarly with
Same.
audiobooks and different portrayals of them, very well done by talented actor. So if you can support through a means which supports them, glares at certain substantial audiobook companies that don't do much to support the author or voice actor behind them, then that's always good. It keeps the ecosystem going.
Yep.
I was about to go on a tangent about. Oh dear. Okay. Um, can we talk about world building?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can we talk about world
Ish.
building in the spoiler-free section?
Yeah. I'm trying to think about how much of it we can talk about.
So I'm gonna talk a bit about a theme as world building, um, because when the book starts out, an idea which is introduced quite early on is, as you can kind of tell by Piranesi's discussion of the other,
Hmm.
a foundational piece of the world that Piranesi lives in is that he and the other are the only living inhabitants. There are
Of the
birds,
house.
there are gulls, but this is a key part of the world, and there's quite a lot of interesting reflection on not necessarily loneliness, because Piranesi is a very cheerful narrator. I don't think optimistic is a fair description, but is a very is a character that rejoices in things. I
Hmm.
think is the best way I can describe it. But the presence of the other and Piranesi as the characters of the world, as the book begins, is part of the world building. I think if I try and talk about the world, I'm going to start talking about the references which I think relate to it, and that will be spoilers, and so I'm going to hand over to Kai.
Huh? I don't know how much of the world building I can talk about.
Wait, hi Jake, you've escaped your shift. Hello. I hope you're doing okay.
Hello.
11 hours? Oh dear, I hope
That's a
you get some time
long
to
shift.
rest. That is
Holy.
unpleasant. For the stretch,
Yeah,
Kai,
that's a
you have
long
to
shift.
stretch too.
Okay.
Oh my gosh! I hope you have some days off after this. Holy moly.
I guess we can talk about like what other world building can I actually mention?
We could talk about the statues.
We could talk about the statues. We could also kind of talk about just like how the house looks. Because technically that's not a spoiler.
I fear that because of a reference I have, I don't know. Okay, so something that is incredible about this book, but makes it very difficult to discuss in a spoiler-free context, is that so much of the storytelling is the recontextualization of ideas which you are given at the start. And so
Yeah.
there isn't kind of a separation of, oh, you know A and B and C, and then you learn D, E, F, and G at the end. It's
Nope.
you learn layers, you learn like the capital form of those letters.
Yeah.
And so there isn't even there are some key ideas of the world which are introduced at the start, but it is very difficult, especially in a live and unedited context, to speak only as if you had the knowledge at the start. Because even in your emotional inflection, you can kind of betray context that you don't have. Enjoy pizza time! Oh, enjoy pizza! Enjoy pizza! I'm glad you have some days off. That 22 hours is so many. Um, but yes, the structure of the house. Um, it is filled with 3 floors. I think we can talk about this aspect.
Yeah.
The ground floor of the house is in some places flooded with a vast ocean coming in, and across the ground floor there are. It doesn't use the ground. It uses the first floor, second floor, third floor structure. There's no which is an interesting point of reference because the idea of a ground floor initially infers that there is a ground outside the house to be contextualized by, which isn't present
Yep.
in how the book describes the house. In the first floor, there is an ocean, and there are floods which can affect the floor. And so, if, unlike Piranesi, you don't know the house and its tides well, it can be quite a dangerous place. There is the second floor, which is largely undisturbed by the weather and the water in the house. And then on the top floor, there is quite harsh weather, as there is rain that descends from the ceiling of the house as the clouds sit within it and can cause quite vicious storms. Um, yeah. Throughout the house,
Yep.
on all floors, although mostly intact only on the central floor, on the second floor, there are these grand statues that depict different aspects of life, different creatures, different people, and there are different ideas and creatures portrayed across the statues in each of the rooms, which it's not addressed much in text, but in the media surrounding the book, it is described as an infinite house. Um,
Yeah.
and it's also quite like Greco-Roman in architecture. At least that's my reading of it and
Yeah. It's
the visual
classical
references I've seen in it.
architecture.
Yeah. I'm gonna stop talking now.
It's specifically, there's a description in it that it's like classical architecture that's like stitched together. So I get the idea that it's like, firstly, probably like classical as like classical architecture, but also just like some like messed up versions of classical architectures in some places, and like that roofs and stuff. Yeah, it's like it very much does fit the like Giovanni Piranesi like ideas of those like there's a staircase coming out the side. It's
Yeah.
that vibe of like messed up classical architecture.
I have a
Um,
slight amendment to that, which I'm gonna have to pause to think about how I phrase to make sure it isn't a spoiler. Um,
you know,
some of how it was described, I read, and this is my own reading, this isn't something that's concretely stated in text, but as if it
yeah,
is a stitching together of many ancient and long established styles of architecture.
yeah,
Um, and so, although the ones which are visually present at the start and described with the kind of pillar structure are more Eurocentric ones, I think it is to me inferred that there are references to other cultures' older architectures throughout the house as well.
yep,
It's not a monolith. Um, oh, hi,
yeah. It's
Kyoki. Kai is sick, and I am excited about books. How are you
Ah,
doing? Oh wait, I don't know if I'm gonna have got the Hornet Twitch badge. I'm getting distracted for a second, and I'm gonna be grumpy if I haven't, because
What?
I don't know if you can still get it anymore. You had to subscribe to
Oh,
someone whilst they were playing Hollow Knight Silksong, and I think I should have got it because I resubscribed to Yuto, but I don't know if because it was like a resub it didn't count because I can't see the badge on my account, and I'm gonna sulk because I didn't get the
oh,
cute
it's stuck.
Valentine's one either. But sorry, my tangent aside. Thank you for the pets and the hydrate, Kyoki. Ah,
Thank you, Kyoki. You're so welcome.
ah. But yes,
Yeah.
the world building is interestingly communicated because it is a case where you discover it alongside the characters, and in some cases, I would expect several steps ahead of the characters. Um,
Yeah.
I think there's certain key conceptual and literary references, which, if you are familiar with, you may get ideas very far ahead of where Piranesi kind of reaches them and unfolds them to that point. But that is the nature of Piranesi's character. And I found that you don't resent Piranesi at all for not necessarily reaching the conclusion at the speed you do. Um,
Yeah.
for the stretch as well. Wow,
There's a stretch. I'll stretch.
cutie.
Already. I already hydrated.
Um, so the world building is. Oh, I accidentally clicked to the next page. The world building is quite abstract in a sense, in that this isn't what you would describe as a hard magic system. This isn't a hard high fantasy world, um, but it is.
Yeah.
I don't know how to
Yeah.
describe it. It is quite soft world building within the realms of fantasy, which you might be surprised by because historically myself and Kai tend to be more enthusiastic about hard world building. We like when there is
Yeah.
like silly little engineering and when the magic system has influenced the like sewage system. That's our jam. And so it might be strange to see us being excited about something that is quite a soft and ephemeral style of world, but because of how it is handled, it works really well here. So if you are someone who normally finds that irksome, I think this book handles it well.
Yeah. You would like this book, I think, still. Because I am probably even more so than Denya outspoken that I love hard world built places.
Yeah,
In magic system, in worlds, in like everything. I want you to tell me like how it influences literally their daily lives. Uh, this does not do that, and I still think this world building is phenomenal.
I'm
Um,
someone who I think this is like a general principle, but it relates to what Kai said, and it's specifically for Piranesi. I am very accepting of softer fantasy building if it is soft with the intention of framing a metaphor as a structure of the book. It's the reason
yeah,
why I don't find some of the kind of softer fantasy elements in Babel um, to take away
yeah,
from my enjoyment of the book. And I think this is a better example of how that
yeah.
soft fantasy system can benefit a story. Not
Sorry,
every.
Arfgog, I love you, but this is an infinitely better example of how it
That
helps.
wasn't to like compare the two books. It was just to say that this demonstrates
No,
the
no, no,
point better. But
no. I'm not saying you're comparing. I'm comparing. Sorry, Arfgog, I love you. This is
I mean,
infinitely better. If you had a problem with Babel in that regard, the same way I did, this does it infinitely better.
mhm.
And that's coming from somebody that loves
um,
Arfgong and Arfgong's writing.
I will
This
say I have
infinitely does it better.
the copy I picked up of Jonathan Strange and Mr. Noel in front of me. Do you want to know who one of the quotes on it to try and sell you to pick up the boat is? The book I
Where
wish
is
I'd
Arfgong?
written by R.F. Kwong. It's the like
I picked
title
up the
jacket
Arfgong.
description.
That's kind of cool.
But yeah. Uh,
Yes,
sorry, I just thought that
autocorrect
was a fun
recognize
tie-in.
Arfgong. She's fantastic. Even though I do have issues with Babel.
Go back and watch the Babel VOD. We were less organized then, but we talked about it a lot. Um, should
I
we
was
move
more
on
annoyed.
to yeah? Should we move on to characters? Because I think that is the
We can
strength
talk
of
about
this book.
can we talk about? Yeah, we can talk about characters. I will
We can
say,
talk about character
for world
singular.
building,
We can talk about
for or
piranesi.
like
Oh,
we can talk about piranesi a little bit. Um, for world building, and one of the questions we usually ask for like world building is how original is the world building? Um, really. I don't think I've really encountered a world fully like this, realistically,
I'm gonna disagree
that often.
slightly in that the world in
In
this
how it was
book,
used for this, I don't think
the
I've ever
world as a
encountered.
plot device is very uniquely done.
Yes.
The world as a
Yes.
theme, as its construction, as its references, um, I cannot say who
Yeah.
it references, otherwise it is a spoiler. Because to me,
Yeah.
there's some clear existing like philosophical and literary references within the world building.
Yeah.
And so it's not that the world itself is new or unique, but how it is used as a
Yeah.
device of moving the book forwards is incredible and unique.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like the world building and like how it's used is unique. The world itself is pretty. Yeah. I agree with you. But like I will say the world building and how like the world is used and how the world is told to you and a bunch of that stuff is I can't think of a place I would have seen this in fantasy used like this.
I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but I do have one book written down for if you enjoyed this book, which book to read, which we are a
Yeah.
few points away from, but I have just kind of walked into, which is
Yeah, no, this is a good place for that if you
if
have
you
one.
enjoyed Piranesi, it's not the same. I don't know if any books could be, but I would recommend reading This Is How You Lose the Time War by Max Gladstone and
Yeah,
Alma Al-Mutha. I think that is the closest I can recommend to a book that like hits some of the same spots.
that's a
I
fantastic recommendation.
I have a great appreciation for both books. They are by no means the same, but in the
No,
kind of abstract appreciation and dress of themes. I'm gonna distract myself from my good point by saying, why have you stolen all my couplets and stream avatars? They're all crowding around you. They've abandoned me. Why are you
they
their
like me more.
favorite?
They like me
They're coming
more.
over here now. See? Don't you feel bad? Okay.
Come
Um.
back to me. We all know. We all know who the best is. I could so I have
But yeah.
written down three.
Oh,
I've
okay.
written down three recommendations because it's really hard to like this. So this book is like it's hard to recommend stuff like this book because just how good this book is, and it's hard to find stuff that does a lot of the same. I wrote down three. I think Circe from Madeline Miller, which is a
Yeah.
book we have talked about that you have not read,
Oh,
but
something which I'm going to
I've
mention.
recommended.
There's an interview between Madeline Miller and Susanna Clarke hosted on the
Yeah,
Waterstones YouTube channel.
yep,
Watch it!
watch that.
Sorry.
But yeah, I would suggest Circe from Madeline Miller.
Oh, I have
It's not.
two others, but yeah. Um, sorry.
Yeah, we can go back and forth because I
Mhm,
have two
mhm.
after this one. But so
I wonder if you have any of the same ones, because I feel like both the books I'm going to say are quite big books, but. Right,
so
sorry.
this is in a category I call a lot of people like talk about like as contemplative or evocative fantasy. That idea. That's the word I've seen thrown around most. Is like contemplative slash evocative like fantasy and that. Circe is one in there that I would say is like it's also good. And one that Daniel hasn't read, but I would suggest you do read it, Daniel. I have told you to read Circe.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
pretty good.
partway through one
It's
of Madeline Miller's other books, and I'm enjoying it. So once I
yeah.
finish it, I finally got to.
What's your second one? What's your
Yeah.
second one?
Oh, my second suggestion is The Night Circus by Erin Morgenstern, um,
Yeah.
which I think is like less precise of a if you enjoyed read this than with This Is How You Lose the Time War, but I think I think I'm onto something there.
Yeah.
I don't really know how to articulate why that's the case, but I just have it down as a little note from when I was reading it.
Yeah.
And my last note, which is one that I think I have a more precise description of, and so I'm just going to steamroll ahead because I feel like that was a kind of empty point, is The Golden Age by Michael Aidas.
Mm.
Who I'm not sure how best to translate the name. It's a Czech author. It's actually a book that I read after seeing it discussed in a Piranesi review by a blogger who is an
Oh.
author that's now a journalist who I like looking at their book reviews, and they referenced it. They are Czech, so they read the original version of it. There is a translated version by Andrew Oakland, and it's a fantasy kind of travel book, which is kind of like it describes a civilization in the Atlantic where the islanders sit around and do nothing but observe the world. And it's it's very interesting, and it does a lot of kind of magical realism and speculative fiction things. And so, if you enjoy Piranesi but you prefer things that are slightly more magic-y in terms of like a fantasy setting and contrast, I would say this is a good one. One thing which I have heard, which makes me a little grumpy, is that although the English translation is good, I know one or two people who have read the Czech version, and they say that the Czech version is better than the English version, which is often the case with translations of books. But it
Yeah.
makes me grumpy that I don't speak the other language.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like reading relevant because we read his autobiography last month. Um, anything Murakami not in the traditional like Japanese will be a downgrade from what he originally
Yeah.
actually wrote it in specifically himself before it was translated, even though he works directly with the translator himself.
Yeah, even
Not
though
reading
he's
it in
a
Japanese
translator
will,
himself, but in the English to Japanese direction. Oh, hey,
yeah,
Azia!
like
Welcome in, welcome in.
it'll just never be the same
Having
as
a good
actually
day.
reading it in Japanese. So
Mm-hmm.
like, and it makes me very sad that I don't speak Japanese because I would love to read Murakami
Yeah.
in Japanese. But alas, for my two recommendations for this book, right? There's one that's you said it would be funny if we have one of the same. We don't.
Oh,
We have the
okay.
same author. Uh, we have the same author.
Erin
Aaron
Morgenstern?
Morgenstern. Yeah, The Starless Sea by Aaron Morgenstern is
Yeah.
really good. It's really good. And then one I think you might not expect that I feel like kind of hits the same. It's not the exact same, but read The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue by V.E. Schwab. Um,
Yeah.
it
Sorry,
kind
I'm
of
just
hits a
agreeing.
lot of this. It kind of it's kind of close. It's like the like whole this genre, not genre. The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue is pretty close to it. And it's V.E. Schwab who is amazing, so you'll enjoy it
I
because
will
The Invisible Life
say,
of Addie LaRue is fantastic.
it's been a long time I've read that book, and I just looked it up to describe it, and it has one of the best like introduction quotes which I've seen in general, which is just "Never pray to the gods that answer after dark." That
Yeah,
goes hard. Sorry, I forgot how good that book is. I'm a rereader.
it goes hard. It goes hard. I also forgot about that, but that goes hard.
um, but yeah, I'm a big fan of Piranesi. Um,
Same.
this is the type of book where I think I will slowly read everything that Susanna Clarke has put out and will put out, because of this
Same.
book. Um,
Yeah.
I think
No,
that's the highest praise I can give.
this book turned me into a lifelong Susanna Clarke fan, and it's the same as like what happened with sadly I don't like the next book she put out, and but with R.F. Kuang, where Poppy War made me a lifelong R.F. Kuang fan. I will read anything she writes. I don't care. Even if it's something I'm not interested in myself right now, I would read it. That's what piranesi is to me with Susanna Clarke. I will literally read anything that Susanna Clarke writes. If
I
it's a
sit here
50-page like short
having not
story,
finished.
give it to me.
I feel so evil for the fact that I got early access to Catarbasis and I still
I'm
haven't finished
so
it.
I'm so
It's out
I
now.
need to wait. Yeah, but I still can't get it. I need to wait.
Yeah.
I still need to wait. And then you have the book and says no, but I understand. I understand. We
I
talked about it. I do
yeah.
understand.
I want to give it a
I'm not
fair
gonna be
try.
mean. Yeah, no. Not to be mean to you. I just wanted to like I'll take it. You can wait on it. Just give it to me. I'll fly there. I'll fly there.
You can follow it. 2 day trip, not to see me, just to borrow my copy of Catarbasis. I'm keeping it though, it's signed.
I'll fly there. Just in like a one afternoon, maybe an afternoon and a half, I'll read Calabasas and then I'll give it back to you and leave again.
The first time we meet, hi, I'm here to see your book. Walks past.
Give me.
Your 3D doesn't matter. Give me the book. So
Oh,
yeah, we should
but
try
no,
and talk a bit. Oh yeah.
Piranesi is fantastic. But we should talk about the characters.
Um
Specifically, probably just about Piranesi and only surface level about Piranesi because
yeah.
spoilers.
So an interesting thing, which I'm gonna kind of metacontextually refer to reviews of the book as an idea, with the reviews not addressing spoilers, but hopefully in a
Okay.
way that I think suits this half of the view, which is a lot of
Yeah.
people describe Piranesi as not having character development throughout this book, which I think is strange and I disagree with. Um,
Yeah.
um, I think Piranesi is an incredible character, and I think they are a character where it would be difficult to have a book with Piranesi in it unless they were the perspective character.
Yeah.
Um, so much of the value of the story is from it being told from Piranesi's perspective, um, and how that unusual perspective enables the use of certain concepts and ideas at points as themes throughout the book, which wouldn't be possible from a more typical narrator. Um,
Yeah.
Piranesi has a joyous celebration of every moment of life that I think is charming and energizing to read. Um, it's often it's a well-established idea that sometimes if you're not in the best mood and you read a perspective or a book where someone's just really excited about everything, it's kind of grating. I think Piranesi
Yeah.
escapes that um,
Yeah.
due to the innocence with which Piranesi is joyous. And I'm being very
Yeah.
intentional about not saying the word optimistic, because I see that's a word which is used to describe Piranesi a lot, and I disagree a little bit, because to me, optimism requires speculating on the future, and Piranesi does not. Piranesi is in the moment and reverent of it. Piranesi
Yeah.
is present, and at times where they are not present, it is because they see the value in paying dues and respect to the past and to those who have passed and paying homage to them, and that is the only time that the attitude is one outside of like the self and current. Um, and so to me, the label of Piranesi being really optimistic kind of neuters that part of the perspective. Um, because I think an interesting part of Piranesi's voice and character is that he doesn't kind of look for what's to come in a ambitious or um, fearful sense that is culturally very present in how most of us discuss and look at the future. And that's not to say there isn't like a sense of time. There is cases where he'll be like, "Oh, I'm going to meet the other on this day," or looking forward to a season where there'll be more seaweed and things like that. But it's very interesting the value piranesi has in their current circumstance as just a broad idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Talking about this without it being spoilers is hard.
Yeah, a little bit.
We have doomed ourselves with this format. But yeah, piranesi. I don't know how to talk about without being spoilers. This book is so well written. the
It is. I'm trying to think about like. Huh.
I think piranesi works so well in a character that is alien to most stories and most people, not only because of the skill with which Susan Clarke consistently writes his actions and his voice, but because you have the grounding contrast of the other. Because although, in a sense, Piranesi is quite alien to a reader, the joy and respect to some extent that Piranesi has for everything is something that I think makes him feel quite distant as a character from a reader's perspective, but you have the other who exists within the same world and is described and portrayed. I'm just talking about the start of the book in a very kind of grounded way. This feels like a much more accessible character in that, like, this feels like someone who like pushes in front of you and queue for a coffee. Um, it feels like a much more tangible character in terms of the. I don't know. I don't know how to talk about this without being spoilers.
It's hard to. This book is really hard to talk about without spoilers. Specifically talking a little bit more about like Piranesi because like. Huh.
um, One thing that's quite interesting about Piranesi is the structure and the diligence with how they record information. Um, and that's like a notable part of the book. I discussed earlier how some people might find it a bit difficult to read because of the repetition. That is repetition that is from Piranesi's nature, um, which I can't talk about anymore without it being spoilers. Sorry, this must be so dissatisfying, but
It's
I don't want to do you a disservice and stumble into a concept that I want you to experience as though you read the book if you haven't already. Um,
yeah. This is. I don't want to. So usually with like the non-spoiler sections of reviews, or the spoiler-free sections of reviews, we edge around spoilers a little bit. We'll get to like just the edge, and then like just get to the edge, and then be like, okay, if you want the spoiler, read the book or watch the like. This book is so good, I think, and a lot of it is on like ideas and concepts you learn as you read the book. I don't even want to get to the edge of any spoilers because it'll taint
if we like
how you
prime
read
you
this
to
book
look for
and
an idea, it will spoil some of the experience, I think.
yeah.
It will
I,
also
I, I don't
project
even
our
want to get
reading of the book onto
close.
you. Yeah.
Yeah. That's also a thing that Danya just said that's important is like I don't want to prime an idea into you that taints how you read the book and then what you get out of the book. Because like I said with Danya, my most interesting part of this is what you got out of it and like how you pieced together and where you connected in this book. Um, that's a very important part of reading Piranesi, in my opinion. So I don't even want to edge close to a spoiler because that'll change your experience of the book. In something like even like books I think shouldn't be spoiled but can be spoiled, stuff like Brandon Sanderson with like stuff. I'll get close to the edge of a spoiler because like yeah, cool, but like with this it changed. Yeah, I don't even want to get close to it, so it's hard to talk about a lot in this book. It's I don't know. It's I'm trying to think of stuff, and it's like, no, I can't say that.
One thing
It's
we
like,
could talk about briefly, if we're just going to talk in a more distant sense, is kind of representation and character within the book, which is a strange one to address within the context of this book.
yeah,
Because in a sense, there's very little kind of range in terms of the stories told and the characters present.
yeah,
But for like, you may have noticed when describing things, at the start of the book there are two characters in the world. Um,
yep,
and the characters' past and where they're from don't shape them, doesn't shape the story. And so it's not a book that has representation of different cultures and characters, but it's also
no,
not one that's like absent of
devoid of.
representation in that it's Eurocentric and that's the only perspective. It is just devoid of the cultural context. Um, in
Yeah, the way to say it is like the best way to say it is these aren't. It doesn't have representation, but these characters aren't white. There's like no representation of like it's like devoid of any cultural representation at all.
yeah,
Not even Eurocentric or like
it
Caucasian or
feels
like
closer
any.
to a like anthropological study in some parts than a
Yeah,
fantasy book. And so I don't know if it's addressed in text. I think there's a comment made. At least
yeah.
one of the
I think I know what you're talking about.
is it a spoiler if I say
I think we got close enough to it that probably not.
I'm gonna type it out.
I'm trying to think. You can type it out to me. I'm trying to think of if it is.
That's the only thing I think that there's a cultural touch point other than
Yeah, but like I'm trying to think of if it's like I know what you're talking about, but I'm trying to think of like if it's
because of the context of the whole world at the start of the book being the house and there only being the two people in the house, a
I
discussion of
don't think it's
representation of
relevant.
culture is kind of difficult to have. And part of what makes this book so interesting is that many things which would be socialized as being the norm, particularly regarding attitudes of wanting for things or obligation and gratitude are not introduced as they would be like socialized in a Western country, for example, and in a way that is very distant from the Eurocentric cultural context that is normally the assumed norm when people say there isn't representation in a book. This is just abstracted from modern culture, not sitting within Eurocentric white culture.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Also, yeah,
I feel like
I
if I
was trying to
talk
think
about it
about
anymore,
it.
it's a spoiler.
What you wrote out, I don't think is a spoiler. Specific. I can't say
That
why
was
it's
more
not
of
a
a
spoiler, but
joke,
it's not a
but
spoiler.
yeah. I was trying to think of any references to representation of where people are from and how that might influence
Yeah,
who is portrayed in the book. And so I was just like, yeah, yeah.
yeah.
There's the
Like
that dishy one. Yeah, the
that's an interesting. No, I wanted to say it because like you'll understand this. That people will get it when we talk about the spoilers. That is not a spoiler, but saying why it's not a spoiler is a spoiler.
yeah. You might be able to tell by how we're struggling to tiptoe around this that this book deconstructs a lot about culture within its text, and we can't explain why without it being a spoiler. So we can't
Yeah, I
talk
can't
about
say
everything.
anything. I can
I'm
tell you it does that, and that's not a spoiler. But telling you how or why it does that is a spoiler.
I'm so sorry. This is such an unhelpful segment.
This
um,
this might be our hardest spoiler-free review I think we might ever do. This book is really hard to like non-spoiler
I
review.
will say this is easier than me having beef with Carl Jung, as much as I stand by having beef with him. This is
No,
the second hardest one for me.
no, that was really easy. That was just you like talking down on Carl Jung, which
I'm not.
valid.
I find
I
being
support
angry
it.
difficult. It's really hard for me to be mad at
Fair,
people.
fair.
And then
That one
I
was just
ignored spoilers
entertaining.
anyway because I was just like, oh yeah, he went hiking. Sure, you knew that, bro. Sorry. Um, sometimes having beef with a long dead Nazi is an important part of your character arc. Moving on.
Okay, I have to caveat this. Carl Jung wasn't a Nazi. He just had Nazi ideologies. He
Yeah,
wasn't an actual
that's a
Nazi.
bit of an unfair statement. He was just a prolific writer and philosopher in German at the time where that was the ruling party, and were documents which were used by them in propaganda and approved
Yeah,
of their use.
I have to, as much as like I support the fuck Carl Jung because he was kind of a piece of shit and some of his ideas were reductive. I have to caveat it. He was not an actual Nazi. I don't condone actual Nazis. Not that I condone Carl Jung.
Yeah. It's the
Uh,
type of thing where you can be precise and criticize someone, so there's no need to use hyperbole when criticizing them because it
yeah,
detracts from the point. But yeah. Anyway, I have beef with Carl Jung. Um, should we talk about the wrap up? Because we should talk about the writing.
yeah. That is
Susanna
something we actually
Clarke,
can't talk about. Is the prose of the writing.
incredible.
Yeah,
So
probably
we've
my favorite in I've ever read.
so this book has really great writing, both in the sense that it has really strong character voice and that it has intentional, atypical, and consistent prose that is.
Yeah,
It feels some of the structures behind how it's written with the repetitive nature of how Piranesi addresses describes things, because this book is all in the perspective of diary entries or journals, as Piranesi refers to them. It is repetitive and awkward in places, and there is sentences, and you're just like, that's a strange sentence structure, and then it repeats in a way that is seamless and consistent, and it's almost
intentional.
it's incredibly intentional. It wouldn't be possible at this level unless it was entirely intentional. It's almost like, when you read a fantasy book, and okay, I'm gonna say something slightly mean about a very popular book, Ender's Game. You know how you might have read it when you were younger and you thought it was cool, and then you read it past the age of 15, and you just go like, 6-year-olds don't talk like that.
Yeah,
And you have a voice which just makes no sense when the person speaking, and hand waving to exceptional circumstances or genius don't really like do enough to cover it up. As much as Ender's Game is a cool book, I think that's like a gripe I and many people have with it. Um, this book
that's
does
not
the mm,
with Ender's Game. Yeah, you're very valid because like Ender's Game is one of those books. We talked about it a while ago where you just
you
with
just assume they're all aged
Six
up
of
a while.
Crows.
Yeah,
We talked about it with Six of Crows, where those
like
characters
the,
don't speak like their age. I can imagine those characters 10 years like older, and
yeah.
honestly, it works better.
With Ender's Game, they
Like
have the weird
way
thing
better.
of, it's very clear the author wanted to emphasize the like youth of the characters as a cruelty of the structure, and also as the necessity to isolate and manipulate them, but then just forgot to
Yeah.
write them as children. Piranesi is
Yep.
the opposite in that, in that
Yep.
you get a perspective which isn't childlike entirely, but has some of that. You know when someone is speaking after not speaking for a while, either because they are learning to speak a new language or they are a child, and they're just expressing things in a way that is new and they don't have much context of.
Yeah.
Piranesi talks as if they don't have much context of speaking, despite the entire book being their writing.
Yep.
And that's such a strange and specific impression to give a reader, that is a perspective a character has and not a limitation of the author. But it's done so well. Do you see what I mean with that statement?
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
I agree.
There's a repetition to the structure of sentence in a way that is character development and not in a way that is a
Yeah.
limitation of the author. I'm just in
Yeah.
awe.
No, it's insane. That's a good way to put it, by the way.
I can't talk much more about the repetition because that starts to be it starts to be spoilers too. This book it's a very whole book in that everything connects, which is incredible from a reader's perspective. Very difficult to talk about things other than being spoilers. If you are someone who doesn't really like fantasy but enjoys writing and enjoys looking at writing with a critical lens, you should read this book. This book has,
Yeah.
so to me, a book has many components. It has the story, it has the motivation for telling the story and the emotions it brings up in the reader, and then it has the quality of the communication of that story. There are more layers to each of those components, but those are like the three broad categories when I am looking at a book and how well it is executed. This has some of the best communication of story I have ever seen, and it has an interesting story. You know when there's a book and you think, "Oh, this is really good," um, but then sometimes you read a book and you think, "I don't know if another author could have written this." I don't
Yeah.
know who else could have wrote Piranesi. I've just become a Susanna Clarke fangirl over the
Oh,
course of the last month and a half. Like I loved Jonathan Strange and Mr. Novel when I read it, but I read it from a kind of younger perspective, and I was reading it alongside a lot of the classics. So although I really enjoyed it, I don't think I had the full literary context to appreciate it. And I'm only partway through it. It's a
yeah.
big book, but rereading it, I have further appreciation of it. I'm just in awe of the writing in Piranesi. It is, I think, a lot of people when this is going to sound strange. I'm going to go on a small tangent, but it's very relevant. Bit of an oxymoron. A lot of the time when people discuss great writing, it is in reference to classics or it is in reference to ancient texts, and that feels very alienating as a modern reader. I don't always feel equipped to read a book that was written 300-400 years ago without any updates to the language. It can be difficult. It is not necessarily an easy or digestible read. I think this is an incredible example of great writing that will be discussed in classrooms, maybe not now, but in the future, that is accessible to a modern audience without needing to read older books. And I would I'm a big fan of like the Bronte sisters and Jane Austen, and one of my suggestions for this
Yeah.
book, I'm rereading a lot of um I've gone on like a kick of older women authors because yeah, it, I am who I am. Um but this is a great and accessible example of good writing. And that feels like a simplistic statement, but maybe people
Yeah.
resonate with my idea of a lot of great literature being inaccessible or feeling hard to approach. But I don't think Piranesi has that.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? I didn't shut up for 5 minutes. It's your turn.
I'm trying to think of if I. Hmm. I have a different perspective on it because I've never found like classical fiction like or like classical writing as a whole, all that unapproachable or like hard, any of that really.
Mhm.
Um, but I'm also just me, and that I just don't care what other people think a lot of the time in that. So I just ignore people. I just read what I read, do what I do. I don't care, and I don't really look at that. I would say this is one of the more approachable ones. Specifically, this is a book that's hard. I will say, in the online conversation, this is a book that's hard to not like. I will say. Most classics, because of how old they are, they've had a lot of time to be like,
Yo,
what's the word?
people, well, you should
Like,
be nicer to people. A lot of concepts
yeah,
and ideas addressed within classics have aged poorly. Maybe.
yeah, yes, but also like a lot of because of how old classics are, a lot more people can be like, no, I don't like Shakespeare, for example, like a certain mouse, right? Um, Piranesi is a hard book to dislike if you want to talk about why you dislike it, because so much of this book is just like love. Rightfully so. I do think this book is phenomenal, and I speak its praises highly. I In the cultural talk around this book is a hard book to dislike to a little bit of a degree, I feel like. More people will like go at you for disliking this book or like think differently for you for disliking this book, which I hate, but I just think that is kind of the reality because of how many people. This is a book that's like rated 1 star or 5 star for a lot of people. It's that type of book where like the 5 star people will be like, "Why are you rating this a 1 star? What's wrong with you?" type deal.
Yeah,
Um,
which like I don't agree with. I think people
yeah,
I think most people will find something valuable in this book, but
yeah,
like books wouldn't be very interesting if everyone thought the same book was the best because we wouldn't get many different types of books. Um,
yeah. I do think with the movie being made for this book and with like just time specifically, it's getting to 5 years old now. As we get a little bit along, like maybe 10 years old stuff, um, this book 100% will be a future classic. I cannot think of a book published in the last like 30 years that has more of a chance of being a classic than Piranesi. Um, Honestly, I'd go further. I'd say in the last 100 years than Piranesi, that would be a classic one day. This is like a book that will be read in schools one day. I'm
mhm.
gonna be real. It's fantastic. This is the most classic feeling book in a very long time. Um, it is a very approachable classic and just like good writing book. I do agree with that. That
Mhm,
like
mhm.
if you want to see when people talk about like I want this book but written well, I say that sometimes when I talk about like my disappointment. I have a
C-
disappointment out of 5 star rating that I sometimes mention. I mention it with Babel. Um, if you're ever thinking about like what would I give like a 0 star disappointment, it's a book like this. The star, I
with
don't think
being
anybody could write this book better.
with
I don't think you could improve this book.
with how we love hard fantasy systems, we'll often be having a conversation of, "Oh, I love this world building, character dialogue, or character development, or pacing." Ooh.
Yeah,
Because we are such big fans of the creation of worlds and fantasy, and so we're often kind of just like, "Oh, I wish the author went back and
yeah.
like built another book of this world when they'd like matured as a writer a little bit or something." But that cannot be said here. This book,
Or like,
this is a book which I'm grateful I am a native speaker of the language it was written in.
yeah,
I know
that's another
English
important part.
technically isn't my first language, but this gives me like this is the other side of the whole conversation of I get sad sometimes when I'm reading Murakami books because I'm not reading it quite as written. I'm so glad I can have like the cultural context of the word choice of this book. I
Yep.
oh oh
Ooh, I would be curious at how the like translations of this book stack up? Because I
There
know
isn't
there's
a Welsh
Japanese
one, so
translation
I've
of this
got
book.
nothing.
I know there's a Japanese translation of this book, and I know there's a few translations of this book, but I would be curious how
There's
they
a
stand up
German
because, like,
translation, which I had a brief look at, but my German is not good enough to say anything insightful. Like, I could read it,
new
but I could
idea,
not comment.
right? You talked about like talking to Kura about like getting him to read a book in
We
English and
kidnap
then
our
reading a book
polyglot
in like,
friend.
yeah, we should get Kura to read piranesi and then read piranesi in another language and be like, okay, how's it stack up?
Oh. If we ever read Don Quixote for book club, we've got to drag colour here.
Don Quixote would be a great one. That would be a really good one to get him in on. I'm trying to think of what else would be a really good one.
I kind of.
There's a lot.
I kind of
There's
want
actually a
to.
lot.
It made me so happy doing the birthday streams, and it makes me want to drag more of my friends to like be on book club, even if it's only for 1 month for one book. But I
We
never
should
know
get
how to go
Yuta for
about
a
doing it.
French book.
Should we just do like if we ever get a book that's picked that is we know a favorite book of one of our friends or is in a language they speak fluently, just
That
being
could be fun.
like, "Oi, owl, read this."
I would be down. I would be down. Specifically, I would be down to talk to like somebody like you. If we get like a French book or an author that Yuta really likes that's mainly in French, and we do that, I would be down because I would love to talk about like the idea, specifically with something like this, where like so much of the word choice and how it culturally, because like how you culturally communicate it in English, and so much of this book, because it's written in English, kind of has shorthand of English culture in it. Um, not that it's like British culture, it's got English culture in it, and how we form sentences and words and how we communicate ideas.
Yeah.
Um, I would be so curious on how that changes between languages.
Trying
Even
to
like
mirror the
French.
repetition of sentence structure in a language that is more rigid than English would be so confusing to do because
Well, that's the thing that I
I
wanted
don't know
to
how you
say.
would
Is like,
communicate that in a more structured, less bastized language. I
well, so my interest would be like we know a lot of people that speak French or like European languages, like Kura, Yuto, Prince with like Portuguese stuff like that.
Mhm.
You know what would actually interest me the most is if we have like somebody that's Japanese or like Chinese with their like way. I would love to see the difference between that. Specifically, something like Piranesi. It would be
Yeah,
so fascinating.
I can keep an eye out for that. Chinese I've been summoned. Hi, Leo. Wait, I suppose
Yeah,
if we ever read a book that's in Cantonese, we can summon Leo to read it.
true. We could summon Leo for Cantonese. I would do that.
Hmm. How are you doing, Leo? How's your
Honestly,
day been
I kind
going?
of want to. I kind of want to. I'm gonna be real. Cantonese is actually. Uh, yeah, Cantonese is
Fleeky?
kind of a language I wanted to learn.
Is it really? I
Yeah.
I feel like I should finish learning one of the languages I used to speak and forgot. Because A, really embarrassing that I forgot my first language. B, really embarrassing I spent like 2 to 5 years studying a language and then forgot.
Well,
I used to be pretty
a
good at
little bit.
them and now I don't know any of the words.
I have three like Asian languages that I wanted to learn, and then two European languages I want to learn.
I feel like I should pick up German again because like I have German friends even more now through VTubing. There's like I should. But then a lot of the
you
convenient
you
way to learn.
specifically have a lot of German friends
I
through VTubing.
do. And they're big fans of books. I could ask them about books in German. I should. But then, am I committing some cardinal sin by not focusing on relearning Welsh? I'm trying to take Connor's place as the Welsh version in VTubing, even though I'm no Welsh. I just learned the language. Oh, that's such strange backstory. Being like, hello, yes, I speak Welsh. No, I'm not Welsh. Ask me anything. We were really stressed about the language going missing, so it was just spoke to me for like 10 years, okay? It's part of the law. Oh my
That's
gosh.
some lore. I
That's the
support
law.
it.
Yeah. I'm so glad that languages. Oh no, I'm gonna get distracted. That's algospeak. It's actually kind of related to algospeak. Um, do we have any pet
Actually,
peeves of
yes, it
this
is.
book? Because I don't think I do.
Of piranesi.
Yeah.
No. I think this book is close to perfect, I'm gonna be real.
There is one
I have
thing
barely any negatives.
which I have, which doesn't relate to how I've read the book, but for some other interpretations of the book, I think it could have stopped like 15 pages early and had slightly more ambiguity in the value of how people like the unspecified themes, and that the last kind of
Yeah.
15 pages makes some themes more concrete than others. And like,
Yeah.
I understand that perspective, but that the themes which people read from the book that benefited the slightly earlier ending aren't the ones that I found when reading it myself, and so isn't one that I could relate to. But I've seen that point, and I'm like, if you want it to be as ambiguous as possible, then like that's fair enough. But I think the author had
Yeah.
intention, and I think those pages were valuable because they framed that intention. And so, as much as it adds less justification or adds some questions to certain readings of the book, I like, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I can see that. I disagree with it, but I can
Mhm.
see it.
Yeah,
If you understand what I mean.
that's the one I've seen that I could like half understand, but it wasn't how I read it, and so I don't really. Yeah, I like the specificity of it because we'll talk about it in the spoiler section.
Yep. We'll talk about
Ah,
a lot in the spoiler section.
we will. Um, wrap up.
Yeah, I can't think of anything I have to say negative about, like, something that I don't. What's the word? Pet
There's
peeve or like something about. Yeah, I can't think of anything.
Okay, I have one, and it's just that I'm really confused. There's
Yeah,
some birds mentioned by book in the name, and one of the
yeah.
birds I was like, oh, I know what that's in reference to. I know why that bird's been picked. The other bird, I can't figure out why, and now I'm questioning if both the birds are random or if I was wrong, and that makes me grumpy. Why was it those two birds? I thought instantly I knew why it was one of them, but the other one I don't know. That's all I got. Um, do you know what I
That's the
mean?
th-
Like, it's
I
not a
would
valid
be. Yeah, I
complaint.
know what you mean.
But
No, I know what you mean. Honestly, that's the type of stuff I would do if I ever write a book like this.
so you make
It's
one
just
of the
like
birds
choose.
random and the other a reference to mythology.
Yeah,
Sure.
and then just see people like spiral.
I can't find out why the other bird is what it is. Okay. I think I've become a little more sane again now that I've expressed that idea. Should we wrap up? Is it what you expected going into it? Kind of.
First time? No.
I had seen the positive responses that people had had from the book, and
Yeah.
there's some things which I disagree, which is a lot of people say it's slow to start. I disagree. Um,
Yeah.
but in terms of the emotions I felt at the end of the book and the way I thought about it at the end of the book, that was the conversation I'd seen around it. So I kind of like expected to have the response I had to the book, despite the fact of everyone being very like tight-lipped about what actually unfolded within its pages. Very abstract sentence. Kai
Yeah.
perspective.
I so obviously I can't say is it what I expected the fifth time I've read this book. Yes. Um. Yes, it is. At this point. I kind of know what I'm getting into, even though I think I took different things away from the book this time than I took away the first four times. Um. But the first time I read this book, no. Um. But that's also just because I read this book like a week or two after it came out, so I
Oh,
hadn't even
there
really seen
hadn't
any
been the
of the
time for the
positive
conversations
reviews.
to develop around it, so it didn't have the kind of
Yeah,
legacy that I had forewarning from.
yeah. So I just didn't have any of the context going into it, and I didn't really, honestly, I didn't really know what I was getting into when I read this. Um, which honestly, in its own right, was kind of an insanely good experience with this book. But yeah, for, that's the only thing I can say is no, because like it was very different from what I expected. Because what I expected was like fantasy, and this is not fully that. If you know what I mean by that,
Yeah.
but like I was expecting like Brandon Sanderson or like Cersei. Um, no, uh, but like
Oh, I feel bad for the
in a
person who
very
goes into this
positive
book
way.
expecting Brandon Sanderson and then doesn't like the book. Because I can see that happening.
Yeah.
Oh.
I will say my experience on like expecting Brando Sando or like expecting like something like Cersei or the Will of the Many, stuff like that, was a very positive experience that I didn't get that because yeah. But yeah, it was not what I was expecting at all going into it the first time. The fifth time, yes. Yes it was. Uh, but that's to be expected.
How much did you like this book? I am betraying my past standards and saying I think this is a 5-star book. I normally put things as 4.5 star at most if I do star ratings,
Yeah.
and then upgrade it to 5-star after 2 to 3 months. I read this book within like 4 days of being selected from book club. Kai got the
Yep,
live updates over the last 24 hours. Um,
I did.
Apologies for spamming you, but I hope you accept it.
No.
Um,
No, I loved it. I I I couldn't respond much. I wanted to respond more because the problem was you were giving me live updates as you were reading it. I didn't want to spoil more of the book for you.
I had the what is this bird confusion live. I was just like, am I going to understand this bird by the end of the book? The birds are not a key part of the book. I am a problem. Um,
At some point, then you gave me an update like every 10 pages, I think. Um,
they
which I
were
loved.
important
I loved.
updates.
They were great. Like I say, I loved it. I loved getting like your almost like live reading of this book. Um, Listen, don't apologize. I had a great time listening to, like, getting reaction to you reading
Watching
this
me
book.
unravel. But
Yeah, Daniel read this book very quickly. I think she actually finished it before I started reading it for this, but I read it quicker. I think I read this book in a day and a half.
I read it over the course of three
Um,
days, I think.
yeah,
It took me like
I
2 days
had
to read the
time.
first 50%, and then I read the
Yeah.
last 50% in a day. Not because the book was slow, just because I was supposed to go to an in-person book club and it got cancelled and I was sulking, so I bought myself an overpriced coffee and read in a cafe. Since I'd already left the library and I was stuck in a city. Boo! Imagine being stuck
Uh,
outside.
oh,
Um,
city outside. Oh. No, I had a day where I wasn't gonna do anything or like wanted to do anything. So I just read this like in a day, and then I say day and a half. I read most of this book in a day, and then the last 10, 15 pages I read the next day because I went to sleep because I was tired. But I could have finished this in a day.
it's a short
I
book.
love this book. Yeah, it's 200 pages. It's a really short book.
I
For my answer from like how much you enjoyed it, I don't know if you could tell by how much I talk about this book or how excited I was for reading it, or me saying it's like basically a perfect book. It's a five.
You know, voting
Like,
for the Poppy War was all I needed to know.
yeah. Honestly, you could have put. I'm gonna be real. There's only two books I think you could have put on like nomination that I would vote for over Piranesi, and one of them isn't a valid nomination for book club.
I'm trying to think of what they would be.
The one you know, I know you
Is
know
Song of
because
Achilles one of them?
it's the second book in the Stormlight Archive. It's Oathbringer. Um,
Okay. I was wondering if it was
Oathbringer's
the third book in Mistborn Saga. Um,
no. it's book 2 of Stormlight Archive, which I think might be one of the best fantasy books ever written. Uh, like straight fantasy, not like this fantasy, like straight fantasy. I think it's up there with like Lord of the Rings on how well it's written. It's phenomenal. But it's not a valid nomination,
You
so
are
I
giving me
can't
so
vote
many
for
good
that.
segues for some of the books nominated this month. Sorry.
But Oathbringer is not a valid nomination, but that's one of the only books I would vote over this. I think this book, I would vote almost anything over this book.
Mhm. I think it's a really good book for a book club because I think this is a book that
Yeah,
has value in being discussed and hearing other people's interpretations more so than
100%.
some. I think there's value in that for every story, but I think this book in particular um,
Yep,
takes advantage of that and
this
how,
is a very
yeah.
good book club book.
Yeah. Um, would I read a sequel, another book by the author? Yes. I bought a very
No,
heavy copy of Jonathan Strange and Mr. Noel in response to finishing this book.
but
I like
I wanna break
sprinted
that
into a
question down
Waterspoons
into
as I was
two.
finishing, and yeah, sorry.
I want to break that question down into two. Would I read a sequel of this book? Fuck no.
Oh no,
Won't touch this
I
ever
trust the
again.
author; they would
Uh,
never make a sequel of this.
yeah,
That is
never
shade at
touch it
several
again.
authors, but
Would I
um,
read something else by Susanna Clarke? Yes, I've
yes,
read everything.
absolutely.
And please publish another book. Please. I'm hungry. Give me more. Give me more.
Please
Stop
publish books
publishing
when
once
you
every
think they are ready.
16 years.
Imagine,
Stop publishing once
imagine
every
if
16
she
years.
published a book without the time, though. Think how sad you would be.
Okay, true.
I
Okay,
wish,
can we meet in the middle? 5 years. Once every 5 years.
one of those
I
things where
don't
it's
want to
kind
wait
of
another
selfish of
16.
you wish you got into an author later in their career so they had more of a catalogue to read.
That's Susanna Clarke.
Yeah. I feel like if I
Because
ever, less so with Jonathan Strange and Mr. Noel, just because it's a big book. Um,
it's a big,
it's like
it's a
900
big,
pages, I think.
yeah,
But
it's
if I
a
ever
big
find
book.
myself in a reading slump, I'm going to read Piranesi. Um,
Yeah.
Historically, I've gone back and read my copies of the Sherlock Holmes short stories mysteries because I have a lot of
Yeah.
sentimentality about them. I used to read them during exam season every year, and so um, I have a lot of emotional attachment to those books. But Piranesi is like elbowing Sir Arthur Conan Doyle out the way, which props to you, Susanna
That's
Clarke.
high praise.
Yeah.
That's high
Um,
praise.
would I
But
recommend it
meet in
to
the middle.
people?
Please, please,
Oh.
Susanna. 5 years. 5 years.
I
I don't
would.
expect Brandon Sander levels, but like 5 years, please.
Don't expect
Please.
Brando. Every author would burn out and never write another book again at Brando Sando levels. He.
Yeah, true.
Oh, hi,
Nerd
Kai
Kai
Weird.
and Boss Tanya.
Wait, thank
That's
you so
me.
much for subscribing for 23 months. Hello, Nerd Kai and Boston. I
I'm not a
enjoy
nerd.
how Kai
Yeah,
has
I'm a
been
nerd.
given the nerd aura, but I am cool. I read books and shout about why
Yeah,
don't I
what?
know what bird that is in a normal, aloof, not nerd way.
No, I accept my nerdage, but why is Daniel not also a nerd?
No, 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 I'm just too cool, I'm just too tall. But thank you so much. I hope you enjoy whatever the library you get at the book. No, whatever book you get at the library this month. You're not allowed the whole library, it's fine. I'm using up all my brain cells, not giving spoilers. But thank you so much, I really appreciate it for 23 months in a row. That's kind of crazy.
I can't believe I'm a nerd and you're a boss. This is
I'm too cool. I'm too tall.
very well. What was the next question? What's
um,
there?
who would you recommend this book to? Which I kind of went over earlier,
Yeah.
which is I think most people would have value having finished this book. I think if you are someone who values the cool factor of fantasy, specifically in the kind of action cool sense, not necessarily world cool sense, or if you don't like ambiguous exposition, you might struggle to read this book. But I would solidly suggest reading it. The audiobook I think is great for those who might hear the description and go, You're having really great reactions to this book, but I don't know if I'd enjoy it. Definitely recommend the audiobook. You do lose the structure of the journal entries, but they are titled, so there is still some separation within the text. Too tall and buff, too Chad to be a nerd? Yeah! One day I'm gonna have like a muscle toggle where I like roll my sleeves up and I'm just buff. And that bit won't be
But
canon, but I'm gonna enjoy it.
but then what about me? I'm literally bigger than you right now.
I'm taller. Look at the screen. My ears are higher.
Yeah, but that's because you have control over that.
I can make you
Canonically, I'm
shorter.
taller. Yeah, but that's just
Canonically, you're a
revisionist history.
hologram.
Canonically,
Light doesn't have height. A hologram can be projected onto various surfaces.
I hate when you're right. I hate when logically you are correct. When my
Buffnia
lawyer makes
canon.
you right.
Wait, if we talk about me having muscles for long enough, will we summon Val? I love
Maybe.
that she started this agenda. Every 3 months when Val stops being on hiatus and she does a screen, I feel so blessed the PNG Denya is on her starting soon screen. And I'm just like, look at me go! I have ripples in the world. Sorry. But yeah, I would recommend this
As for
book.
me on like recommending it for people and who for, yes. I agree with Daniel that like if you have like certain things you don't like or like certain things you find hard to read, you might not find this book easy to read. I think go in knowing what you're getting into would help a lot with that. Knowing you're not going to get epic fantasy would help a lot with like not wanting or expecting epic fantasy. But I think as much as I think everybody should read this book. I think everybody could find something out of this book and will have stuff out of this book that is great. Yes, you read this book, or listen to the audiobook,
Mhm.
or watch the movie when that comes out,
Yeah, I
or even
cannot
better, do all
express
three.
how comforted I was when I found out it was the Coraline team because I was scared about
Yep.
something about having Avatar: The Last Airbender be one of the series that I like
Oh wait,
being one of the
don't
pieces of
don't
media that was
don't.
like foundational to me in terms of emotional attachment and the adaptation. I am terrified of
That
adaptations.
adaptation doesn't exist.
Whenever I see an author and I'm like, oh, they've sold the rights to a book, I'm like, I'm so glad that this is going to provide you financial stability because being an author is hard. I'm really scared of what that what that media is going to be. We're gonna,
Yeah,
the amount of
that's
fantasy
why.
books I read, and I'm like, oh, the rights have been sold. I'm glad you
Yeah.
have a stable income. I'm very glad you produced a work that I care about deeply. I'm gonna see some bad CGI in cinemas, aren't I?
Well, that's why the only author that I'm not like concerned about that with like ever is somebody like Brando Sando because he is very invested in like front ending his own adaptations, including learning how to do screenplay writing so that he can be fully involved with even writing screenplays for it. Because screenplay writing is very different than book writing. The story mediums
I
change
fear
a
I'm about to say
bunch.
something slightly negative about Brando Sando. Will you accept this?
Sure.
I feel like his strengths in writing don't overlap with the key skills from an author transitioning from being an author to a screenwriter.
Yeah, no, he's finding it really hard. No, he himself will say that he is finding it really hard. He's been working on like writing the screenplay for Mistborn and working on becoming a better screenwriter for like close to like 7 years now. Um,
Yeah, it's a very different skill. It requires
Especially for his style of writing. You are
yeah.
correct. For the way he writes, it's really hard. But that's also why I'm so happy about that he is doing it, because
Mhm.
he realized it would be really hard to adapt his like writing style or like
It
his
would be
stories.
difficult to do a faithful adaptation without.
Yeah,
You got to be intentional when you lose things because you can't swap between media without some things being lost. It's not
yeah,
possible. In the same way that translation is always betrayal, it's true for translation between media. And so having
yeah.
an author be close to a project always makes me more content.
or having people that are like fans of the media specifically. So having people like
Everyone who is just in love with Lord of the Rings, who worked on those movies and The Hobbit, is, I think, a
yeah,
kind of classic example.
that's the biggest example. Yeah, is like the Lord of the Rings and like how big of a fan
It would
everybody that worked on the Lord of the Rings is.
what's his name with The Witcher? I haven't engaged much with that franchise, but every
Henry
time I see
Cavill.
something about the show, it's just him being like, "No, the character wouldn't do that."
Yeah, Henry Cavill.
Just being like,
Henry
"No,
Cavill's
in
awesome.
this one piece of side media, if you talk to the NPC, there is canon media that disputes this." I
Yeah.
gotta respect that type of nerd behavior. I gotta.
There was another author I was thinking of. Or not an author, another director I was thinking, oh, Denis Villeneuve. Denis Villeneuve is also fantastic at it. You see it mostly with Dune.
Yeah.
But he is
I have some qualms
insanely
with
in
the
tune
Dune
with like
adaptation.
loving. He is a massive fan of Dune as like,
I have
and
one.
you can see it.
Okay, the Dune adaptation is really good, except the women. And that's.
Okay, but Dune is really good except the women.
No, this is true, but they make the women very passive in the films and they are not passive in the book. Think of the difference between the mother in
Yeah, but
Dune the book.
okay, but so the one thing I will say is like that is by design of how you engage in stories in like movie format, because I will also say Paul Atreides is way more of a main character in the movies than he is in the books,
Yeah.
specifically in part two.
Mhm.
Um, he is way more of that like hero focus character in both movies, but specifically in part two. Um, a
Grand
lot more of
fantasy
that
kind of, yeah.
because in Dune, spoiler for Dune, uh,
This is a
decades
book
old
club book
book,
when we were still in
Paul
Discord.
Atreides is not the main character of Dune. His son is the chosen one. Paul Atreides is not the chosen one in Dune. In fact, he is not the biggest player in Dune. But in the movie he is, because like it's how you engage with the movie like view. He kind of has to become the main character so people in the movie has somebody to follow. So by design, every character gets shifted down. I mean, his father is like so shifted down in what he does in the book. But I will agree that yes, it does happen for like that. But that is one of those like you kind of have to do that to like make a movie work because they really want to follow Paul Atreides.
Hmm.
Where the book kind of doesn't care. As weird as that is
Yeah.
to say it. Um,
Yeah, I don't know. I do just kind of. It made me a little sad when
yeah,
specifically the mother was so passive, and I was just like, it
yeah.
feels like I
Lady
understand
Jessica.
why it was done, but it did irk me that of the like four characters which were notably made less impactful, three of them were women. And there
Yep,
are many women in Dune,
yep,
so that made me a bit sad. But it is
yep.
very good on many other points. Also, if I think people know about the cancelled version of Dune in the sense of there was an earlier production of Dune that was started and millions of pounds were spent on the costume design and the set
Yeah,
pieces, but it never got made because the budget was just impossible to realize as a full production. They used the entire film production just in the design. So many books and pieces of media that are cool have been inspired heavily by the first Dune adaptations, costume design, and artwork, and it is really
yeah.
cool. And every now and then they do like museum tours of it, where in a museum or art gallery you will be able to look at some of it. And I would absolutely recommend going to it if you can. Um, yeah, sorry, slight tangent
Early
related to
June is
Dune.
massively influential.
Yeah,
The
I
old dude is massively influential for like a bunch of cinema, including like
was it. I
a
think it's
lot of
because I
stuff
was
that was
we
done.
started Mononoke recently, which it influenced. Um,
Yeah, but it's also influential in just like in the abstract for like how visual effects are done in Dune.
mhm.
Um, just
This
from
isn't to
straight
say that
visual
that version of
effects.
Dune would have ever worked. Um, it wouldn't
No,
have. but there was some incredible design work done as it whilst it was falling apart. Yeah, I recommend this book.
Same.
Same.
I love piranesi.
I am a Susanna Clarke fan now. I think she's
As we all should be.
probably, outside of authors who I have read their series up until the point of the next book is coming out in like an ongoing world, because to me that is the most anticipation you will have for a current release. She has got to be up there in terms of authors I am awaiting the next release of. I'm trying to think of
Yeah.
who would rival her, and some of it's recency bias, but
I have a few that's up there, but she is definitely top 5, in my opinion.
yeah.
And who she is with almost speaks more to like how highly that is, because like I think the only authors that are close is like Brando Sando, who
Suzanne
you all know how much
Collins
I
for
love
me,
Brando Sando.
which is yeah, big fan.
R.F. Kwong, um, but
Ah,
I'll read anything R.F. Kwong.
yeah,
No,
I
R.F.
am
Kwong has
very
a lifelong
excited.
fan for me.
I went to an event to get the book early. I am a big fan. The fact that I ran out of momentum during the book is my fault, because I read too many books too quickly and got burnt out a little bit. But
Yeah. R.F. Kwong has a lifelong fan for me. Give me Catabasis. I need it. I need it. And then I can't. There's probably other authors. Those are the two that come heavily to mind with like Susanna Clarke, R.F. Kwong, Brando Sando, Susanna Clarke.
oh, my brain is smooth.
Yeah, I mean same.
Where are you?
Yeah.
Tasmin Mir.
Oh yeah, that would also be on there.
The big
Oh,
fan.
actually, V. Schwab. V. Schwab is also
Yeah.
probably up there.
I,
I'm a massive fan of basically everything I've read from her.
also, I haven't read all the books yet, so it feels just disingenuous to some extent. But my brain is so smooth. I can't spell. I've given up. I couldn't remember their first name, and I can't spell their second.
They're
So
right.
now I'll never know. Never mind.
What did
I'm a
they
big fan of
write?
Susanna Clarke. J.K. Nesson.
Oh, N.K. Jemisin.
That's what. Dyslexia is bad sometimes. I was just like, I swear this is. I have many dyslexia. I got no brain cells.
No,
So
you're
yeah,
valid.
I'm
No,
slowly
you're
reading
very
all of their
valid.
work. Do you,
N.K. Jemisin is amazing.
and yeah, sometimes the letters NK are sometimes like the letters JN if you dyslexia hard enough.
Yeah,
It was very
no,
similar.
that's
I was
very
just like,
understandable.
why is this result not showing up? I kind of want to give their full names since I know they go by the acronyms, but like, if we've done it for the other authors, I feel like I should. And I'm not smart.
Nora
Lucky.
Kaita Jemisin.
I couldn't be so cool and buff and tall. I had to be nerfed by having giga dyslexia. Um, it's what keeps the world equal. I can't say
Which
words too
reminds
well.
me.
Mhm.
Which reminds me, we shouldn't do it yet because I think it's a bit too new to get like a copy that's not new. But V. Schwab did drop a book in June.
Oh yeah, I haven't picked that one up yet. I've been keeping an eye out for it
Burial
on the second-hand
Bones.
book sites.
Yeah, that's why I haven't recommended it yet because like I kind of want to give it a bit of time to get into circulation. But Bury Our Bones and Midnight Soil came out this year, which
Mhm.
I am excited for because the
Yeah.
last book she released was Gallant in 2022, I think. Oh no, sorry. She did Threads of Power. She did the Fragile Threads of Power in 2023.
Oh, okay.
Which I still
I've
need
got a
to
few
read.
books of hers to catch up on then.
Yeah, I still need to read Fragile Threads of Power. I've heard good things.
I'm really bad at being up to date on authors.
That one I
I
didn't start because it's the start of a series.
oh,
Because
that's
it's
fair.
Threads of Power #1. Yeah, it's Threads of Power #1. We know there's gonna be more in the
Mhm.
more from it, and I was like, I don't know if I want to start a new series and have to wait.
I am gonna run to the bathroom. Can you talk about Brandon Sanderson
What?
for 2 minutes?
I don't just talk about Brandon Sanderson, I also talk about V. Schwab
Talk
and
about
other
RF Kwong and
authors.
being excited for Catabasis.
I am very excited for
Okay,
Catabasis.
I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be back in a second. Blah!
I am very excited for Catabasis. I still need to get my hands on it, which sucks because a certain mouse got to go to the pre-release for it, and I didn't. Then you got a really nice version of Catabasis. Um, I'm still slightly perturbed that I am not too tall, too buff, or too Chad, by the way, weird. It feels mean. It feels mean to me. I also want to be too tall, too buff, too Chad, but instead I am here, nerd, talking about Catabasis by R.F. Kwang, which honestly, it's kind of funny because it's dark academia again, which I made fun of Denya for reading a lot of dark academia. I didn't make fun of Denya. I just jokingly said Denya is addicted to dark academia, and now I'm the one that wants to read more dark academia and keeps recommending her dark academia that I've read in the past. Because there's also there's another dark academia book that I wanted to read that just came out, because Susanna Clarke's Piranesi is technically dark academia, and The Invisible Life of Eddie Rue is dark academia. Blood of
Hello.
a Brighthaven is dark academia. Hello.
Yeah,
I realize I read a lot of dark academia.
I did too, and I was just like, I haven't recommended anything that's kind of like classical this month. What if I recommend The Secret History? And I was like, no, I'm banned from dark academia. Because I was like, this is the perfect month to read it. But anyway, should we get to the next
Because I
book?
just realized there's two books that I really want to read, and they're both dark academia.
Oh, which ones?
So there's The Secret Book Society by Madeline Martin that just came out
Yeah.
in August that I've wanted to read, and that's dark academia. And then there's Lessons in Magic and Disaster by Charlie Jane Anders that I've also wanted
Oh,
to
I
read,
haven't seen much
and that's
about that one.
Witch Dark Academia,
Oh,
which I've
look,
also wanted to read. And I realized I talked to you about reading a lot of dark academia and was kind of like, haha, Daniel, you like dark
I
academia.
do like dark
Now I realize
academia.
I like dark academia, I
I
guess.
have the issue very specifically of, to me, like, I don't read a lot of primary romance. I quite often read fantasy with like a secondary romance subplot and like
Yeah,
the gist of Gideon the Ninth. Like
yeah.
that's the perfect level of romance for me in a book. Um, but I often find that like rivals or like enemies to lovers so ineffective in a lot of settings because either this is just a miscommunication trope or y'all are teenagers and acting like teenagers and I gotta be in a very specific mood to be to be invested in reading books about people acting childish. And so being in like an academic setting is one of the only times I can be like, yeah, you can start off rivals and have a convincing rivals to lovers arc. I can get behind this. That or like a battle college is one of the only only convincing settings for that trope to me. But I am from AO3. I do like that trope.
Fair. I also like that trope on Mobiria. I also realized I read way more. I don't know why I was so mean to you about like the haha Dinya, you like dark academia, you dark academia. I read more of it than you. You haven't even read The
Yeah,
Will of the Many, like the Arcana Academy. There's so many that I've read that you. What the?
yeah.
I didn't realize I'm this addicted to dark academia.
Nerd.
Apparently, I'm the dark academia fan here.
Mhm. Okay. In reference to academia, let's jump on to our second book for discussion. Algospeak by Aleksic. This is a book that came out pretty recently. Adam may be better known online as the etymology nerd. Originally got an
Mm,
audience from making short form content on TikTok then YouTube about etymology, and released a book which is on um, how social media and algorithms have shaped language. With this being a non-fiction informative book, it's kind of pop science feels like such a derivative term, but it's approachable information whilst not being a complete like source on the subject. Um, this isn't really something that can have spoilers in the sense of it's information. It's like facts.
yeah,
It's like having your syllabus in maths spoiled for you. Like being, to
yeah,
be fair, if someone like told me the solution to something when it was introduced by us going through the proof of it without seeing the solution at the end, I'd be grumpy about that. Never mind, I take that back. Um, like imagine if someone spoiled what one of the integrals of a common trigonometric function was when you're trying to work it out for the first time. That would take away so much of the value because then you'd know what you're aiming for and you could kind of like see it intuitively. Anyway, I was really cool and I went and I did all the proofs of the different integrations for each of the trigonometric components so I could spot them easily. Um, I was very cool whilst I did my A levels. No one could say otherwise. I've gone on a tangent. So this is the first book by the author, so they haven't
yeah.
written any others. I believe they are currently in academia doing a master's question mark or in college of some form. Um, should we jump into the setup of the book? This is the first book, so I've not read anything else by the author. I had seen some of their content. I am someone who avoids
I love their
shorts.
content.
But I watch the, you know, when people watch Vine compilations, I do that with TikTok compilations. I treat TikTok as if it's a dead platform, and I think it leaves me more content than TikTok users. I just, at the end of the week, I'm like, oh, it's time to watch all the shorts Hank Green put out this week, and someone will have made a YouTube video of it, and that makes me very happy.
Yeah.
Um, same with like Vsauce and also Adam in this context. So uh, I have a physical copy of this book. There isn't anything particularly notable in terms of different versions, since I believe only the hardback is out currently. One thing that is noticeable that's
Yeah.
cool is that this has a lot of atypical characters printed into it, in that there are emojis throughout this book. Um,
Yep.
there's also parts of this book when I was like, oh, maybe there's like a different system used when you're like printing book, but that looks like that was formatted in latex. I think I know what font that is within like the latex script for some of the times where there's equations within the book, which I'm gonna get back to that. But yeah, the use of atypical characters and actually having like the print emojis in black and white, but still quite cool. Not very standard. As of now, there's only one edition out. I'm not sure if there's any translations. In terms of format, there is also an audiobook read by the author, which I think it's always cool when authors read audiobooks. I know it's not a skill set that every author will have or enjoy doing, but especially when it's a content creator
Content
turned author,
creator
very
with
cool
a
way
really
to,
nice voice.
yeah, does have a, is someone who understands how to present for that audience. I'm assuming that you listened to the audiobook then, Kai, from the,
Yes, I
yeah.
did.
Um
I did. I tried to read the book and not for me.
yeah, so I I started reading the book and I got like halfway through, and then I was like, there's a week to go. And I've been reading this book for a while, and I normally read quite quickly. And then I was just like, something about this book I'm finding quite like stilting to read. And so I'm going to listen to an audiobook, and it worked really well in an audio format.
It works really well as an audio format,
I
especially from Adam.
yeah, so I feel like we should go through the structure because I have a lot of pros about this book, but I do also have some criticisms,
Yeah.
which are specifically related to the style of writing, and the influences of the style. But I'm gonna kind of jump on in. Content warnings and themes. So this book does touch on some sensitive topics, but it moves away from them very, very quickly. So it kind of goes up against controversial themes and then runs away without getting too close. But it is about the contemporary internet. So there's things like mentions of the censoring of political conflict. There's discussion of the Hong Kong riots, protests for Palestine, and incel and true self communities, I think, are the major ones. There's also discussion of censoring of terms regarding sexual violence and violence, with the opening section being on. I can't. Let me get my book out from the giant copy of Jonathan Strange and Mr. Null. The opening section is on. Um, I can't remember the slang, but it is. Well, slang as a concept and a category. Is it on Unalive? I think it's on Unalive as a TikTok-induced censorship to avoid suicide and how that gets hit by algorithms. So there's a lot of discussion of sensitive topics in a broader sense with regards not to their meaning, but to how people maintain conversations about those topics. To avoid censorship by algorithms. Oh, hi, Mio, welcome in. And yeah, so it does brush along a lot of sensitive topics, but it doesn't explore any of them. I think those are the main ones.
Yeah. From what I
Yeah.
remember, yeah.
So in terms of themes and structure, this book is an informative book. It has a theme which I don't think is intentional, but it's quite positive about social media. Which was a teeny bit surprising to me. maybe in a way that's me projecting, but the book is excited about how language is evolving as a result of social media, and its primary response is excitement, and it kind of encourages the reader to be energized by it as well. With it being an informative book, I would say that's the main theme. There aren't really.
No, there's not really themes in this. I will say I think parts of that, at least in my reading of it, is not that he is like positive or excited about the internet or like the development of that. It's more so in that like the development of language and the like really clear view we get of that and the like almost
Yeah,
like fast turnaround of how it is happening and seeing it right in front of your face and how big that has become in cultural significance on like slang and stuff like that and how much that helps with stuff like linguistics and etymology and stuff like that because like in the past it was not that big or
the
like
evolution wasn't
explored or
this
stuff.
rapid.
Yeah, but because we're seeing it right in front of us now, it is way easier to see and to study and to like there's so much more now that you
There's just
can like get
yeah, there's
into.
also much more concrete records now than with past
Yeah.
mediums. Um, I so um, should we get on to general review? I
Yeah.
with it's
This book
always
is really hard to not spoiler review. This book just needs like a this
yeah.
is of the non-fictions we've read and done, this feels the most like a textbook that you would have in like a. Not that it reads boring like a textbook, I would say, but it feels the most like the review is what the book is. There's not much like
Yeah.
the non-spoiler review. I'm gonna be real. Is I like this. If you're really curious about like any etymology or even this idea, go read it. That's what you can say for the non-spoiler review because like most of this book is just like a math textbook, for lack of a better word
Yeah,
or
so
better comparison.
I have a few notes on the book, which I think it is very cool and interesting in that it communicates a lot of ideas
Yeah.
to an audience of varying existing context of those ideas. So I have used TikTok before. I do not scroll regularly. Um, and so I'm kind of like at the middling point. This isn't like the dad of a teenager reading a book trying to figure out why she keeps saying skibbity, but this isn't someone
Yeah.
who like is up to date with the slang and can see what is now out of date from the book. Um, and so
This
I
is not
thought that
somebody that
was,
would say skibbity.
yeah. Though there's this one Eurobeat song which has Skibbity Skibberdanger as part of the like refrain, and it keeps getting stuck in my head. So, anyway, um, to me, so I'm gonna say something which Adam is incredible at writing short form content, and this is
Yeah.
true in the short form content, but also in the book. And to me, that is a criticism because when I encountered Adam's content online, it was clear that he was adapting the way he presented information for it to be optimized for the medium which he is trying to get it seen through, and as is discussed in the book. But I kind of assumed that he would then adapt his style of communication for the written format, for the type
Yeah.
of deeper investment you expect going into a book. You don't need to continuously hook people's attention in the way you do with short form content. And um, I think this book was written with not too much editing because as the book
No.
goes on, you can see him continue to sit more in a style that is suited for a book rather than writing for shorts. Because the first 2 or 3 chapters in particular feel like lots of really good short scripts that have been stitched together and less like chapters in a book. Um,
Yeah.
and so, if you listen to it as an audiobook, almost like a podcast, I don't think this issue will be very noticeable, but especially in the first chapter, it is quite noticeable, in my opinion, particularly with the
Yeah.
repetition of ideas, as if it was literally several different scripts that had already been written and stitched together. And that slightly soured me against this book, and it's why it took me so long to read, because once I noticed it as the most extreme example in the first chapter, it was hard not to notice. And although as I got through the book, I kind of saw the author settle into their style, I almost wish Adam went back and rewrote the first chapter, or like spend more time
Yeah.
reviewing and adapting it. Um, and so it's very strange because it's really well written if it were to be like the extended cut of a TikTok or a YouTube short. But to me, that doesn't mean it's necessarily well communicated for a book. And there's lots of
Yeah.
interesting information, but I do think the feeling of it being lots of ideas for shorts are almost like, to me, I got the impression that he had researched a lot of these points for shorts and written up extended notes for them. And then he went back to his script and added more information and then stuck them together in a structured format, and that became the book. And to some extent, I think that's probably true. And I think that's a reasonable way of writing it, given how this book
Yeah.
deal and subsequent book came about. But I think more time should have been spent adapting it for the medium of it being a book. Um,
Yeah.
because I do think from the quality of specifically adapting your style of communication he has shown through presenting in different medias, the the kind of stride he gets to in adapting the last few chapters isn't there in the first few. Um,
Yeah.
and I think
So
that's outside of that's my main qualm with the book.
to me, I don't know if you know this, because you say you watched some of his shorts. I don't know how much you know about Aleksic and what other stuff he's done. Um, he has done a bunch of like not a bunch, but he has done a lot of articles, like
Mhm.
longer form articles that he's written,
I
um,
follow him on
including
Substack, but I
some.
haven't read any of his like externally published things, so I'm kind of.
Yeah, so he has some externally published articles, right?
Mhm.
In like other mediums like the New York Times, Washington Post, stuff like that. He works with the Washington Post a lot, from what I remember. Um, this kind of feels like like that. So what I compare this to is kind of like he is a short form writer and a really good one at that. I
Mhm.
think his short form content is really really good. And then he started working towards more articles, including I think he does one a month now recently. Since like July, I think he's done one a month, June, July, somewhere there. I don't remember. I think I've seen 4 or 5 this year so far.
Okay.
Um, to do like a little bit longer form of like article writing. I think he has been struggling with getting further and further away to longer form writing, and that's what shows here. He is not very practiced in long form writing yet. Um, so even his articles kind of feel like long for
It's
his style
it's
of
strange
writing,
because it's kind of
and it
metacontextually discussed in the book, not directly through
yeah
writing, but when he talks about the influencer accent showing up in his daily speech without him realizing. I think the habits he formed in intentionally writing good short form content and that becoming instinctive has skewed his style of writing when
yeah
creating in other mediums. Um,
absolutely. Um, Another thing with that is what he writes for has changed, has skewed how he writes. So by what I mean is that even though for a book it doesn't, his writing style is a little bit like, mm, on the audiobook it works very well
yeah,
because I think he is very practiced at writing for his voice specifically, for writing how he wants to present it with his cadence and speaking. So when he has to read it for an audiobook, he got really good at interpreting that into a way that is very digestible and very good for it. Um, and almost getting it to a podcast, like you said, I agree with that. This
mhm,
works as a
mhm.
very good podcast if you listen to the audiobook. Um, this shows very much that it is his first book, I will say.
Yeah,
Heavily. This shows that it's his first book. I think he could get a lot better at it. And
yeah,
I it's just the style of writing that I have an issue with because like what he writes and the interest in how he writes and like a little bit the depth of what he writes like is really good and it's really interesting what he talks about and I really liked a lot of what was discussed in the book, but I do agree. It feels like a compilation of shorts sometimes, where,
yeah,
especially if you have like shorts that follow like one idea of like part one, part two, part three. This feels like catching up on part two sometimes, where he has to
yeah.
restate what he stated so that you know where you have to pick up and then be like, "Ooh, okay, yeah, now I can get to the next part of what I wanted to say." Like it does feel like that sometimes. But I
Yeah,
will say in how good the information is and how well he actually did for a first book, I do think this is a very good book.
yeah.
Um,
I
no, I think this is a very good audiobook, I will say. I think this is a really, really
yeah.
good audiobook.
I
Um,
yeah. I have one other qualm with the book. Just well, I have a few points which I don't think this book was edited or reviewed very much. Which I think,
no, I don't think so
although
either.
Adam has more kind of writing background and chops with his journalistic work than most influencers, it feels like it was treated like an influencer book deal to me because there are a few
A
things in
little
this
bit.
book which are just factually incorrect. Um,
Yeah,
So some of the subcultures referenced throughout the book, the one which is most clearly incorrect, is when it talks about K-pop, it refers to Aegyo as being the cutest member, which just isn't the case. I reckon
Yeah,
because he defined two terms, he defined bias and Aegyo, and I reckon that he had bias, Aegyo, and the maknae written down, and he got maknae and Aegyo slightly confused because he quotes it
yeah,
as being the cutest member, but Aegyo is like a practice of dramatic cute behavior as like a form of endearment. Um, or like
yeah,
Egyosal, which is the thing which is like linguistically close, being the slight puffiness under the eyes that makes someone look cute, could have been where it got taken from. But there's just a few cases throughout the book like that, which they're just not correct. Um, and
yeah.
it I understand why if a company is publishing a book by an influencer, even if they are an influencer who like writes articles and stuff, that you don't have the most keener eye when reviewing something. But that doesn't mean it's good. That doesn't mean I'm going to be like, oh yeah, it's fine. They didn't fact check this. Um, the other one, which is like Lana Del Rey being cottagecore, which isn't as objective, but I was just very confused by because I was like, I can understand the whole like, oh, Lana Del Rey's at a country club. Cottagecore has been like co-opted under tradwife aesthetics. Lana Del Rey,
Yeah,
like I can see the vision, but I was just like, what do you mean? Like, which part of
yeah,
ultraviolence is cottagecore? I
yeah. Like, so one thing I will say is like a lot of I think what your idea on how this book was written kind of works. Obviously we can't really ever know
yeah, we
unless
won't know, but
he comes out and says, but like some of it is like mistakes you would make if you're making a short. Like, yes, you should obviously fact check more and more and more and more and more, but at some point you can't fact check everything constantly fully through, and you have to publish something or put out a short. A lot of his writing does feel like a short that would be put out, and then a week later you were like, okay, so I actually learned this new piece of information that
and that's something which
recontextualizes,
he does
or I
within his
just made this
content.
mistake. Let's
Yeah,
just fix that on that form of thing. Um, and some of it is just like not enough research into one topic, but that also kind of checks out with short form content because short form contents aren't necessarily supposed to be like an end all be all of the idea or getting like as deep into a culture and then being like, yes, Lana Del Rey is cottagecore. Because like, yes, but also no.
I was
If you
just like,
actually know
I can
more
like
about
half
Lana Del
see
Rey,
for
no.
chemtrails over the country club, but ultra violence is cottage. Sorry, um,
Yeah, like it's like stuff like that. So yes, I
I
do
should
agree.
be
Some of it
focusing
is
on the
just
factual
factually
one,
wrong, but I
but
also yeah, some of it is factually incorrect, but some
yeah,
of it is also just like silly mistakes that you would make in like writing stuff. Um, for me, what you compared it to with like this feels more like an influencer book, kind of checks out. This isn't a, in my opinion, this falls kind of and okay,
I was hoping that it
I don't
wouldn't.
want to compare it to. Yeah,
Um,
I don't want to compare it to like a Hank Green book because I think Hank Green is a lot more precise in the research he does.
yeah,
Specifically for stuff like everything is tuberculosis. He did a lot of research there, and he fact checked
I think it's worth
constantly.
mentioning that
But it
Green is also
kind of
just
feels
20 years older and has like 20 books of experience.
yeah. That's what I wanted to say. Is it kind of feels
Wait,
like a
John
Hank Green
Green
book in
for
that
tuberculosis.
John.
Sorry,
Sorry, John Green.
I was like, that's the one green, isn't it? I know my
Yeah,
greens.
sorry.
They're the other way around.
I get confused with the Greens. I'm gonna be real. I get so confused with them. I love them both, and I get confused with them sometimes. Um, but it feels like that, where it's like it's an influencer book, but not an influencer book, if you know what I mean. It's like a step above an influencer book. That's what
I
this feels like. This feels like it's an influencer book, but like with actual research behind it.
I kind of want to push back on that a little bit because John Green was an author when being a YouTuber didn't give you traction as an author. So I understand the
Yeah,
sentiment of it. Um, I think what I was hoping for this was I was like, oh, I feel it's strange because when you often refer to authors by their first name, but somehow doing it with an author that's an influencer feels so power social, because I normally don't do that when I'm
Yeah.
talking about social media personalities. So when I'm like, so Adam, I'm like, check yourself before you become emotionally invested. But oh hi
He's
Phil,
not your
welcome in.
friend.
But yeah, to me, I was like, oh, this is an opportunity that Adam will have got because he is an influencer and he has some writing connections. I'm really excited because I think
Yeah.
he can do more with that opportunity than most influencers who get book deals. Um, and
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's a good book. I think I would have. It's difficult for me to say I would have got the audiobook and not got the physical book because as a fan of writing and writers, I know how poorly audiobooks work in supporting authors. Um,
Yeah.
but I feel like the book shows its weaknesses in print. Um,
Yeah.
and so if you as a consumer want to get the best product, listen to the audiobook. Um,
Yeah. I agree with that. Listen to the audiobook.
one thing
The
which
audiobook
I
is actually pretty good.
Yeah, the audiobook's good. One thing which I have to say about the book, which is very subjective as a kind of slight negative, is the way which things are viewed positively in this book feels like a textbook, which is a strange thing to say as a kind of almost criticism, but there's times where certain topics are addressed, and instead of kind of going, these is the consequences, it just like walks up to the consequences and then steps away in what feels like
Yeah.
an effort to be neutral. And um, I prefer when books have perspective. I don't love neutral writing. I understand why there's a place for it, but it's not what I enjoy reading as much. And so there are times I was like, I wish you'd have just like talked a bit about the like the perfect example is in the last few chapters when they talk about how a lot of language comes from um, African American vernacular AV, and how
Yeah.
there's the social effect of it being adopted by young people, it being used quickly, it being viewed as lowbrow, brain rot, and then disregarded. How that has a negative impact because there is a group who have used those words for years, and now there is weird social context on those words that is entirely out of their control. And it just kind of like stands there and goes, this happens. And I'm like,
Yeah.
you can like, you've walked up to the line. It almost feels strange to have pointed it out without going, and this is not good for those people. This is like a negative impact on those communities. And there's a few points in the book where like it walks very close to a topic and then just kind of moves away without addressing that it has a negative impact. Um, and it does
Yeah.
feel kind of like a textbook in that it's making sure that there isn't an opinion behind it. But I'm just kind of like, this isn't a textbook.
Yeah.
You could say that a group's language continuously being adapted, monetized by others, and then thrown away and then viewed in a negative social regard has a negative effect on them.
Yeah.
I think it would have made a more complete conversation. And even if it was just a sentence with that at a few points, I feel like that would have made me feel better about it. Because,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's the thing I would say about this book is that's the like line it treads, right? Is like the line between like is it a textbook? Is it like a not textbook? Is it like a influencer book? Is it like a research like book? Like it treads that
Research can
line a
have
few places,
perspectives,
specifically
though.
in that because like it's not written like a textbook, but then it treats its life like a textbook in that it wants to be non
Yeah,
like
precisely.
and it kind of doesn't work like that. Also, in the fact that and textbooks can have mistakes. I'm not saying they can't, but like it's not as like detailedly
Yeah.
researched like a textbook. but then it also wants to be treated like one sometimes, and it's like, okay, but like it kind of trends that's what I meant with like influencer but not influencer book, like a John Green book, because like I feel like something like that, John Green isn't the best example for that. That's just the quick, easy like
I feel
example you
like
can point
everything
to,
with
where
tuberculosis turns around and does a lot of shouting at like Western monetary practices and why. Like
yeah,
there's a lot of perspective in everything is tuberculosis.
yeah,
um,
that's what I'm saying. Like that idea where like everything is tuberculosis, that's where I think this book wanted to be, but it
yeah.
doesn't fully get there because like everything is tuberculosis is a very well researched book, but it's not a textbook.
Mhm.
Um, that's what this book wants to be. Is it kind of wants to get to a point of a textbook, but doesn't want to be a textbook, but it doesn't know how to get to where everything is tuberculosis is, and it shows. It kind of does show.
I will
Where
say, yeah.
I think this book could be fantastic, and it's
Mhm.
not to say anything against Adam. John has 20 years of experience in writing, um, and he's a
Yeah.
way he has done this for way longer, and has
I
had
also
practice with
think that
longer forms of
he
writing
has a
as well.
team around him
Um,
that's more critical of what he submits. Um,
yeah,
because
um,
if we're estimating right and this went through a kind of influencer to book pipeline, despite that not being the context and background of the author entirely, influencer books don't get pushbacks and edits. And
nope,
books deserve pushbacks and edits so they can be the best they can be.
yep.
Um, yeah.
That's what most like good authors with good editors always say. Is like that's something Brando Sando said, right? By the way,
Mhm.
is he said the his favorite author like editor he ever worked with was the editor for The Wheel of Time, which was Robert Jordan's wife.
Yeah.
Because she would actually just like push back on him and just say like, "No, you're wrong," and just like, "No, you need to change this." She would like, I read a quote somewhere where she would take a red marker and stuff that should not be in the book. She would just like take it out of the book and tell him that's not in the book. Get it
um,
out. Change that.
I
She would
don't know where
actually
it's
hard push
from.
back on him.
I think that I don't know if it was hyperbole, but there's like an email which you see a quote from in like an interview with him, which it was just like, I think you left the notes where you explained why this should happen out of the book because at the moment I don't
Yeah,
understand. I was just
that's
like,
what a
yeah,
good
good
editor
editing.
needs to do. That's what a good editor needs to do, and I don't think this book had it might have had one, right? That was
Yeah.
a good because we don't know what form it's gone through in like
Hmm.
the writing
For
process.
things
It might
like
have had one.
relatively things
It
like egg
probably
yolk.
needed two. It probably needed two or three, and it probably needed two or three or four passes of that editing.
Well,
And I don't think it had
the
that.
thing that makes me lean
Um,
towards this book not having much feedback and writing is the fact that the book improves as it progresses. Um,
yeah,
which, if an entirety of a book is, if you can see a writer improve as a book goes on, that is a red flag for the book. No matter how good the book is at the end, because it means that the author didn't go back and do any rewrites.
yeah.
Which it's very rare a book doesn't need rewrites, no matter how good it is. Um, at least from my perspective. But
I don't think it's
um,
rare. I don't think it ever happens.
yeah, like I feel like I'm being very harsh, and part of that is because I was very excited for this book, but I do think it
Yeah,
is valuable. I do think it is good and interesting to have. I have qualms with it. I almost wish that the author had waited another year to kind of mature their writing before releasing it, because I think it could have been really, really great. Um,
yeah,
and I think it's just good. Like it does its job. Um,
yeah,
but I do have qualms with how visibly short form content some of the structure is, especially in the first three chapters. Um,
yeah.
and that's not
I
like a
agree.
hard line. It kind of decreases as a gradient throughout the book. But um, but yeah, I also have one thing which isn't is a criticism. But what do you mean? Niches
Huh?
as bizarre as Grandma Core. That is a very reasonable niche and style to have. This one I got beef over. What do you mean as bizarre as dressing like a grandma? Huh. But yeah, I think
Yeah, there's. I think the point that Denya's trying to get to, and that I kind of get to with this book, is it's like the same thing when I say I'm disappointed in a book. It's not that I'm saying the book is horrible. Oh my god, I never read. Sometimes it might be that, but like more often for me is like I think the
Oh my
potential of
gosh.
this book is like very high. And his writing is very high, and he is a very charismatic person when he does writing. He just needed. This is not a good first. It shows that it's a first book. Firstly, and
Mhm.
secondly, it needed a bit more editing. There's a lot
Yeah.
of potential that's on the floor here. Not that
Yeah.
it's a bad book. There's just so much higher potential that this book had that I wish we could have had.
I think,
Because
yeah.
I think this book is still good. I think this book could have been great, if not even higher. I
It
think this could have been a 4-star book if it got like a lot more focus on it. It could have been really, really good. Um, right now, I think it's like a 3, probably. It's a good book. It's good.
like if you're
There's some
interested in the
really interesting
topic, I
facts in this
would
book.
recommend listening to the audiobook.
Yeah.
Like maybe pick it up if you, I don't know, maybe if you're more TikTok brained than me, you wouldn't mind reading it in physical format, but I found it a bit difficult.
No, I am more short form brain than you. I watch a lot of shorts and scroll shorts, and I had an issue with. That's why I said it wasn't for me. I couldn't read the book either. I did not like the way it was written. Uh,
Yeah. I will say, I think my I did feel a bit disappointed by this book, and that isn't to say that it's not good, but because Adam is really good at writing shorts and narrating them. And in the same way that we briefly mentioned Brandon Sanderson learning to do screenplays from being an author, that is not the same skill as writing books. But I was just like, oh, this wasn't the first skill that Adam had, and they have worked to build it. And so I'm assuming if they're releasing a book, they have learned work to build up the skill of long form writing, especially within the context of being an academic in a field which requires a lot of essays. And I think it's just that this is something that they've spent less of their time working on their craft of than writing shorts. And so this book isn't as good as being a book as Adam's shorts are at being shorts in the informative sphere. And that can be a true statement and can be a criticism of the book without meaning that the book is bad, because the shorts are really good. You may have noticed when I list out people who I watch shorts compilations for, the other ones are people who've been there for like 10 years and I'm emotionally attached to. Like, feels very strange to be like, yeah, emotional attachment to Vsauce, but it's it's true. There's very few short form creators who I've engaged with and picked up the work from, and I think that if Adam releases another book in a few years' time, I probably won't pre-order it. But if the reviews show a maturing of the writing style, I will very excitedly pick it up. Um,
yeah.
and if not,
No,
I'll
I
just listen to it
agree.
as an audiobook. Um, because I do think it's interesting information. And it's an informative book at the end of the day. The writing style is secondary to the information in nonfiction to an extent. To me, it's not like secondary in a way that is not inconsequential. The writing is still important. It is still a book, but but yeah. Wah.
No, I agree. I need. I think would I read more by the author? No. I would read book 4 that he writes, book 5 that he writes, especially if he got a really good editor in the meantime.
Mhm.
Then I would really read book 4 that he writes. I think he needs more practice, better editors, more editing. And probably a team that will be hard ass on him to fact check everything.
Yeah.
Um,
Which honestly, I feel like I'll probably read his articles, and I think we'll be able to see some of the growth through that. And then I'll use that as a
Probably.
touch point because I hope he writes more in the future. Um,
I do too. Because this is a very accessible book
yeah,
for a pretty in-depth topic like linguistics and like
I will
etymology
say,
and stuff.
one thing which I was a teeny bit surprised by is it's not a very academic view of. It moves the knowledge to the people, it doesn't introduce the people to the topics. There's no
Yeah,
use of the kind of
academic
academic
sense of
language
like linguistics.
surrounding linguistics and entomology, which
Yeah,
I,
it's
I,
a
I almost
very
expected
unacademic
more of.
version.
Yeah, but it's still very communicative. Um,
The way I would describe this is like a gateway drug into etymology, but it doesn't introduce you to etymology in an academic sense. This is just like trying to get you addicted to it so that you will go search for it on your own to a degree. This is very much a gateway drug in, and in that it is extremely accessible for like if you're you know what this book actually reminds me of? It's like your fun facts thing where it's like this is a book of a lot of fun, interesting facts around like
a
linguistics.
lot of my fun
But if you
facts are
actually
lifted
want
from
a lot,
Adam's shorts. Don't tell them my secret sauce. don't
yeah,
don't
but
give
like
away.
if you're really curious about some of the things, you can go look into it a lot more and see a lot more of the actual context behind it, a lot of the actual like threads through it. But
Mhm.
like as like a primary source or academic source, no, it doesn't function as
It
that.
kind
But
of
this is a very
reminds
good like
me, to reference another book club book, it's like The Light Eaters, but for etymology instead of plants.
yeah, yeah, it's very much like the light eaters.
Which, like, valuable thing. You don't need to want to be an expert in something to know more about it. And this book
Yeah,
fits that demand. The writing could do with maturing, in my opinion, and does
yeah.
mature over the course of the book. Which, honestly, if the writing hadn't become more bookish and less TikTokish throughout the book, I think I'd be slightly less grumpy, which is a very strange thing to say. But I feel like the wasted potential is worse than just kind of not liking the communication style or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know. I'm excited to keep reading the Substack posts, and I might go away and try and find some of the articles and grumble when news websites don't let me read the news. I will
Yep.
be grumpy about that. Um,
Especially because,
the,
like I said, his main publishing, the main place he actually does do articles is like the Washington Post, which does do that.
they, they,
They
they,
do
they
it.
try to do that a lot. Yeah,
Same
they,
with
they do
New
that a lot.
York Post, the New
Oh,
York Times. The New York Times does that too.
they do it a
Fuck
lot.
you, New York Times.
It's quite
Fuck
funny
you. I just
because
want to read the news.
it I understand why, because the monetization of investigative journalism in the current attention reaction economy is very difficult. So I completely understand why it's
Yeah.
happened. But it is funny every now and then when I see riotous updates on this by my friends being outraged by one of the puzzles on the New York Times being monetized and being put behind a paywall, and they're just like, they took the mini crossword this time. And just like a channel in a Discord will be an outrage, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Do you still have the Wordle? I think it's the Wordle that you went there for. Oh, good. Okay. Why? But yeah, I don't know if I have any more thoughts on this. Some of the
No, I have no more
parts of
thoughts on
it were really
algospeak.
interesting. Um, yeah, I think that might be my
If
thoughts.
you like gateway drugs and want a gateway drug into linguistics, you found your book.
If
Read
you,
this.
I will
No, listen
say,
to this.
even if you don't care a lot about linguistics, if you want to be more intentional about how you consume content online, less so in a
Ooh, yeah.
philosophical context and more so in an understanding the media you consume, I think. Oh, I've just realized a point that I wanted to make, but I think this book does a good job of making you think about some of the ideas if you are not someone who is conscious of algorithms and has been on social media as it has changed over the years and therefore notice the different styles of presentation and how they are done to manipulate you. The reason
Yeah.
why this book, trying to be a textbook, doesn't work for me is because it is written by an influencer and could have only ever been written by an influencer, because so much of its content is dependent on the perspective as being someone who creates and uses platforms. Um,
Yeah.
And that's why it, as a like textbook impartial view, doesn't work for me, because you can't really be a textbook view from one perspective, in my
Yeah.
experience and perspective.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just kind of stumbled across a concise way to say that when explaining the other point.
How
But yeah,
dare you?
I actually have another point now that I've remembered, which is one thing that was said early on that I outright disagree with and was surprised that it was said is the notion that we, and this is a quote, must accept regarding how algorithms shape our language and how social media determines how we interact with each other. And just the notion that, oh yeah, we just have to do what the algorithm wants us to do. I reject that thoroughly, and I would discourage anyone from accepting it. Um, but it is presented as something that is inevitable, unobjectable, and just kind of the wheel of time within the
Yeah.
book. And I think that is wrong, because that is
Um,
giving too much power to private companies. And before I go on a further
yeah.
tangent, I'm just going to tie it up there. Kai can have a response, and I'm going to try not to go on that rant because that's not what this book club's about. Um,
No, I guess no. I That's a harder conversation to get into because I think I get where you are coming from and I get where they are coming from in that conversation. In
yeah,
that, like,
I understand from the
I
perspective
feel
of
like,
my career is on social media and the monetization of it, and so I must participate within the algorithm to continue the monetization and
yeah.
therefore my well being. But
But
that's not the same as
I
we as a
also
community
think,
must accept how social medias dictate how we interact with each other. Um,
I think to a degree as well, what he is trying to say isn't that, like, you have to be, what's the way to say it? Like, I think to a degree as well is it is a little bit of that, but it's also to a degree of like that it is a reality of what is happening to a large degree. Like even if we have to fight against it, there has to be some sort of acceptance that that is something that is going on, because it is happening. Um, and I think this book kind of does show a lot of places where it is happening, and that
yeah,
how it influences us. So I think he goes too far in that he makes it like a you have to accept that this is something that
yeah,
cannot be fought against to a degree, which I don't agree with.
yeah.
But I also agree with that it is just a
It is a
reality that
reality of
is
being
happening.
a content creator, especially one who is reliant financially on those platforms or
Yeah,
emotionally, because that is a big effect for a lot of people with
that's the thing.
um,
Is I think
content.
it is a
But
very heavy emotional investment from a lot of people, um,
I
and
didn't.
how connected through the internet we are makes it an even bigger thing.
I'm probably a bit too revolutionary in a lot of ways to have normal takes on things like this, but I just object to viewing something put in place by a private company as unobjectable, especially when it's shaping so much of our
Yeah,
lives. And I think to infer that it is kind of dangerous. And like, I'm not going to make it a super serious thing because it's not like a significant part of the book, but it's mentioned in a few places, and I object to it. And I think it's helpful to not accept it and not consider that view normal as you consume this piece of content, which has otherwise got a lot of good information on it. But yeah, just like that kind of, yeah, we just got to accept what the algorithms do and how social media companies dictate we communicate with each other and what we can and can't talk about, and we can only ever use algospeak to escape censorship stacked alongside factual information. I don't love. Yeah. Ah,
yeah. No, I get what you mean, and I agree. I'm also not the biggest fan of that idea because, like,
yeah. This is what I meant at the start when I like lightly touched on it, was saying the book was very positive about social media, and the book doesn't object to social media at any points. Um,
yeah,
which
yeah,
it does briefly address how the style of media consumption, not the language, which I think is worth noting, is affecting like brain rot and um,
yeah,
younger people's ability to communicate in traditional settings. are outside of their in circle. But yeah, I think I've got my hot take out the way. I always got to have one per book. I'll find a textbook about algorithms and find a way to make it a hot take. I'm not very good at having hot takes. I believe strongly in questioning things. Wow. Okay, should we move on to the selecting of the books, or you got any final thoughts on this one?
We can do books.
Okay, so slot 1. This is our fantasy and sci-fi slot. Sometimes fiction that is like not fantastical sometimes falls in here. It's a little bit ambiguous whether fiction that's like not fully lit fic but is in like something like a contemporary romance where that would sit. But we do our best to split the categories. We tend to just honour the submission that the person who recommended the book put it in. Apologies that it's not a super duper country category. One thing which I'll say for this month was I was slightly surprised that there weren't more spooky suggestions, because although not during Halloween, this book club is the one of like spooky month. We're going to be reading it 2 weeks before Halloween, which is why I recommended Frankenstein by Mary Shelley, and I was kind of surprised that there weren't more spooky books. But that's
Wait, no,
okay.
next month is like, isn't the next month the one?
August, September, October?
Yeah, so if we have our meeting October 11th, which
October 19th,
is
because of timings for me,
October
I'm afraid.
19th. Sorry,
Yeah.
October 19th, which is a
18th.
week before Halloween, so that would be our Halloween read.
Well,
At least that was my thought, and I was going to recommend Halloween books next month.
oh heck. We can do it next month.
That's
I
what
was
I
just like
thought.
I couldn't tell which way it would work best if we wanted to read it before Halloween or during Halloween. Okay.
That's
Well,
a good point now that I think about it. But like,
yeah.
oh.
Get ready for the Halloween spirit with Mary Shelley. Icon.
I'm gonna be real. I already had my Halloween picks picked out, but I was like, nah, that's next month.
Oh, did you think?
It's
Okay.
only September. It's only September. It's not Halloween yet.
We can do like a separate, one-off Halloween thing.
That I didn't think about that because like if we read them before Halloween, we could talk about them around Halloween.
Yeah, because realistically,
That
most
would have been
people read
smarter.
book club books the week before book club, and so you'd be reading it
That
in
would have
like
been
November.
smarter.
But I didn't really communicate this outwards, so that's my fault. But yeah. Um, so that's a big name I recognize at the top. Cage of Souls by Adrian Tchaikovsky. Do you wanna jump in this one, Kai?
Tchaikovsky. Okay, so that's Adrian Tchaikovsky. I always hate saying his name.
Yeah.
But so for people that don't know who Adrian Tchaikovsky is, how dare you? No, I'm joking. Uh,
I will say Cage of Souls is, I think, one of his more accessible is the wrong word, because it's not like accessible, but easier to jump in than some of
yeah,
his other books, despite me liking a lot of his
yeah,
books. Um,
yeah. This is one of his more like easy to get into books. Yeah,
mhm.
it's not easy to get. He is easier to get into books. Let's
I
put
think
it
a
that
lot of
way.
people would enjoy The Children of Time, but I wouldn't recommend it being the first
Yeah,
Adrian Tchaikovsky
yeah,
book you read. Is what I was saying there.
yeah, yeah. No, don't read Children of Time first. Also, don't read something like Elder Race first. I think this is his like easiest book to get into slash like what you should read first.
Mhm,
So for those that don't know, Ilya Tchaikovsky is a very prolific, I would say, not prolific, but like very well known science fiction fantasy author. This is a science fiction book, specifically a post-apocalyptic dystopia type book. Um, in science fiction fantasy,
mhm.
and this is an apocalyptic book, stuff like that. Um, basically the premise for this book is that the sun is like diseased slash like dying. Um, and beneath that you have a city, one of the last cities of Shadrapar, and there's fewer than 100,000 human beings or human souls there left in this ruin of civilizations. And Shadrapur becomes kind of like this museum, asylum, prison um, to humanity um, and to the lost souls that are here. And then you have a character called Stefan Advani, who is like in here, and this is kind of like that like struggle between like old and new, his testament, the journey that takes you through like these deserts and this like broken earth and all of these places. That's the main point of this. Where you kind of follow this guy in this like broken earth, like scorched earth type vibe of a book. Um, Before I speak anything more, we do need to talk about some content warnings for this book because obviously prison. I just said the word prison, so confinement is one. There's violence, body horror, some murder, torture, slavery, a little bit of talk about police brutality, physical abuse, a little bit of talk about like fat phobia and stuff like that. And then there's like an idea of some misogyny, sexism. There's an idea of forced institutionalization, stuff like that. And then
It's been a long
from what
time
I
since
know,
I've read
from
this book, but I think there's
yeah,
like off-page sexual violence, or like alluded to.
yes,
Sorry, I was
there's
just hopping
off
in
page.
case.
Yeah, no, there's off page like sexual violence slash sexual harassment, and stuff like that. And then there is death in this book as well. Death of parent, death of children, child like death of like just in general. A
They're not
little bit
having a
of like
great time.
genocide,
Mm.
war, stuff like that. It's not a great time on the dying earth.
I wouldn't describe
Um,
Adrian Tchaikovsky books as cheerful.
No, I don't. I don't think a single Adrian Tchaikovsky book is cheerful.
this
Um,
this is one of his only standalone books, I think, unless I'm
yes, this is
mistaken.
one of the few standalone books.
He
He doesn't
loves
write a lot of standalone
writing
books.
like 4+ book series or like minimum trilogies. And so
Yeah,
this is a good one in
this
that
is one
it's
of his. Sorry, yeah, this is one of his only standalones that I. Well, only standalones that I've read because he does have the two
very
new
prolific.
standalones that he did.
Yeah, I think it's the only book of his that I've read that is a standalone, but I haven't read that many, so sure.
Yeah.
Um,
Um, But yeah, for those that don't know, and why I am recommending this now, is because this is also a lot more people should know about. I've read about him. I read this book a while ago. I think I read this in 2020. Don't actually remember when I read Cage of Souls. I think I read it a year after it came out or something. But so he has been picking up a lot more popularity
a lot of
recently,
people have been getting excited about
including
Children of
being
Time,
yeah,
is the main one I see.
including
Oh, sorry.
being on like many authors to watch lists recently and having like a few entries in like Goodreads like top 100 of the year. I think two of his books got in last year on like the top
Oh,
100 books to read. He had two in them last year. So he is a very up and coming author in like not that he is up and coming in his writing, up and coming in that people are recognizing him more.
yeah.
Um,
It's quite funny
and he
because
might
normally
start
when
doing
you
some
hear a up
adaptations.
and coming author, you have like, oh yeah, they've got 2 or 3 books.
No, he's yeah, he has a few more than that.
Got a few more than that. um,
But he is really cool. I've read 3 of his books. I've read that. I've read Children of Time 1 and 2. I've not read Children of Time 3, which is Children of Memory, I think. Um, I've read Shards of Earth, which is the final architecture, and then I've read Elder Race, which is his other standalone, but I don't think that should be one you read first. I've not read. Have you read Dogs of War,
I haven't read
which is
Dogs
one
of
of his
War.
earlier works?
No, I've read Children of Time and this book and one other, which is a series, but I didn't read the other ones off because I didn't have access to them and I've forgotten which one it was.
Okay,
Which is not very helpful
because
of me,
a lot.
but
He has a lot of series, right? Because
he
I think he has
does.
the Tired Philosophers,
I
Expert
think
System,
it
and then
was the first in the Shadows of the Apt, I think.
that's the other series that he has. I forgot what his other series was, but he's also got the Shadows of
I
the
think,
Apt, and I
is
think
it
he's got one
Empire and
more
Black
series.
and Gold I read, and then I didn't have access to the others because there's almost 10 in that series, I think.
Yeah, he's
Oh no,
got
there's
one
more than that.
really long series,
Yeah.
which is Shadows of Apt. And then
um,
he's got a few like shorter series, like I think Children of Time is 4 books, I think.
yeah, 4
Final
books.
Architects 3, and Dogs of War is 3. And I don't
Um,
remember any of because he's got other series as well. I just don't remember them. Oh, Tyrant Philosophers is 3 books or 4 books.
oh,
I don't
okay.
remember.
But yeah,
But I've enjoyed what I've read of him, and I would love if more people know about him. Because even when he got onto those lists, nobody knew who he was for a long time,
Adrian
and I think that's such
Tchaikovsky
a shame.
is one of those authors who I think writes good books, but they're difficult to get into. And
Yeah,
that is something which I think is kind of common on the scale of books that he writes. Um,
yeah,
because when you have to call it a space opera doesn't feel like precisely correct across all the series, but when you have the kind
yeah.
of like grand high fantasy or like high sci-fi, to coin a nonsense term, they're not always the most accessible. But
No,
there are some really well executed and discussed ideas from different perspectives. Um, I have read The Children of Time more recently, so that's the one I'm thinking of primarily. Um, yeah, I, I agree with you in the being an author that I think I would expect more people to be excited about in like fantasy sci-fi spaces. Um, Although I
yeah.
will say I don't think I've ever seen him write fantasy. I've only ever read sci-fi by him. I think maybe
Well, so Cage of Souls, technically, Cage of Souls is sci fantasy. It's technically sci fantasy.
Yeah. I'm not someone who's super pernickety about genre, but in my brain I was just like, yeah, fantasy, sci-fi author. I hadn't, yeah. Well,
Yeah. No, no, no. I'm not saying that to say it against you, but that's why
oh
he's
no, of course,
categorized in like fantasy circles, is because technically he writes sci fantasy, even though he doesn't write, for
it's not
those
like
people that don't know,
sci-fi
he doesn't
future
write like
realism.
high fantasy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't like write high fantasy, but he does write fantasy, like fantasy sci-fi. Um, it's technically a like niche mix archetype called sci fantasy, science fantasy that he writes, which is also why he's hard to get into. Uh, but he is really good. Um,
Oh, howdy,
I didn't
Alex.
actually know
How you
you've.
doing?
I'm gonna be
Oh,
real. I didn't actually know you read Cage of Souls. I'm actually excited for that.
it was a long time ago. I think I might have read it close to when it came out. Let me double check.
Honestly, same.
Um,
I read it like 2020. I think 20. I think it came out in 2019,
oh yeah, I read
which
it in
I read it.
2018. I read it just after it came out without realizing it.
Oh damn! Oh, you read it right on release then.
Um, yeah. This was when I was like aggressively picking up books from the library on their like new book stand. Um,
Ooh,
the which is always kind of fun because when you pick up a new book from a
it is.
library, you don't know if it's a 50-year-old book that they just got a copy of for the first time or if it's a new book. um, so, yeah. Should we hop over to the
Wait,
next
that
book?
I didn't
Um,
think about that, but when you start with like a new book at a library, it could be like a
yeah.
series that has like 50 books in it, or it could have came out like last week.
Like I looked it up, and I think because you know how I mentioned I picked up Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell on like a we just in stand on the library. Um,
Yeah.
I think that got brought just in when the paperback of Piranesi got released, because that's what it lines up with. Um, when
Oh.
Piranesi got like a re-release in like 2013, um, when it got its like second or third paperback, because that's when I picked it
Yeah.
up. So either they just got it randomly, or but yeah.
That's so cool.
Um,
Okay.
I also think that's fun because it's kind of abstracts books from their original context of being recent
Yeah, it
media.
abstracts to like my
New
least
book.
favorite thing often is that like the drive to be like on the edge of what is coming out and being in that cultural conversation when a book releases, and
Yeah.
people like first day reading some books, even though I want to do that with Calabasas. I know I'm a hypocrite, but Calabasas is different. But it kind of abstracts that process, and it's like, oh, this author that I am reading right now that I thought is new and has this like whole thing actually has 50 books published in like 1960s. Let's hecking go, baby.
Yep, yep, yep. So
Next one.
next one. You might have heard of this one. This is Frankenstein by Mary Shelley.
What's that? I've never heard of
So
that before.
this is often regarded as the parent of science fiction. I am a
Yeah.
big fan of this book, and so I may glaze a little bit. I think I'm using the algospeak right. Um, this book is kind of often discussed as the parent of sci-fi in the way that The Hobbit is the parent of fantasy. In
Yeah.
my opinion, other people have that opinion too. So it's not just me being um, silly. um, it is a tale you have probably encountered through its retelling in other media. Um, if we are to read it, we'll probably have to do a discussion of which version we read because there is the 1818 text and there's also modern rewrites of it. Um,
Yep.
um, because there was a few rewrites of it in the 19th century that removed some of the emphasis on woman's voice from the story. Uh, before I get too political about rewrites, but this is a kind of seminal piece of work, the story of Frankenstein. I don't really know how to explain this book if you haven't encountered it. It's an interesting overlap between the kind of Gothic revival, which was largely happening particularly within the horror and romance genre, and so this being within sci-fi and moving away from a lot of those principles is really interesting from like a historical context of books and genres being written. Um, but it is the story of a scientist who creates a um, creature as a part of an unorthodox scientific experiment in the notion of like trying to master and control life, um, and how that unfolds. I'm not going to give spoilers for Frankenstein. Um, it
Huh?
is a book which I think is partially valuable in its literature context of you will have seen aspects of this story in other media you've consumed. Um, but I also think it holds
Specifically
up.
horror.
Yeah. Um, well, uh, this is okay. In you know, uh, Murder at Spindle Manor, which we read
Yeah.
2 months ago. The second book in that series has a character who is a direct reference to this book. Um, there is a mad
Yeah.
scientist on the train who has their own creation of life with them, and that's one of the characters. This is a book that is referenced everywhere. And I think it's one of the texts that's referenced that like holds up. Obviously, with being a book that's over 200 years old, not like perfect, but it still holds as a sci-fi and fantasy book today, and I think is still engaging within the genre which it has influenced. I'm a big fan of this.
It
I should
is Frankenstein.
Frankenstein. I should probably go over content warnings because it
It does
is
have some.
it does have some. It's probably cl- mm, so the main one, there is death, murder, specifically child death, and
Yep.
then there's a lot of kind of themes and things present in the text with regards to grief, abandonment, death of parent, violence, body horror. Not necessarily in the way the body horror would be written and expected today, but it is gruesome. Then like some of the less central but still could be might be reasons why someone wants to avoid it is suicidal thoughts, stalking, mental illness, emotional abuse, um, if medical kind of quite explicit medical content and description of surgery and things in that regard, and then the last main ones that I have noted down are incest, body shaming, suicide, and like panic disorders as a kind of. It's quite strange talking about a book this old in the context of content warnings, but I think those are the main ones.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think so. It sounds right.
yeah. I'm trying to. There's how do I phrase it? There are things which might worth being warned about because of the content and the time that was written, specifically with regards to like colonialization, um, but isn't like a significant theme within the text. And as referenced, there is like feminist and women's issues addressed within the text, given the time.
Yeah.
But how do I phrase it? Although not like within the modern view of what we would hope for, um, addressed whilst like criticizing how they were at the time, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think those are the main ones. A cool and interesting book. If it turns out we do a separate thing for Halloween, which I'm kind of down to do now, maybe I should have planned it out better. But yeah, a book that I would recommend reading, and a relatively short one at 200 pages. I think it's around 200 pages. I have that in my head somewhere, but
I think so too. I can't. It feels right.
yeah. Let me double
I
check.
couldn't remember. It doesn't feel long. I'll
Oh,
say that.
260.
Yeah, that's short.
Yeah. I think I probably have the copy I have is one of those like really cramped Penguin Classic ones, which I say that cramped as a compliment. I love when my books page are 90% text. But yeah, should we skedaddle on to the next one, or do you have any other thoughts on Frankenstein?
No, it's Frankenstein.
It's
It's a
Frankenstein.
good. It's a good classic.
I'm so mature. I could have
Next.
insulted Shakespeare then, and I didn't. So let's move on to The Starless Sea by Erin Morgenstern. You walked into that one.
I did.
um,
Which
you are.
hilariously is one. I didn't even think about this when I recommended this, but it's very close to. It's another dark academia book, firstly.
Mhm.
Kill myself. And I'm the one that recommended it. Um,
I will say I've read some of the author's other books, as evidenced of one of the books we referenced earlier,
The
being
Night
the
Circus.
Midnight Circus, but I haven't actually read The Starless Sea. I don't think. Um,
So, the Stardust Sea. Okay. So, what do we want to do first? Content warnings?
I can grab the content warnings off Storygraph,
I
if that
have
works
them.
well. Oh, okay. Do you wanna jump into them.
We got some death, some stalking, some fire/fire injury, violence, kidnapping, injury details, blood, grief, some murder, some gun violence, suicidal thoughts, off-screen suicide, and I see a little bits of hints of like body horror, and then very, very minor like sexual assault vibes, and then very, very minor homophobia and gaslighting. Oh, and moderate mental illness, specifically panic attacks.
Okay. Mhm. Um.
The story to see.
Mhm.
It's a book about a character called Zachary Ezra Rollins, who is a graduate student in Vermont. So it's kind of like, what's the word? Like real life but magic. You
Mhm.
know what I mean?
It's
Because it's
urban
in like
fantasy.
the real world. Yeah, it's in the real world. It's like in New York. Um, but with like magic. Um, he finds a book and as he reads it, he reads about like lovelorn prisoners, key collectors, and like nameless acolytes. And then in that, he reads the story of his own childhood, the story of himself as a child. And as he keeps reading and trying to make sense of this like book and trying to get to the idea of like why he is in the book, he starts unraveling stuff like a masquerade party in New York, there's secret clubs, and then a doorway to an ancient library hidden far below the surface of the earth. Um, and in that he finds like lost cities and seas. So basically, it's like a very like the the genre for it is called magical realism, which is like real world, but there's magic hidden deep within.
Like kind
And
of
this is the
magical
story of
realism. Oh.
it's kind of like the Magicians or Harry Potter or all of those. And this is the character of Zachary Ezra Rollins discovering the area down below, together with our second main character who is Mirabelle and a character named Dorian. And they're like traveling these like tunnels and stairways and like all of these magical places to find the purpose of why he is in this book, what his life means, what's all this, and where he's coming from in all of this. Um, that was a really bad description of this book. I realize now, but it's like the best way to describe it is it's just like if you like Harry Potter, no, if you like The Magicians from Lev Grossman, this is very much like that. It's an adult version of Harry Potter with an adult characters, with like them having adult brains and not being children and discovering magic and like the magical world and kind of discovering the magic that is hidden. It's not technically like urban fantasy, I would say. That's the one thing I would say. Urban fantasy has the idea of you are in an urban landscape and you like have magic in the urban landscape. This is like going to a magical world to a large degree.
I think magical realism is a very cool genre that often depends on the quality of execution of the author with whether or not
Yeah.
it's good, because it is a genre that requires quite a fine tooth and comb in terms of having it work and feel real. And having read some of the author's other books, I have like faith in them to execute it well, and so that makes me excited about this because it's the type of genre where if it's an unknown author, I'm nervous but excited, but because I know and have faith in this author, I'm excited about it. Um, if that makes
Yeah.
sense.
I read this and it's really good. I had a great time with the Starlessy and Erin Morgenstern. I always want to say something else for her name, but it's Erin Morgenstern. Um, this is a very fun book to read. I enjoyed it a lot. Um, and it's pretty close to piranesi. Not
I've
in
just,
like,
yeah,
and that
I'm
if you liked piranesi, you would like this.
I'm so
Let's put it that way.
dyslexic. I've just realised that when I was doing the thing with J.K. Nessim, I was swapping the N and the J for the two.
Yeah, that's why.
Ah!
That's why I know who you were talking about because you swapped the N and the J.
I'm so dyslexic. I just thought I was just like, yeah, silly me. The name's N.K. Nessim. I'm
It happens. But yeah, if you like, oh, also there's a lot of QIA plus representation in this book. So if you like that and you like the found magic world, magical realism, this is a book right up your alley for anybody that is curious about this. If you like,
okay. Oh,
I always want to say if you like Harry Potter, but I don't want to promote Harry Potter, so I say if you like The Magicians by Lev
yeah.
Grossman.
So talking about YA fantasy that's also an like LGBTQ queer story. This is one that I haven't read but recommended because I've seen a lot of positive things about it online, which is Waybearer by Jordan Ifuku, which is a fantasy young adult book. And I'm going to read the description because having not read the book myself, this is one which I am looking forward to reading based off the hype of other people talking about it, and thought it might be a good one to recommend. So I'm going to just
Yeah.
go through the little blurb. Um, Nothing is more important than loyalty. What if you're sworn to protect the one you were born to destroy? Tsai has always longed for the warmth of a family. She was raised in isolation by a mysterious, often absent mother known only as the Lady. The Lady sends her to the capital of the global empire of Arstar to compete with other children to be chosen as one of the Crown Prince's Council of 11. If she's picked, she'll be joined with the council members through a way, a bond deeper than blood. The closeness is irresistible to Tsai, who has always wanted to belong somewhere, but the Lady has other ideas, including a magical wish that Tsai is compelled to obey, kill the Crown Prince once she gains his trust. She won't stand by and become someone's pawn, but is she strong enough to choose a different path for herself? And
Uh,
so it is kind of like it has a lot of the classic kind of YA fantasy things, and that there's a competition of some sort to be selected for something, and that there's like powers that be and betrayal and competition and like the desire for found family. And it's a book within that genre that I've seen a lot of hype for.
yeah.
Yeah. And so I've been planning to read this at some point, and I realized that I haven't recommended many like YA fantasy books in a while, and I think they were like a big part of fantasy, especially if you are someone who is like wanting to get back into reading and wants something easier to read. YA fantasy has a lot of good books, and this might
Agreed.
be an example of one that is easier to jump into than something that is more in the kind of like adult sci-fi fantasy section. Um, So yeah, I
Agreed.
thought this would be a good one to reference. It is part of a series, which is
Sounds
a
interesting.
slight drawback.
Oh,
Um, the other one which I've seen mentioned as a cool thing, which is it is not like a Eurocentric fantasy world, which is always more interesting, because I read a lot of
that does sound cool.
books based off like Greek and Norse and Greco-Roman mythology and fantasy settings, and so to see fantasy inspired by other cultures from authors who have depth of knowledge of them is interesting. It's more space for new worlds and new voices. Um, so that is a cool one. Um, I don't know if you've read the book or heard about
More
it.
European. I've heard about it, have not read it.
I feel like it's been getting a lot of momentum on social media over the last 2 years as
Yeah.
more of the books in the series have come out. I think we're on book 2 or 3 or 4 at the moment. Maybe I might be getting that wrong. We're on book 2
I
at the
actually don't.
moment.
Yeah, I don't remember, but I've heard of like the series. I think there's like it looks like Redemptor or something. Heard of the series. I've not read it. It's been on my TBR for a while, honestly. Because yeah, it has been gaining a lot more popularity on social media recently, and in the YA fantasy slash just like fantasy sphere. It's been getting more and more popular. It's like Legendborn. Legendborn's
Yeah,
also been blowing up because of social media. This is the same. It's been blowing up a lot because
I
of social
went to
media.
recommend Legendborn this month and was like, oh, I don't know if we've reached the timer on it. Wait, there's this series that I was also excited for.
Yeah, it's very much the same as like a Legendborn. I've been really curious about it. I haven't read it yet. I've been interested in it because yeah, it's not Eurocentric. Like another medieval fantasy series. Ooh.
Yeah,
As much as I love them. Ooh.
as much as a lot of the like fantasy and fiction that I fell in love with is there's a boy from a middle class British family who's like slightly downtrodden and then goes to like a medieval or Greco-Roman or maybe Nordic inspired fantasy world.
Yeah.
It's cool to see other stories. Yeah, it's imagine getting to see those worlds which your mind was blown for by the first time, especially if you don't have the prior cultural context of the expectation and the framing from being super exposed to the mythology and stuff that shapes it. I don't know, it's very cool. A lot of my knowledge of other cultures' folklore is based off reading sci-fi and fantasy that is inspired by a culture's folklore and then going, oh, I want to read about what inspired this because I can see that it's in reference to something. And so, very fun.
Yeah, same.
It's a good medium for discovering things. Uh,
That's a good medium for like finding things that you have never discovered before.
yeah, absolutely. Um, should do you have any final thoughts? Or did I do content warnings?
I don't think so.
Okay, let me jump into them. The being slightly sleepy hit me all at once, so apologies if I'm all over the place. I still have 3 pages of notes of piranesi to go through. Um, so the main themes in this book are emotional abuse, child abuse, and death of a parent. There's also some like relatively detailed description of fire and fire-related injuries. Tying in with some of the prior themes, there is abandonment, confinement, gaslighting, sexism, misogyny, and there's also death and violence as like a broader topic. I think those are the key ones. Um, there is, I believe, off-page reference to sexual violence and like um, allusions to sexual content, but I don't believe there's anything on page. I haven't read the book myself, so I'm not 100% sure. But
Yeah.
yeah, that is what I am getting from reading the shenanigans. I kind of wish instead of having major, moderate, minor websites had major, minor, off page in terms of classifying content warnings because
Yeah,
I feel like there's
same.
a much more helpful framework from a reader's perspective if there's certain topics you want to avoid. Because I know sometimes there's certain things I don't want to read in books, and I like plan what I read when about it. Um, but
Yeah.
me grumbling aside, I think those are the major ones. And with that oddly sinister ending point, should we skedoodle onto The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue by V.E. Schwab? A lot of the
Yoo-hoo!
recommendations for this book tie into what we were talking about with Piranesi.
Yeah,
Like, look at the next two
I'm
as
gonna be
well.
real. I'm gonna be real. I didn't intend that. I just wanted. So the Story Sea is one I've wanted to recommend for a while, and then The Invisible Life of Annie LaRue is one that. But I guess I was just in the mood for something like this, and The Invisible Life of Annie LaRue was heavily on my mind because
Mhm.
this book is fantastic as well. So for The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue, let's start with the content wordings, I think, first, because
Uh-huh.
that is important for this book. Firstly, suicidal thoughts, suicide attempt, and stuff like that. Death, toxic relationships, grief, sexual content, mental illness, drug use, emotional abuse, alcohol, alcoholism, death of a parent, and then there is touchstones of sexual assault, war, drug abuse, abandonment, sexism, gaslighting. Um, and then there is also, I agree with you. Show me the off-page section. Don't just give me minor.
It's
Bruh.
so vague, and I feel like it could just be swapped out as a keyword that is roughly used as the same thing, because that's what I put when I'm adding minus content warnings to things. But like, sorry.
Yeah. There's panic attacks, sexual harassment, blood, some stalking, and then stuff that gets like lower down or is like off stage or off page, off page, is stuff like dysphoria. There's some bullying attached, some torture, some body horror, some biphobia specifically, and then another one is there's touches on of cancer specifically, and then there's touches of like sexual assault as well untouched, that is talked about and is kind of a thread, but like yeah. So this is a pretty that's most of it that I could see. Um Solargraph is great, but it's not the end all be all pain of this. Um, but that's around what I can remember from reading this. I can't think of anything big that I'm missing specifically. But the Invisible Life of Addie LaRue is a historical fiction book, um, which is also magical realism and then contemporary fiction. It is, and funny enough that we talked about like we should invite people if they know about the culture slash language. This is set in France in 1714, um, in which a young woman makes a Faustian bargain to live forever. Um, and she is cursed to be forgotten by everybody that she meets. And that is where we meet our main character, the extraordinary Addie LaRue. And basically how this is a story that's set over many different centuries and as she travels throughout the world. Um, Across like history, across like different places, how she leaves her mark in the world, where she is forgotten by people. And then once we get there, 300 years later, so 2014, um, we meet Addie, and she meets a man who remembers her name. The first one in 300 years that the curse didn't work on, and knows who Addie LaRue is. Um, so yeah, this is just, it's a really interesting book about like the extraordinary life of a character throughout history, with a bunch of historical fiction and some magical realism attached into it, and the discovery of what time does to a person and how
Mhm.
300 years affects somebody, especially if you can never have interpersonal relationship because everybody you ever meet will forget who you are.
It does a
Um,
really interesting job with themes of culture when you cannot be part of a culture and
yeah,
the urge to be known. um,
yeah.
yeah.
And also like Dania said, like the idea of like also an interesting thought for her is because she travels so much around and there's so many places where she actually does the like idea of leaving a mark on a place, even if you are forgotten, how that mark remains. and how that influences things and how things shift because of what she did. But yeah, it's a very interesting story on like it's kind of like Piranesi, where it's a story that's a fun story, but also there's a lot of layers to the story that you can dig into, and like a bunch of really fun things with Addie, and there's a bunch of really good themes in this book that's explored very well.
I think it's a very good
Um,
book to have as a book club book because it's one that leads to really interesting conversations.
yeah, it's a very interesting book club book as well as just a really good book. The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue by also a really good author. Even if we don't pick this and you're not interested in this book, go check out other V.E. Schwab books if you haven't before. You might find something you actually like. V.E. Schwab is a very good writer.
Yeah.
She's a very, very good author. But I do highly suggest this. This is a very fun book to talk about as well.
Mhm. If you're someone who is more on the kind of traditional fantasy scale, I really enjoyed the Shades of Magic series by her. A Darker
Yeah,
Shade of Magic. If you want a slightly more classical fantasy rather than the slightly philosophical fantasy, feels like a disservice to the rest of the fantasy, but fantasy intended to start conversations rather than to build worlds. Um,
yeah.
because although there is world building here, I don't think that's its primary
It's not
calling
its
as a
goal.
text. Yeah. But I think A Darker Shade of Magic sits closer to the kind of
Yeah,
what you would expect and want out of a classic fantasy book, especially with like the dark
yeah,
mystery elements in what modern adult fantasy is.
yeah. A Dark Shade of Magic is for more like fantasy, and then if you're looking for like a more young adult slash like a little bit more horror, if that's a right up your alley, Gallant is fantastic.
I've not actually read
Um,
that one.
Gallant is great if you like a little bit of horror slash like gothic mystery. Um, it's really good. You would like Gallant a lot,
I
Daniel.
have added it to
You
my
would enjoy Gallant.
TBR. Should we look at how long my TBR is?
And then, if you like
Oh,
new books, Barry
202.
Alban. Ooh, ooh, that's
It's
long.
okay. I'd say a solid 20 of them are rereads. Like at least 30 of them are rereads. So it's kind of
Oh,
only 180.
yeah, that's better. That's better.
I'm on track to read 50 books this year, so that's just like 4 years. It's fine. I totally haven't mostly read
If
books not
nothing
on
else
my
gets
TBR
added.
list.
Yeah, if nothing else gets added, only like a few years. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah, most of them are shorter than Priory.
Okay, that's yeah, but that's also true for like most books
Yeah.
because Prairie is long.
Wait, let me see how
Prairie
many are
is.
under 300 pages. 80 books. Okay.
Well, that's not bad. That's actually not bad. Less, more than I expected. I'm gonna be real. But
Yeah,
yeah, Invisible Life of Addie LaRue.
um
Good book. Do
should
you have anything to
we
say about? Do you have anything to say? I know you've read this book.
Yeah, I don't know if I have anything to say. I'm going to be honest, I had to run off to close the window because it started raining, so I missed a little bit of what you said, and I don't want to repeat points I'm sure you communicated very well. I have a lot of faith in
Oh,
this author. I haven't read as much of their work as Kai has, but I like their style of writing. Um,
hmm.
yeah, I think if you enjoyed Piranesi, you will enjoy this book, even if you don't read it as book club. Um, yeah, I think that's my
Yeah.
point. I don't know if I have any others.
Hmm?
My brain
That's
is a
great.
little empty. Um, ew. Yeah. Um, so hopping into two last nominations. But we have the fifth season by N.K. Jessamine, who I totally didn't do a dyslexia on the name of earlier. Um, this is a book which has gotten a lot of like steam and acclaim in the last 5 or 6 years, I would say. And at least on my part of the book internet.
Yeah.
And it's regarded quite highly as a modern fantasy series. And so for just going through a description of it, at the end of the world, a woman must hide her secret power and find her kidnapped daughter. This is the way the world ends for the last time. It starts with a great red rift across the heart of the world's sole continent, spewing ash that blits the sun. It starts with death, with a murdered son and a missing daughter. It starts with betrayal, and long dormant wounds rising up to fester. There is a stillness, a land long familiar with catastrophe, where power of the earth is wielded as a weapon, and where there is no mercy. This is slightly on the darker side of modern fantasy and science fiction. I I have read the first book but not the full series, and so I recommended this one slightly selfishly in wanting to read the full series and wanting to read this so I could read the others, because I read this shortly after it came out in like 2017, and the others weren't out yet, and I haven't got around to rereading them, and it's been too long to just hop back into now, so I'm being a bit selfish with this one. I'm going to hop into the content warnings now, just because there's some pretty heavy ones. Child death, as you may have been able to tell from the description, pretty central, in parallel to that, child abuse, maintaining the dark context with death, violence, grief, and then to a lesser extent but also present, slavery, murder, physical abuse, sexual content, racism, emotional abuse, and some gore injury detail, specifically in regards to torture, as slightly less headline or on-page topics, but discussed in text, is sexual assault, pregnancy, and cannibalism, I believe, are the ones that are like specific but not as on page.
Yeah.
There's also, how do I phrase this? With this being the end of the world, there is a lot of cultural reflection. So there's discussion and reference of things like classism and my brain has turned to soup. And colonization and topics in that kind of sphere, not necessarily as like heavy themes, but as infrastructure within the world written critically. I think those are the main ones. Again, this has been a while since I've read it, so I am mostly going through the tags on Storygraph. I don't know if you've read this more recently to double check me
I
on that.
haven't read it more recently. I read it 2017 when it came out.
Yeah.
Oh.
But yeah, this is a series which I've heard really good things about the follow-up books since they came out and enjoyed the original. It to me, I've kind of nominated it in a similar place to Waybearer, and this is a pretty popular, currently well-respected sci-fi and fantasy book, but a darker, more mature one. If you wanted to read something that is like with a heavier tone, but is getting a lot of like acclaim, and I feel like as a book that you would walk into a bookshop and see, or could talk to someone who's a fan of fantasy about and have it be a relatively accessible one if they're a fan of recently published fantasy. And so I thought it might just be handy, because sometimes I'm just like, oh, I should pick niche picks that no one will have read because then they can see a new book, but I'm like, no, sometimes things are popular because they're good, and sometimes giving people a space to talk about is cool and fun. But yeah, I don't know if you have any notes on this one.
Nope. Just really good book, really good author. I haven't read the whole series, but I read. I don't even remember. I read it so long ago, I'm gonna be real. Honestly, this would be a fun revisit because I haven't read this. I haven't read fifth season or N.K. Jemisin quite a while, honestly.
Yeah.
Minus like new releases, but I've not actually revisited stuff like Broken Earth in a while. Even if I
Very,
want to, because it's really good.
very prolific author now. But
Very good, prolific author, yeah.
yeah.
Very well respected author. Varadisa.
Oh heck, hi Sai! Welcome in, readers. Wait, let me do the thing. Let me do the thing. Will I be faster than my mods? Yes, I will. No, I won't. I was gonna
No, you
read.
won't.
Oh, Sai, how was your stream? What were you up to? Welcome in. I can't believe I lost the race to Kai. I hope you had a good stream. I saw you all over earlier, but I didn't get a chance to stop by. What were you up to? What were you playing? I hope it went well. If you need to grab a drink, grab a snack, take a break, make sure to take care of yourself. My name is Danielle Buckard. I like books. I'm a mouse and a librarian. This is Kai.
Cat.
They're a hologram. They're here sometimes
Danielle's the
too.
cat.
They spread misinformation, but we still welcome them. Um, we are currently doing book club, so we're talking about what books to pick out to read and discuss. We're voting on the sci-fi and fantasy book for this month, and then we're going to be voting on the non-fiction and litfic because we yap about them a lot. But then we will be discussing the books which we've read this month, which is Piranesi by Susanna Clarke and Algospeak by aleksic. With one being a non-fiction, there won't be as much of a spoiler review, but we will be doing full spoiler reviews for Piranesi, so take care if you want to avoid that. Hopefully it will be well communicated. I put like spoiler time in big writing on the screen. But yeah, if you want to take a drink, grab a snack, take some time away from the screen, make sure to take care of yourself, and I hope you've had a great day. What do you mean, and I've got tiny hands? I've got very normal sized hands. People are so determined I'm short. They just. I feel like I have normal. I don't know. Maybe. I don't
You're
want to
not
say
so
I have
determined that you are
improportion
short just
hands.
because you're short.
I don't want to say I have improportion hands because everyone's gonna go, oh, when you have small hands, so that means you're short. But
Because you are.
I
4 foot
am
1.
taller than almost every mouse I have ever seen, and at least above the average height of
Okay.
some countries on the planet. That
Okay.
means ipso facto.
Saying saying you're taller than every mouse is not an argument. Mouse are like 3
It is when
centimeters
I'm a
tall.
mouse.
Mouse are like 3 centimeters tall, bruh.
Yeah, and I'm so much taller than them. And they're
Yeah,
not.
you're 4 foot 1.
I'm 5'1". I can ride roller coasters.
5 foot 1 is still very short, bruh.
I think I'm relatively tall. I had a growth spurt and no one gives me
Hope.
credit for it. I went from being 4'9" to 5'1", and everyone has the audacity to still call me short.
Because you're short.
Imagine if a guy went from being 5'8" to 6'1". Everyone would be like, whoa, you had a growth spurt, you're so tall. But no, people keep calling me short.
But that's not the fair comparison. It would be the fair comparison is if you're like a guy went from like 5'4" to 5'7". Like sure, they had a growth spurt, but at the other side of the growth spurt, they're still short.
I'm grumpy. I'm tall. You find a mouse that fell into a well and became a human who's taller than me? I'll say I'm short.
Even
I'm
the
one of
emote bullies
one.
the most.
I forgot that I added the emotes. Oh, that's the thing I need
You
to
do
finish
have the four
doing.
foot one.
I haven't added the new emotes to 7TV because, I need to. Wait, Kai, you know how to do that.
I
Gonna give you a
do.
task. Okay.
Okay, I'll do it.
Well, sometimes I feel bad delegating, but other times I am quite boomer mouse, and yeah. Leah, why did you reappear to call me short? Why? 5'1" is
Theo is
still
here for the
short.
truth.
5'1" is like slightly below average. I'm almost 5'2". I'm like 5'1" and 3/4. This isn't helping my case. Let's talk about The Will of the Many by James Islington. The last book to be
I'm just gonna let you dig your own like grave there.
the
I'm
last book
real.
to be suggested for this month's book club is The Will of the Many by James Islington. This is also the first book in the series. So this is a fantasy book with like some mystery elements. It's a slightly longer one. Just as a quick reference, it's not like priory long, but it is 600 pages, so it's a bit longer than some of the other books we've read in this slot. I'm gonna just read the description of this one because I think it's the easiest way to jump into it. The Catalan Republic, the hierarchy, may rule the world now, but they do not know everything. I tell them my name is Visternus. I tell them that I was orphaned after a tragic accident 3 years ago, and with good fortune alone has led me to acceptance into their most prestigious school. I tell them that once I graduate, I will gladly join the rest of civilized society in allowing my strength and my drive and my focus, what they call the will, to be leached away and added to the power of those above me, as millions already do, as all must eventually do. I tell them that I belong, and they believe me. But the truth is that I have been sent to the academy to find answers, to solve a murder, to search for an ancient weapon, to uncover secrets that may tear the Republic apart, and that I will never, ever cede my will to the empire that executed my family. To survive, though, I will still have to rise through the Academy's ranks. I will have to smile and make friends and pretend to be one of them and win, because if I cannot, then those who want to control me, who know my real name, will no longer have any use for me. And when the hierarchy finds out who I truly am, they will kill me. Dun dun dun. So this is part of a series by James Islington. I believe the first two are out. I read the first book but haven't read the second book because I think that came out this year.
Yeah.
Not the I think it's the second series by the author. I believe he's done one other that I haven't read.
Yep.
So this is one which is a pretty popular recent book because this one only came out in
Yeah.
2023 or so,
Yeah.
and has picked up a lot of steam. Is like highly reviewed, as I agree with. I'm gonna quickly jump into the content warnings because there's some pretty spooky. I'm gonna figure out how to turn my notifications off because I am a boomer and they are loud. But in the meantime, the content warnings are regarding violence, death, blood, murder, injury detail, gore, death of a parent, colonization, classism, grief, child death, war, and then some of the less central content warnings, but still present, is regarding suicide, mental health, and I think those are the main ones. This isn't a particularly cheerful book, so there's a lot of quite negative themes touched on in passing. I'm trying to look back to when I read this book like 4 years ago and think if there's something missing. I think those are all the main ones. I think, have you read this book, Kai?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. I was about to
I'm the
say, I
one that
think you
told you
have.
to. I'm the one that kept telling you to read it.
Yeah. I went
That and
back.
Cersei.
This was one of the surreal ones. If I went back and I looked at, I don't use Goodreads anymore, but I went back and I looked at my old Goodreads and I was like, wait, it says I've read this book. Oh, I listened to it as an audiobook whilst I was in a fever's dream trying to do my masters. No wonder I have no recollection of it. And so I have like rough edgings of what this book is in my mind because I read it when I was a
good.
shell of a human. um,
Yeah.
I think this was one of the like last books I read before I gave up on reading for fun whilst doing my masters and doing research work because I was not cut out for that. Big respect for anyone who keeps up with reading whilst doing academia. I wasn't built like that.
Yeah.
It was a hobby I had to pick up again once I finished. Um, but yeah,
I can't remember much. The only thing I would say is like because of the topic that it is, you're obviously gonna hit into some like xenophobia, colonization, like minimization of cultures and stuff like that, cultural appropriation. But none of that is like massive like trigger warnings. It's just kind of like what the idea is of a culture that is now in charge, but took that power from another culture that our main character is obviously from.
Yeah, it is. From what I remember, again, been a while. Consumed this book as a fever dream, entirely my own fault, and not because of the book. But it's a good example of fantasy and world building being part of storytelling and being part of the context of
Yeah.
presenting ideas, which is one of my favorite uses of fantasy and what I love so much about the genre. And so when I saw this as a submitted one, I was really excited because I was like, yeah, I should go back and reread this properly when I have brain cells to dedicate to it. And so this has reminded
But
me
I can
to reread
actually
this
read it
book.
and think about it.
Yeah, when I can reread it without going, so Lebesgue measure theory, halfway through a sentence. It's so, okay, every time someone goes like, oh, the Lebesgue integration is fine. Yeah, the integration is fine. It's the underlying measure theory that makes no sense. I can carry out the operation of Lebesgue integration. It's the sorry. Um, don't. Maths is hard, okay? I am a maths defender, but sometimes it gets too difficult. I don't know if I have any other comments on this one. I fear that as we have gone through the categories, I've got less in depth on describing things because I have gotten quite sleepy, but hopefully that is still somewhat
I
aptly
can't think of
communicated.
anything more.
Okay. Should we try to begin democracy then? Should we start voting? Should we do the classic where I do the first four and then you do the last three as a poll?
Do you want to do the first four?
I can do the first three.
I'm
I'm
trying to see the breakdown of it. I think, yeah, do the first four and I'll do the last three.
ultimately, it doesn't matter a
No, I'll do from
huge
like the
amount.
invisible life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, slot one,
Okay,
part
so
two.
this is going to be up for 3 minutes, and I have started it now. You can vote once, so there's no additional votes. I kind of wish you could have multi-select poll, but I realised that that is not how Twitch intended their feature. So up in the first section, we have Cage of Souls by Adrian Tchaikovsky, we have Frankenstein by Mary Shelley, The Starless Sea by Erin Morgenstern, and Waybearer by Jordan Ifuku. One of those is one you're excited about potentially reading this month, or want to hear more about? The vote, do the thing. um, so since you've started making the poll, you won't be able to vote in this because Twitch is evil like that. But who would you like to vote for in this one?
Oh, that's hard.
Yeah,
Oh, no, it's actually kind of hard, man.
a lot of good books in this one. A lot of
Um,
big fantasy books this month, and books that are like big
yeah,
for a reason. Even sci-fi ones as well.
that's actually kind of hard because, like, hmm. The problem is, I would vote for like Cage of Souls on my own instinct, but it's such a hard book to actually get into. I feel like
Mhm.
that I wouldn't want to be a vote to like put it over for people that don't want to read it. And I also kind of want to read Ray better.
Okay, that's fair. I can. I'll put you as like a half vote for each in my head. So if we get a tie, you're like a point
Yeah,
0.5. Um.
I like that idea.
Mhm. Okay, you got 1 minute left. Imagine I'm doing the
What about you?
countdown thing. So if we hadn't kind of impromptu decided to do a separate Halloween thing, my vote might have been for Frankenstein, just because I have such appreciation for it, and I think that it's a book which not many people will pick up one reading in their own time, because it is kind of
Yeah.
viewed as a classic you read in school, whereas I think it still has value as a contemporary sci-fi book. But I am also really excited to read Waybearer, and I do like Adrian Tchaikovsky's writing, although I kind of agree with some of the criticism people have regarding pacing. I think that what he does within stories is so interesting, you can kind of work around some of the pacing issues, and so
Yeah.
I'd be down to read his work and have the kind of context of book club to make sure I finish it in a timely manner, given my tendency to read
Yeah.
like 5 books at once. I also just love Erin Morgenstern, so
Yeah.
it's a
That's
tough
true.
one.
This
Okay,
one is a really
so
hard one.
with your half vote, it looks like Raybearer won for the first category, so they'll be coming
Okay.
in for the first half. And now we have the second poll going live, which is The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue by V.E. Schwab, the 5th season by N.K. Jessman, and The Will of the Many by James Islington.
It's Addie LaRue.
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 I
No,
was
that's just because I couldn't add an E.
Oh,
LaRue.
I was focusing so hard on getting N.K. Jemison's name correct instead of saying J.K. Ennis.
No, I just couldn't fit in the invisible life of Addie LaRue, so it's invisible life Addie LaRue.
Hello.
LaRue. Which, hate to be the first vote, but
Oh,
that
we've
book
got a
is way too
tie.
good. Oh, jeez. Oh, good luck
Wait,
then, yeah.
can one other person participate in democracy, please? Um, well, this is awkward. Uh, I guess
Actually, really funny. I'm gonna be real.
I guess part. I guess the second vote's going to be a four-way vote for the finale. Um,
The runoff is just 4 anyway because of the tie here.
oh my gosh. I'm gonna just pour myself a drink really quick. I feel a teeny
To be
bit
fair,
dizzy. I was too excited about the poll.
oh, don't feel dizzy. This one is. I feel like this one is actually of the two votes. The first one had a lot of bangers in it and like good and like stuff. I feel like this is the hardest one to vote for a specific book because like me and you have read all three of these, and we know all three of these are really good books. As well as
Yeah,
really good authors with B. Schwab, N.K. Jemisin, and James Addington. So like this one is actually really hard to
I feel
separate.
like this one might have the kind of con of if someone's read a book and doesn't want to reread one for book club, that could be a
Yeah,
detractor for some people. But I feel like it also has the bonus of they're big books for a reason. Um,
yeah.
yeah.
They're specifically with V. Schwab and N.K. Jemisin, they're celebrated authors for a reason. Kind of the same with like in the first poll, Adrian Tchaikovsky. Um, yeah, it's like
Yeah. I feel
my
like
the
James
literally the
Islington.
only thing. Sorry, literally the only thing that got me over the line, by the way, is that I
It's
feel like
gonna be
Addie
a tie
LaRue would be a
still.
really good. Addie LaRue would be a really good book club book specifically.
I'll start making a poll.
That's the only reason I voted for Addie LaRue is because like it's like a book club book, if you know what I mean. It's like a
Mhm.
that's a book written to be discussed in a book club.
Yeah. I'm spelling everything wrong. I hope everyone understands.
Good luck with Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. LaRue.
Okay, we have the finale between Waybearer by Jordan Ifuko, The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue by V.E. Schwab, the 5th season by N.K. Jemisin, and The Will of the Many by James Islington, starting now.
You know what? You know what would have been funny? If we actually did the thing where I did the Lost 4, it would just have been this vote.
Oh my gosh, wait.
It would have just been this vote.
Gosh, we've got to decide now. Oh dear.
I actually don't. I'm actually so stuck because, like, I want to discuss Annie LaRue, but, like, I don't know. I also want to read Raybearer.
Part of me, how do I phrase this? Part of me wants to read the Annie LaRue a few months away from reading Piranesi
Same.
as a
Same.
book club book, if that
I
makes
also
sense.
think. I also think that. So, for me, I might vote Raybearer simply because it's a book I've never read before.
Mhm.
Because, like, with the last few months in book club, I've been rereading a lot of books, and it's been books I've reread already. So, like,
You read too much
Six of
fantasy. I'm
Crows.
trying to think which books you haven't reread. You hadn't read Neuromancer or Blood over Brighthaven? Are there any others?
Yeah. So over the last few months, I read.
Murder Manor
So I've
Spindle.
read Babel.
Yeah.
I've read Babel twice. I've read Blood over Brighthaven. I read Six of Crows. This was my third read of Six of Crows. Spindle Manor I haven't read, and then Lost One's book I read 5 times. So, like, yeah, and this is a book I've never read before. So, like, I might honestly, Rayber might just clinch it for me just because it's new,
I'm so
and I would love
tempted
to talk
to
about a
be.
book.
Can I try and I'm not. Can I do the worst of like in Priory of the Orange Tree? You didn't finish. Whoa! Sorry.
I still haven't finished that book. I'm gonna be real. I don't know when I'm ever gonna finish that book. I have such a block in my head about that book because of how slow it is. I really need like a day where I'm not doing anything just to like
You need
speed run the
several
first
days.
half.
It is a long, dense book. If
I feel like I could get through like the first section that I've read already in like a day and a half, right? Just by slamming it. I could get because I've read it before. I
Mhm.
just need to get past that because like I get to it and then I'm like, no, I've read this before and it doesn't move, and
I
I
feel
don't want to
like
sit on this
when we
for three
describe
days.
Priory to people, if they haven't read it or looked at it as a book, it's going to sound strange because 800 pages is long, but as a Sanderson fan, that shouldn't be alien to you.
No,
But it is like 800 pages long, much denser prose than Sanderson, and like Bible
yeah,
printing. There is no space
yeah.
between the lines on that book. It's got like 3 times as many words per page as algospeak has. Um,
Also, it's like how it's written paced. Like it's a very slow to get moving book to get like
yeah,
plot happening. So the first half of the book is just a lot of like world building and in character voice and like
I will.
relationship stuff, and it's like just getting through it is a lot.
I'm gonna be honest. I really struggled in the middle segment where it was no longer the cool like is the like how much spoilers do I want to say? When you no longer had the like will they lesbian love story and you just had international politics for like 300 pages,
That's where I
I
dropped the
was
book.
kind of like I'm really invested in this world, but I'm also invested in being girlfriends or like monarchs together, and that's not happening at the moment. And I would prefer if the development of these characters was more spaced out because the ones I'm invested
Yeah,
in have kind of taken a backseat, and the two I'm grumpy with, I've just got to listen to for a few hundred pages. And so I did find it.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
That's where I dropped the book, so I need to get back through that.
The poll is finished, but I'm bad at being a
Oh,
streamer and I didn't see who won. I think it was
uh,
Raybearer. Can you check the poll?
yeah,
I, I'm being
probably
boomer.
somewhere in mod view. It should be here. If it's not, that would be weird.
How do I go to mod view? I just do everything through
Oh,
OBS.
here.
Okay.
Paul. 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 I don't have
Oh,
a section for Paul. Wisp.
can I like right click on it? No.
Is
Huh?
it in the activity feed? Oh, it's in the activity feed, but it doesn't tell me what one. How do you
Well,
not tell me what one? Or just tell me Paul ended 2 minutes ago?
I think Waybearer won. When I last looked with 10 seconds left, Waybearer was winning. Um, but maybe we are doing vote fraud. We're too invested in Priory. I feel like that book's gonna haunt us until you finish it. Um,
Yeah, that's the like curse above me forever now until I finish that book.
okay, so with
Raybearer one.
Waybearer, with uh close anticipation. Honestly, I was just really down to read all of those books. Um, I think all of these books. I don't have. I've either. I think I'd be excited to reread all of these, but or reread the last three. But I'm very excited to read Waybearer. Um, I had been
Same.
planning to reread the fifth season for a while, and I think like I will never object to sitting down and just looking at the writing of E. Schwab. So yeah. But new book for both of us. That doesn't happen very often, which is exciting. We're going to be reading
That does
Waybearer
not happen
by
often.
Jordan Ifoko for next month's book club for the fantasy and sci-fi slot, which I'm kind of hype about.
Same, honestly. Honestly, yeah, now that you mention it, we have had new books for me, but then there weren't new books for you, or like new books for you that weren't new books for me. But we've very rarely
I
had new
think
books for both
Blood
of
Over
us.
Brighthaven is the first book. This is the second book outside of Blood Over Brighthaven that we were reading for the first time?
Yeah,
Yeah. And we
that's kind of cool. I'm
that
down.
that bodes well. We both loved Blood Over Brighthaven.
We
um
did both like Blood Over Brighthaven a lot.
Okay. Should we skedaddle onto slot 2 and deciding the books for that one? This is our non-fiction and lit fiction category. This is a little bit ambiguous. It started out primarily as informative text, but then we thought literary fiction is cool and good, and we'd like to read some of it, but we don't really know where to put it, so we put it here. Sometimes we'll just sneak a classic in here if it doesn't have enough fantasy elements. Um, Yes, these categories are a bit flexible. We do just go with the discussion of what people submit them in, but hopefully it works. Um, so for this month's nomination, the first one up is Diddley Squat, A Year on the Farm by Jeremy Clarkson, which I believe is like a kind of memoir. Um,
Yeah, it's kind of like a memoir biography thingy from Jeremy Clarkson. Deadly Scott. I'm trying to see if it's got content warnings. Animal death. That checks out. It's on a farm. But so I recommended this partially because I like Jeremy Clarkson. Uh Interesting fellow, interesting Brit. Also this is in the we talked about it last month before. Last month, the month before. More biography slash memoirs, and I was like, what's a dude I would like to read a memoir slash biography by that seems fun and interesting? And then I saw Jeremy Clarkson did this, and it was kind of framed around like because of how the Murakami one was framed around like running to a degree. I was like, is there one that's framed around something interesting? And this one is framed around his farm and like the stuff he is doing now with the farm and stuff. So I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. That's kind of an interesting framing device for Jeremy Clarkson that a lot of people don't like frame it around. And it's also attached to a few people around him that does stuff on the farm. And it just seemed interesting. I'm just really curious about like this idea of Jeremy Clarkson's autobiography, or not autobiography, autobiography? autobiography, memoir. It's one of those,
Yeah.
or all of those. I don't know what the difference is, but
I
it just seemed fun as an autobiography.
yeah. I have the strange experience of I watched a lot of Top Gear in the 2010s, but there is also something
Same.
about Jeremy Clarkson which makes me like want to throw a book at him. Um,
Same.
which I think is a natural response and the response he wants, frankly, which doesn't help with me wanting to throw a book at him. Uh, but yeah, uh, um, I yeah. My brain was going to soup because I was just like, what is the difference between an autobiography and a memoir? But a biography is written third person, autobiography is written by the person themselves, and then a memoir is not addressing the full scope of their life, but an aspect of it, and generally written in first person. I believe. Desperately trying to find an answer that isn't an AI summary. Gosh, I miss what happened to
So
search
this is
engines. Um,
this is a memoir autobiography.
yes, I believe so. Um, yeah, a memoir is
Okay.
like a collection of memories or moments and not a full story. A biography is non-fiction piece of work, objective account of the person's life. Um, yeah.
Okay.
Biographies also can be
Today
about
I
groups
learned.
of people and not just an individual, which I don't often hear it described
Oh,
as. So you could have like the biography of Fleetwood Mac, and it would be very messy. Um,
that would
yeah,
be.
I'm sure it's out there. Um,
Honestly, now I want like
I would be
a
so down to try and
biography
find a
of like
Stevie Nicks memoir or autobiography. Has she written one?
I think an biography of like a group would be so interesting, specifically one of like a very unrelated set of people, like Critical Role. You just do a biography of all of the cast of Critical Role, because they would be so spread out and then just come together at the end, and it would be so interesting to read. Of like just like completely different sides,
Okay, Stevie
all
Nicks
split up
wrote an.
for all.
Next month, I'm recommending Stevie Nicks' autobiography. I am
Fair.
who I am. Okay. Um, should we hop into the next one?
No, I
Or
want to talk about Jeremy Clarkson more. No, I'm joking. Of course
okay.
I can. I don't have much more to say. I just saw Jeremy Clarkson. It's a biography. I want to read more biographies. And there's a farm. So I'm curious.
Yeah, so up next is Tolkien on Fairy Tales by J.R. Tolkien. It is worth mentioning this has the several contributors attached to it in mixed versions with
Yep.
Llewellyn Fielder and Douglas A. Anderson, who this is a updated and kind of combined book of several essays written by Tolkien regarding fantasy as a genre. Um,
Yep.
and it's Tolkien's writing that decenters himself and his own experience and is just on um, uh, bu- 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 um, personal views and discussion of it's described within text as being on imagination in literature, and it's really interesting because it was, although it was published in the form which I recommended here in 2008, the essays were written at a time where fantasy as a genre didn't exist given Tolkien's influence on the genre. um, and yeah, there was the original essay, and then it was found that there was an updated manuscript, and so this contains the updated version. Um, and then there's some introductory and kind of like connecting points by the other two authors to make it function as a complete book. Um, and I just thought it was really interesting to see someone who is so influential in the genre of fantasy's reflection on it as a genre, especially as a kind of snapshot in time. Because over the last few months in book club, we've talked more and more about what fantasy is and has been at different points of history, and the like pre-Tolkien,
Yeah.
post-Tolkien divide. And so I thought this could be an interesting one. And it's like
Yeah.
a slightly different takeaway of the like traditional author on writing structure. Um,
Yeah. I
uh,
know this is a topic you've been interested in for a while. Specifically, we talked last week about it. Not last week, sorry. That big stream about it when me and you were talking to Koa specifically
mhm,
a bit about like pre-fantasy and like the idea of what was there before
mhm.
like Tolkien did Lord of the Rings
I like
specifically.
the idea of the cultural anthropology of the fact that we have a very strictly defined genre of fantasy nowadays, and that it is people understandably struggle to conceptualize the books only recently sit within that context, and that is a
Yep.
genre recently defined and within the context of writing, and it has been defined largely by a very few individuals. Um,
Yeah.
One thing which I'm quickly going to mention on this book is I couldn't find a source for content warnings on it. Um,
Yeah.
it is worth
I
mentioning the Tolkien. Uh, um, with it being written from an author at the time and some of Tolkien's opinions in writing, um, the presence of racism and prejudice uh, don't necessarily know that they're going to be there, but gotta be mindful when reading an older source, especially when other writings of an author
yeah.
have those issues throughout in places and like additional separate work. And so I haven't seen any concrete description on what content warnings there might be in the book, but I just wanted to mention. I don't know for sure, but yeah, it just seemed like contextually worth mentioning. Yeah. He's probably also going to get into beef with Narnia in this. I don't know. I've not read it. I'm just going from from.
From what
I've read one
uh,
essay from it.
from what I know about this, actually, there's a very funny thing that happens in this, where he is very self-deprecating in this, in a lot of his talk in this,
Mhm.
which is really funny. It's actually really funny in context of what he is talking about and what we are talking about, because like he doesn't know yet that he is like
He
the
redefines the
father of a
genre.
generation,
Yeah.
and he redefines like fantasy for the next like yeah, but and then he's just like very self-deprecating on himself throughout the whole thing, and it's really funny. Um, that's the only thing I know about it because somebody brought it up when I was looking at like Tolkien stuff and like, but yeah, he's apparently really self-deprecating and just like, and it's from Tolkien, so which is crazy.
Imagine someone's getting into an argument with you trying to say that The Lord of the Rings is the best series ever written, and you just quote Tolkien back at them.
It's like that. It's that meme of the Beatles where they asked like, "Is X the
Oh,
best drummer in the
Ringo isn't
like?"
even the
Is
best drummer in the Beatles!
that's what Tolkien's whole thing is like. Is this the best like fantasy series ever written? And then Tolkien would just be like, "This isn't even good."
But yeah, I thought this might be quite an interesting one in terms of history of fantasy, with that being a theme. And I thought it was like a nice twist on like an author memoir or an author reflection on writing. Um, but again, bear in mind the age of the book and some of the opinions of the author given the age of the book. Um, yeah, could be a cool one. One I probably want to read myself at some point. But thought
Yeah,
also might be a good one for book club because I feel like it could be interesting to talk about. Um,
yeah. It could lead to a lot of very interesting conversations.
should we skedaddle over to the next one? Um,
Skadoodle.
Skedaddle.
Let's skadoodle over to um a very long title. And one I recommended, um, which okay, so When You Are Ready, This Is How You Heal by Brianna. I don't know how to say it. It's Weist.
Oh,
I think
is
it's
it?
Weist.
Oh, okay.
Because it's the so I saw you misspelled because I think I sent it to you wrong, but it's
Oh,
Wiest. It's like Weist. I
oh,
don't actually know
yeah.
how to say it now because I missaw it and I said West. Um, that's on me because like
I did
yeah,
not
I don't
spell
fully
check it.
know.
My bad.
No, that's on me. I'm the one that recommended it. Uh, so this is a very interesting book that reframes like so often and like so this is a like psychology, mental health, like personal development, self-help, even though I hate the word self-help book. Um, but that vibe of book, right? That like is talking about like stuff to improve yourself and how you heal through things. Um, and I found this book and I found a lot of things around this book, but I never read the book, so I was curious about like reading the book fully. I thought it might be a fun book for like book club if we want to get into this conversation and topic, because like so what this is trying to do is like it's not trying to give you like a step-by-step journey to a degree of like okay here's the steps you have to go through. Um, it's more like trying to reframe how you think about healing and how you reframe like working through things or like ever when you need to like deal with something, not like oh yes fix yourself through trauma type vibe, but like when something happens to you that hurts you, how do you heal through that, how do you move through that? Because often people think it's just like a just get over it type vibe of like a just it's a one-time event and you just have to kind of get over it, deal with it, it's gone now, right? Which often it is not. Often it is moving through it and step by step. So how this tries and reframes is by saying like the true work of healing is kind of allowing it to what's the word like upset you. It's allowing it to disrupt you, to like get you out of a deep state of unconsciousness where you're trying to avoid or ignore it and trying to get it to a point where it actually does affect you, because that's the only time you actually look at it and you actually do work through it. Instead of that idea of like just kind of soothe it, if you understand what I mean. Um, because like soothing it doesn't like if you think about like an injury as well, like if I cut my arm, oftentimes if the injury is deep enough, just putting something on there that like makes it less sore isn't how you fix it. It is often by like getting stitches in it, which hurts it in a moment and allows it to be upset and allows it to have that reaction to itself. That's the way you heal, all right? And that's what this is. This is a collection of like trying to change how you approach healing and trying to approach how you approach growing and learning more and like becoming more to a degree, that like getting you to a point of like expanding, you know what I mean,
Mhm.
in that regard.
I've seen a teeny bit
um
about this book, and a part which I saw, which was quite interesting, is it discusses indicators of when you're ready for those steps. Because I think, kind of
yes,
in tangent to how you've addressed at the start, a lot of these books kind of go, so from where you are now, this is what you do to be better, in a kind of like abstract sense of some kind of permanent single status better, without discussing where you're currently at and where you would even try and step up to. And I
yeah,
believe, because I've seen some interviews by this author, it is closer to a discussion on here is how you tell when you are, well, here are some indicators that you are at points that you can deal with things in certain ways by reprocessing them,
yeah,
and this is an indicator that you may have enough distance to move past or learn to move with things. which I think is a more pragmatic way to discuss the topic than a kind of
Yeah,
yeah.
because like that's a good way to put it. Because like often other stuff that does something like what you talked about previously is a very unpragmatic and a very like unhelpful in a lot of ways of just like, okay, now just get better. And it's like, no. Where this kind of like one slows it down a lot and like gets you places where you are ready for a next step, but also it like tries and gets you to not look at it as like a marathon or like a you need to do this and this, and more as like small steps that you can take when you might be ready to take them, and trying to like, because like a big thing is like the stigma around it is like often people think you should just like fix it now, you know what I mean, of just like, okay, now you're healed, right? From what I've seen, this also kind of pushes back on that of like I'm gonna overemphasize for like overemphasis, but that okay, you went to therapy now, be good now, be right now, and it doesn't work like that. Where most other books are just like, no, you did it, so you just do it more. No, which this book seems really interesting for that because like, yeah, other books are very, yeah, not very. What's the word? I don't want to say gentle, but like gentle in how it treats it. This I've heard this book described as like a soft, gentle view into it, which I kind of like.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I'm not someone who is a prolific self-help reader. I don't know if I've actually read a self-help book.
Hmm.
Oh, I've read some of the ones about like optimizing time. What's the one that everyone talks about? It's less like self-help and mental health terms and more like self-development. Atomic Habits.
Yeah.
It's
Hmm.
not a genre I've read a
Yeah.
huge amount. Oh, that's a fib. I am slowly rereading. I like I read like a few pages every day and just continuously read it, which is The Body Keeps the Score by Bessel van der
Oh,
Kolk, which
yeah.
good,
I love The Body Keeps the Score.
a book which I feel like I need to keep reading to
Great
properly
book.
take away from. um, but yeah,
Yeah.
um, so I'm probably not the most informed on this genre, but yeah,
Hmm.
should we once again? I feel like I should have
Yes.
another silly next to Skadoodle, but I can think of Skadoodle and Hop, Skip, and a Jump. Um, so the next one is quite a serious one, which is I Know Why the Cage Bird Sings by Maya Angelou. And before we jump into the description of this one, I'm actually gonna jump into the content warnings because
Yeah.
given this being an autobiography and its contents, pretty serious, pretty important, should get out the way with first. So this includes as a main theme sexual violence, specifically sexual violence towards a minor, so discussion of paedophilia and sexual assault, and about the kind of coping and recovery from that experience. There's also racism as a major themes, with lesser discussion of abandonment, pregnancy, violence is like a general experience in the space surrounding you, not specifically in the context of sexual violence, and then suicidal thoughts and mental health following assault. Um, and there's some additional context which people sometimes tag it for with regards to um, war and slavery and classism and the kind of political context at the time. Um, but it is really the sexual assault and sexual violence and racism that are the
That's the
central
big
parts
one,
of
yeah.
this story. So Maya Angelou may have heard of her. She is uh, she's like a widely respected poet and civil rights activist, and has written several memoirs. This is the first one. I don't really know how to describe the book without going into some of the topics that are in the content warnings, which is a strange one, but I feel like given the severity of them and the difficulty to like describe the structure of the book, I'm probably not going to read the description in full. But it is about early life development, violent experiences that happen in that time, and then learning to exist after that, and specifically development as an adult, and how engaging with the work of great authors and growing into themselves as a person helps continue after an event like that. Which I feel like is a kind of muted description of the book, but I want to be mindful that it's some pretty sensitive topics, and it's one thing to say the content warnings, and it's another to like jump into the full description of the book. And I don't want to do either a disservice, so I hope this makes sense as a description. I know some of the key points of the story, having been aware of Maya Angelou as a kind of figure, but I haven't read this, and I was trying to think of people who I would like to read the memoirs of that aren't authors whose books I've read a lot of, and I didn't do a very good job of that, because I was like, oh, I've got some of Maya Angelou's poetry. I've heard that she's written several memoirs. Let me look at one of them, which is not the objective I set out to do. So I essentially functionally picked another author who I wanted to read a memoir of, but I thought this would be an interesting one in that it is someone who is clearly a very good writer and communicator, but doesn't center stories within the memoir, and so handles a lot of serious topics. But I think it is a book worth reading, and one that I want to read at some point. Oh, hi Prince, how are you doing? I don't know if you've read this or have any shenanigans. Sorry.
No, I have read. I know I know why the caged bird sings. I'm pretty sure. I own a copy.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure. Yeah. Very interesting person, Maya Angelou. Um, I love some Maya Angelou quotes.
I feel like
it's a very good biography.
Yeah.
It's a very good biography. Autobiography.
Mm-hmm. We jump on to the next one. I feel like we didn't discuss this one in much detail, but again, being mindful of not discussing its topic at length given the content warnings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a hard one to discuss in like length and like detail.
Yeah.
Because spooky content warnings.
Yeah. I hope how do I phrase it? I hope people understand why I made a little note when I put this one down that I didn't want to talk about it in huge detail when introducing it, just because a lot of the times, more commonly in fantasy, when we see pretty heavy content warnings, although they are a significant part of the story, there are aspects other than that that can be discussed within the world building and within the structure. But with this being a kind of person story and largely revolving on the topic matter, I hope it makes sense as like a respectful way to address it, whilst also being conscientious of the audience. Yeah, a book I'd like to read at some point, and I thought other people might want to read too. Up next, following along from that, we have Brave New World by Aldous Huxley.
Yeah.
Do you want to jump into this one?
Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. I think so. We talked about wanting to read a bit more classics.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically in this slot, we want some classics in here. And this is a really good like literary fiction, like classic, old school, like idea of where like a bunch of science fiction comes from, and kind of a conversation around like classic ideas of sci-fi and like fiction and like dystopian fiction stuff like that. A lot of it is from A Brave New World, actually. As one of the like, not first, but like big boys in that genre and idea, which is for those that don't know, which would honestly, I wouldn't even say weird. It's not that big in like the classics. It's one of the lesser known like big classics, even though it is a pretty big classic. This is a book set in a future state, like a future world state, in which people are like environmentally engineered. There's like an intelligence-based social hierarchy. There's like reproductive technology, sleep learning technology, psychological manipulations, conditioning, stuff like that, all throughout this. And there is a like idea of the wearing away of identity and what is personality and stuff like that into almost a uniformity of society and where that gets you as a society. And then you follow a single outsider that's kind of, I don't want to say pushing back against that, but kind of discovering that there is so much more to the world and there's so much more to living than just, yeah, this idea of like what we need, what humanity needs to thrive versus what humans need to thrive is the idea it gets at. Is like, what does humanity need versus what do people need? What does like, what makes us human? Um, so in that regard, for like a bit of content warnings, because there is some attached to that. Um, Notoriously, one of the big ones, drug use is a big one in this. In the sense of like what is used to like place it and like engineer them, but also in like for life, for living life. There is talk about like drug use as a positive experience in this as well. Suicide is used as like a thing in this. Racism is a thing in this. It is older, so there is a bit of racism and sexism just baseline that people should know about going into this, even if it's not big trigger warning ones. There is a lot of use in this through it because it is older. Um and then the other like big ones is there's death and violence and sexual content. There is some sexual content throughout this, as well as some ableism, gaslighting, medical content, xenophobia, colonization, and then last but not least, I think there's addiction as well. That's pretty big in this. Um, it's just a very interesting like EP mouse. Oh yeah,
I
EP
tend
all
to,
was
yeah,
but yeah.
sorry. I think I was yawning very, very distinctly on my tracking then. I was just like, oh, I should have more energy drink. The biggest
I
yawn
need
known
an
to mouse.
I need coffee. I need coffee. But yeah, it's just a very interesting look at like early sci-fi, but specifically what we have come to establish as that like dystopian, like controlled, like uniformity led
Honestly,
um
well,
utopia in
I
like
feel like
quotation marks utopia.
I feel like if we were to ever, because I think it's something we're both quite interested in, and people seem to have been interested in the conversations of, so hopefully are. But if we were to ever do a series where we like discuss the books that are foundational to sci-fi as a genre, I feel like
Hmm.
several of the big ones have been nominated this month with this and Frankenstein. I feel like if we were to pick
Yeah.
out like 5 books, they would both be in there. So if
Yeah.
in the way that we sometimes talk about like Tolkien or Ursula K. Le Guin as shaping fantasy, you're interested in similar for sci-fi, and I look, I'm still slowly going back and reading all of Ursula K. Le Guin's essays. This is who I am for the next month.
Yeah.
I'm she's so prolific and I'm so grateful. But yeah,
Love her.
I think if you are a fan of sci-fi as a genre and you haven't read this, I can understand why some people hesitate to read older books because certain themes aren't handled well. But if you are going into it with the context of you want to understand themes and reference in later media, it's good. And it's been a while since I've read it, but when I was, how do I phrase this? I haven't read this when I wasn't like young and a little bit oblivious to some of the things that like you need broader context to be like, oh, maybe that should be updated.
Yeah.
um, but
Yeah.
it is a good book if you are not made uncomfortable by that context.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which are valid if you are, but yeah,
yeah,
if you
absolutely.
can, if you
If you're interested in the
like,
history of sci-fi and those topics not being handled the best don't make you uncomfortable, great book to read as a
yeah,
piece of history and a story within itself. Just gotta be conscious of, gotta look after yourself. Um,
yeah. This is this is one of, we often say there's a few books that we, when we talk about them, we talk about like the trigger warnings as like a look out for it in this book if you want to skip parts of it. This book is like, if you aren't comfortable with like specifically the racism, sexism, and like misogyny attached to this book, I wouldn't read this book because of just when it was written. It is treated as like because of the time and because of how often it was treated in that time, it's treated not as like a, what's the word I'm searching for, like as a,
it's almost kind of like
it's a truth, it's almost like a
yeah,
truth to them. It's like
it's
that is just what is.
yeah,
um
it's the case of perspective being a topic you might want to avoid rather than a world building or event. It's kind of like
yeah,
the cultural anthropological context of the book rather than an actual subject within it. Although it's not like a cheery book, but yeah, a very interesting one. I know I never know how to like phrase the discussions on topics like that because I find when an author's perspective in those cool ways kind of leaks into a book a bit more upsetting as a reader than when it is within a book as a intentional part of the story. Um,
yeah,
which I don't know if that's strange or not because it's sometimes like more subtle or more avoidable, but it's one of those ones where to me I know the two things that they don't sit the same with me as a reader, and so I feel like I'm often quite
yeah,
stilted whilst talking about it. But you just gotta be conscious of it. You gotta make sure you have a good time, or you know
yeah.
the time you're
Oh,
going to have going into something.
that's a very important part of it. Is like, know you are getting into it specifically for this. Even if you are okay with those topics, do know it's gonna be here because it is treated as like a thing in this. Because of the time period this was written. I will say there's so much value in like going back to these that if you can get past that, it is massively valuable to see where a lot of these ideas come from. Especially if you really do like sci-fi and fantasy and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Seeing where the influence comes from and like why things are almost like why things are shorthanded in fantasy now is because of a lot of stuff like this, is because of the work these books did to be able to shorthand and like introduce this to us.
Um.
Do you have anything to say about Brave New World other than that?
One thing which I was going to
I know
check.
you've read this.
Yeah, I have read this. So the one thing which I was going to mention is I know there is a revisited version of this book. I read the original.
Yes.
Um, I don't know if the revisited book is a revisited book in the sense of updating some of the inadvertent cruelty within the text, and focusing on the core themes, because I haven't read it, but I know that some books from this kind of period that have been revisited, that is what is meant when the publishers say a revisited version. I've just been trying to look to see if that is the case, because I know there is a new edition that people complained about, and when people complain about things like that, it's normally because they made them less racist, and you just kind of have to
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I've read the original. I haven't read the revisited edition. But that is a good point that like usually revisited editions do that.
Yeah,
It
I
might
was
actually
just
be worth it
thinking
to
in
read
case
the
people.
revisited edition instead.
Yeah, I was going to say if you want to engage with it as a historical document but you're not sure about being comfortable with it, there's a revisited version, but I wanted to double check if that had actually been updated within those contexts, and I couldn't find a conclusive answer. So maybe ignore me. I will try and double check off stream, but I'm not getting a conclusive answer because everything is an AI summary.
Yikes. So here's the thing. If we do choose this book this month for the slot, me and Daniel will do a lot of work behind the scenes to make sure to see that both options are available, including one that might have less of that if the revisited edition does do that.
Yeah, I
Um,
think we'll need to double check, so maybe a day or two to announce, but we may pick
yeah,
the revisited version um, I,
yeah,
as the primary one, and optionally you can read the original, just because
yeah. I
I,
think that would be the wise choice.
yeah, I think it is, how do I phrase it? It's worth seeing the authors and being like, no, they had bad opinions. They might have read a good book, but they had bad opinions, and they should not be that should not be forgotten about them. But
Carl Jung. Honestly, that
I'll
one
get grumpy.
transcends that. Carl Jung transcends that because he was just a horrid human being as well.
I just want to mock him for the hiking thing again, because if I start mocking him for more serious things, then I'll get grumpy. But yeah, you don't want to erase the kind of sins of the author, but you also want to give people a chance to engage with formative media. And so I think that would
Yeah,
be how we handle it. We'll need to double check if there is a widely available version with that updating, because I know some other books from this like period and within this context of kind of like formative genres have been updated in that way, and I would expect Brave New World has, but I am not certain.
yeah.
So we'll look into that.
I would expect it to. I would expect it to because, like, often, well, one Brave New World is just like so massive that, like, I would expect that they would do a revisited version like that for it.
So I'm not 100% sure, but found a Reddit thread that is an AI from a
Ooh,
little bit ago, but it looks like there hasn't been an official updated version, and it has not been
oh,
done because the estate didn't want to remove the book from the original context, which I can respect. I think,
yeah,
yeah, I would never suggest entirely removing an original font print, and so I can understand why the estate wanted that slash wanted it to be held in responsibility. Um, but yeah, it doesn't look like
yeah. I
there is
respect that.
an updated one. Um,
From like a archivist standpoint and like not erasing history, I respect that. It's kind of sad that there is no revised edition like that, but I do respect that they don't want to erase the like, yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
it's a difficult one. Um, I always have the thing of like, I don't think the author should get to just have it removed completely. I think it should persist, both from a accountability and a history perspective. But when it is kind of like a text that would be read in school, part of me is like, maybe, like I can understand that this is like something that starts a conversation, but ah,
You can have starting a conversation without the yeah.
yeah. I mean, me just thinking about when certain, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a difficult one. Should we hop into a slightly lighter topic with the last book? Unless you have any other thoughts. Um,
No.
Okay.
I am down.
So the last book is The Serviceberry: Abundance and Reciprocity in the Natural World by Robin Wall Kimmerer. This is a book which is by the author of a book that was nominated a while ago, which was Braiding Sweetgrass. And
Yeah.
so this is, it's kind of, it's a shorter book. It's in some cases described as an essay. It's only around 100 pages, but it is
Okay.
it's if I had to have a genre as a nonfiction piece, it would be an economics book. And it is around indigenous culture regarding the plant world and the notion of the economic principality of scarcity and competition, and the kind of um, gathering and hoarding of resources, and how that exists in contrasts to a lot of indigenous and historical cultural attitudes to the natural world and food, and specifically the kind of reciprocal approach to I've forgotten the term, when you harvest and live off a land without remodeling it in the way of modern agriculture. There's a specific term for it in farming, but it
Yeah.
kind of discusses and looks at the difference in attitudes towards that. Um, and it's within the context of, I'm going to read the little blurb now, but the tree distributes its wealth, its abundance of sweet juicy berries to meet the needs of its natural community, and this distribution ensures its own survival. Service berry show us another model, one based upon reciprocity, where wealth comes from the quality of your relationships and not from the illusion of self-sufficiency. And so this is particularly within the context of food in the natural world, so food for animals and that cyclical nature of animals helping plants survive. And it's kind of a view on that in the context of the more engineered human food market and how we now consume and grow, grow plants, which I think is a kind of interesting lens. And it's
Yeah.
yeah, I wanted to suggest a paper on economics because that's the nonfiction that I read the most outside of book club, and then I realized that um, if I most of the books on economics that I've read recently have not been very cheerful, and this
Yeah.
isn't cheerful per se, but I wanted something that was slightly detached from like current affairs or current economic structures, and so I thought this might be a nice view of that. That's kind of a meet in the middle. Um, And yeah, I just think plants are cool. So it being about plants and economics as a kind of metaphor for alternative structures, I think is pretty neat. Um,
Yeah. Honestly, sounds cool. I recommended Braiding Sweetgrass. I didn't know about this book, but this also sounds sick.
I believe that there's an illustrated version out there, which
Ooh,
has
I love a
some
good
pretty
illustrated.
neat drawings in it, like botanical drawings. Um, so yeah,
Oh, I love an illustrated book like that.
um, I'm not sure to what extent it's illustrated, because sometimes an illustrated book has kind of like drawings. It's like when people talk about the illustrated versions of Lord of the Rings and they have 3 drawings in them, and I'm like, that feels like a bit of a misnomer. but but yeah, it does have uh, quite a few drawings in from what I've seen, which I thought this, it does contain, like, you can probably tell from the context that it contains like a bit of commentary and criticism on the structure of modern agriculture. But I'm just
Yeah.
gonna double check the content warnings. I there's a little bit of discussion of like colonialism and classism and racism within the context of a lot of it being this is traditional ways that people farmed existed on this land and now they no longer have access to, and are instead placed in a system which is not as kind to the land that they have previously coexisted with in.
Yes.
But yeah, I just thought this is an interesting one, and one that I'm hoping to pick up. I've been I've been wanting to read it for a while, but couldn't find like an easy access to it online, and so thought if I pick it up for book club, then that'll give me the motivation to go out and grab a physical copy of it or order one. Like to read it.
Okay, that's great.
Oh, hi Jake. You have great news? Wait, what's the news? Thank you for the stretch
What
and
news do you
hydrate.
have, Jake?
Is the news that
What's
you're
the news,
going to
Yake?
bed and you're going to get some sleep? I don't think it is. What's the news? What's the news? Maybe hydrate. Okay. But yeah, those are our nominations this month for non-fiction and lit fiction. We have mostly non-fiction this month. We don't have too much classics or lit fic.
Yeah,
But
true.
I need to nominate more classics next time. I was really confused of which category I should put Frankenstein in, because I fully believe it still stands up as a modern sci-fi book, but I was also just like, but then we're going to be reading 2 fantasy sci-fi books, and I'm at peace with that, but that's not the intent of this. So gonna be an itty
True.
bitty company on my birthday. Oh, let's go! That's exciting. Wait, what date's your birthday? Is it a comp you can stream your perspective on? Do we get to be like Team Jake with like
Ooh,
little
yeah.
hatchets? So
I want to
hyped.
be
Let's
Team
go.
Jake.
I'm gonna start the poll.
Okay, you do
So
first 3, I do last 3.
yeah. Ba 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 ba
So
ba
I
ba.
do Cage Bird Sings.
But yeah, as always, if you have a suggestion on what book you would like to recommend, it should be going live. I was gonna say at midnight. It is midnight. It will go live within the half an hour of stream ending. When I get time to set it up, which is the poll to submit books for next month's book club book. If you have a book that you've been looking forward to read and wanted to talk to me about, or you are just excited to yap about something and want to hear a conversation about it, yeah, feel free to submit it. And it'll be in next month's poll, and we'll yap about it a little bit when deciding. So the poll for the first 3 is out. This is for the non-fiction literary fiction category, with the first 3 being Dudley Squat, A Year on the Farm by Jeremy Clarkson, Tolkien on Fairy Stories by J.R.R. Tolkien, and When You're Ready, This Is How You Heal by Brianna Wiest. On the 26th of October? Oh, okay, where's my calendar?
Okay.
I'm gonna.
Sounds kind of cool. What are you voting for in this one, Danya?
I'm undecided. Because I am quite interested in When You're Ready, This Is How You Heal, but I'm also, and this is like a very selfish response, but I don't know how I would talk about a book like this in book club. And so
Yeah.
part of me wants to read it in my own time because I fear that I would just kind of I don't know how I would engage with it in a book club format, but I do think it's an interesting book. And given not all books in this genre are things that stick with me, but given how much I have loved The Body Keeps the Score,
Yeah.
I want to read this too. I'm probably leaning towards Tolkien on fairy stories.
That's the one I'm also really leaning towards. It's like the interesting. So that's the split for me on this vote. Is like talking on fairy stories is like a very interesting conversation. I know how we would talk about that book for book club, right?
Yeah,
There would be a lot of conversations around like the start of fantasy as a genre and his ideas and like talking around like a lot of talk and stuff. But when you're ready as a book, I don't know how we would talk about it on like book club, but it's a book I know would be interesting to talk about
yeah,
or to
yeah.
read.
I feel
So like
like It's an interesting
It's
one and
weird.
it's a good nomination, but I feel like due to my limitations, I might struggle to say helpful things about it. Not to suggest that I come away with grand insights at the end of a book, but understanding that some
Huh?
of the
No, yes, we do. We come away with the best insights out of fantasy.
yeah.
Our insights are the right ones. And if you disagree, you're wrong.
I only know little RPGs, and my suggestions are kind of non-normal ones. I mean, some of the books I've suggested in the past aren't traditional books. I've suggested
I've suggested lit RPGs.
we've had the Alternative Encyclopedia of Birds, which was like an online-only text, which was um a fantasy. What's the phrase? Ba, 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 ba. I forgot to vote.
You
Okay,
also forgot to ask me what my vote is,
which
so
one
I
are you
don't know.
voting for, Kai?
I don't. Why me? Why aren't you voting first?
I'm voting for Tolkien on Fairy Stories. Which one are you voting for?
No, you made it hard.
Okay, do you want to vote for two and split your vote again?
Yeah. Split
Okay.
me between When You're Ready and Talking on Fairy Stories.
Okay, we have a tie between When You're Ready and Tolkien on Fairy Stories.
So the tiebreaker did. My tiebreaker didn't even work this time.
No tie breaking for you. Okay, let's start the second poll, and I will remember to vote this time. I'm really good at doing book club. Um,
Oh,
what are you thinking for this
I
one?
don't know. I don't know. These three are so different.
Yeah,
These three are really different. Like, do you want to talk about like a classic and like its influence? Do you want to talk about like the Serviceberry, or do you want to talk about like Caged Bird Sings and Maya Angelou's life? Honestly, it's probably between Brave New World and Serviceberry for me.
it's
It's because
between
Maya Angelou's life is real.
it's between Cage Bird Sings and Service Bay for me. I feel a little bit
That's also
about
fair.
Cage Bird Sings and When You're Ready, This Is How You Heal, in that I think it's a really interesting book, but I don't know how I would talk about it, especially considering some of the topics at
Yeah.
hand. Um, but
That's
it's
how I feel about the Caged Bird Sings. I don't know how I would talk about that book.
yeah, I feel like it's the type of book where I would just read it and then be hit by emotions and sit there and go read this book. When you feel like you can read this book, please.
Yeah.
But
I think my part might be the Serviceberry. I feel like that's
fanfictions
such
too.
a
A lot of fanfictions become books with very thinly swapped out characters eventually.
Fifty Shades.
Dares of the romantasy genre. Um, but I haven't read many lit RPGs. There was one which I added to my TBR recently. I'm trying to remember which one it was.
What you did?
Yeah,
What? Which one? Which one?
my brain's smooth. Oh, the service berry one for the half. Okay, so we have the final now. Let me get it started. We
The
have.
Serviceberry versus my not tiebreak.
Yeah. I can't spell finale. Finale? Words are hard.
Finale.
Um,
Finale.
I am typing. Um, okay. So putting a slightly longer time on this for 5 minutes because this is the finale, we have Tolkien on Fairy Stories by J.R.R. Tolkien, When You're Ready, This Is How You Heal by Brianna Wiest, and The Serviceberry, Abundance in the Reciprocity in the Natural World by Robin Kimmer.
a really hard word.
A difficult one.
I'm torn.
I'm also torn.
Because like I said, I know which one I think would be really. I, okay, I'll tell you my like reasoning. Right, Tolkien is cool. I love the topic. The fact that we talked to Kura about it for like an hour, kind of shows that me and you really love the topic of like fantasy as a genre, and like
Yeah.
pre-Tolkien fantasy, and like the influences that Tolkien had on it. And this is Tolkien talking about exactly that, about his like influences and like what he calls fairy stories and like where it comes from and the like all of that, right? The service
Yeah.
berries just seems really interesting and is a very fun topic to talk about for a book club. I feel like when you're ready, this is how you heal is the hardest book to talk about here, but also secretly probably the most interesting one to read. And if we have stuff to say about it, it could be really good.
Hmm.
It's like the sleeper hit of if we have a lot to say about it, it would be like fantastic. But it could also be the one that's like really hard to talk about because yeah, I've never really talked about a book like this, but I'm
Yeah.
really curious about this book. It's like it's a really hard one because like it's three different views of like stuff we could talk about. What we know, what we don't know, what's interesting.
I think the one which I'd be most excited to talk about would probably be Tolkien on fairy stories. Again, you have the kind of issue, although I think likely to a lesser extent than what we discussed in terms of Brave New World by Aldous Huxley, where you have the
Yeah.
time it's written. Um, I,
Yeah,
I,
because this is more academic from what I know. This is like
yeah,
an like academic, like he is actually talking to like literary people about this. This is not like this
yeah.
is very academically essay.
A lot of it was taken from letters and essays, I believe. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Um, but I don't know.
I think that's the one me and you can just yap on about even beyond what is in the book itself.
Yeah. On it, yeah. I feel like
When
I
you're ready is a challenge.
you got like 1 minute to decide.
Yeah, I'm looking at the like thing climbing down. So here's my thing, right?
Mhm.
I think when I want to vote for when you're ready, but I'm scared it's gonna be such a challenge that it does become just like a read this book, thumbs up, vibe.
I
And the safe word would be Tolkien. The safe word is just Tolkien. Me and you can yap for like 4 hours just about Tolkien.
we could do if we do Tolkien, we could do a film night in the Discord because I've been meaning to do them for eons and just do a marathon for the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit, and not the Cerulean.
I vote for
Cerulean.
Tolkien.
I feel like I still love it there, but
Nah, it's honestly. So here's the thing, right?
Mhm.
To a little bit of a degree, I do think going for like the vote for when you're ready, this is how you heal. I'm gonna read that book anyway, right? It's just like, do I have confidence in that we can talk about it for a book club? I don't know.
Yeah,
Um, I don't know because I don't talk about books like that. Where I know I talk about Tolkien a lot. I mean, you can just yap about Tolkien for like 6 hours
yeah. I've
randomly.
talked to some friends in my life about The Body Keeps the Score, um, having had it recommended
Yeah,
by a friend. But I feel like adapting that to the lens of a kind of stream and a communal environment is quite different. And so, although I
yeah.
think it's a very interesting book, I feel like I would struggle to discuss it. Oh, and we have our winner, which is Tolkien on Fairy Stories. So we are going to be reading Tolkien on Fairy Stories from slot 2 and Waybearer by Jordan Ifuku in slot 1. I'm
Nice.
excited about that.
I am too.
I'm gonna need to
excited
figure
about
out how to get
Waybearer.
hold of Tolkien on Fairy Stories. I feel like I don't think there's an audiobook of this one, which maybe we should have mentioned earlier. But
Tolkien on Fairy Stories, probably
can double
not.
check that.
It might be in public domain though.
I think the letters and the essays are, but the combination of them as they exist in the current published version was only updated and written in 2008. From the yeah. I do get grumpy when people are just like, and we added an introduction, so the Three Musketeers is now like you're gonna have to pay £50 to read an ebook of it, and I'm like, what do you mean? Sorry.
That's
There are times when adding introduction and context to books does add a lot of value, but I feel grumpy about when things get like it's difficult to find them widely available when they would otherwise be in the public domain. Because people are weird about that if they own, yeah. Well, but yeah, that's gonna be an interesting one.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. I'm really excited to talk about some Tolkien and some pre-Tolkien fantasy.
We're probably going to have to choose an edition because I believe there have been a few versions of the book that have been published with varying amounts of his essays. Because there's one that's like 140 pages that just has the main essay, and then there's the more complete version, which is around 320 pages and also contains the letters and some of the additions we talked about. So I'll post a link to the edition which I'm planning on reading. Obviously, if it's a different version that's easily accessible to you, it's not kind of like the context of it being a book with a plot where it could get spoiled. But yeah, I shall figure that out off stream to save you all from shenanigans. Okay, with that being said, I'm gonna ring the spoiler bell. I don't have a bell. This is the spoiler bell. Could you make a bell
May
noise?
I go grab some coffee? I can bing.
Thank you.
Bing,
And
bing,
you may
bing.
go grab some coffee. You don't need to ask permission. But yeah,
I go grab some coffee.
I will do an interlude while you grab coffee. We have finished selecting the books for this month. We are going to be reading Waybearer by Jordan Ifuku and Tolkien on Fairy Stories by J.R. Tolkien. I will be updating you with the edition in the Discord probably tomorrow. I'll do the general announcement today. After this, we are going to be hopping into the full spoiler review of this month's books. I don't believe we have anything to cover regarding spoilers for algospeak, but I will start talking about piranesi and I won't shut up for a while. I got many thoughts on piranesi, both in terms of my reading of it and themes I enjoyed and references I spotted, and I'm also just really excited to see what others' takeaways are if they read the book, and I'm excited to interrogate Kai. Interrogate's probably the wrong word. I'm very excited to find out about. Don't need to be. I'm not very good at squeaking on command. I'm more of a spontaneous squeaker, which is really silly of me since I built the button to press to squeak on command. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. Sometimes when I squeak on command, I'm too high pitched and loud, and so I peak and then it doesn't get picked up on the microphone, and then I'm just like, oh, I didn't scam you, but some combination of OBS and Twitch did. Oh hi Lionel, welcome into the library. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're having a good day. I hope you're enjoying books as a concept. Honestly, that should be the tagline of welcoming people in general, but especially today. Ah? I feel like ah is a very reasonable, like, squeak written formation of. I normally go for the classic eek, two e's and a k. I know squeak is out there, but I just like spelling things similarly. Wow, Luigi. Um, I feel like I should go back and try to practice saying the word repis- rep- recip- reciprocity. Reciprocity? Reciprocity. Reciprocity. It's a difficult word. I think. Hmm. This is gonna sound silly, but I think something about the positioning of the I in the word reciprocal and the fact that it's has the icity suffix is what's throwing me off. I think that's what's causing my confusion. Some words are difficult. Books indeed, always books. But yeah, I'm very excited for Piranesi. I don't know whether or not I should skedoodle over to the Piranesi page just so I can be like, whoa, it's time. But I also feel like Kai will be grumpy if I start yapping before they return. Carrying books? I'm always carrying books. I have a lot of books I need to finish reading. I'm reading quite a few books at the moment. I did a pretty good job in. I accidentally got up to reading 7 books at once, which I like reading multiple books at once because there I I find value in reading books on topics that at times I find challenging, but I'm also kind of conscious that I don't always want to read that, and so I like to have multiple books that are discussing things in different levels of depth, and some are like relatively lightweight YA fantasy, some are dense non-fiction, some are heavy sci-fi fantasy or heavy litfic. And I like to have a mixture of them so I can swap between depending on what's appropriate, so I don't just end up not reading for a while. Um, but I really need to finish Catabasis. I was so excited when the book came out. And I got it early. I got to go to one of the talks the Rebecca Kwong did as a promotion for the book, and then I just started it and got kind of stuck on one or two points, and then I was reading a bunch of other books at the same time because I am who I am, and I just didn't find the momentum and so took a break. I think part of it is my fault because I started rereading Dante's Inferno, which wasn't a sane decision on my part, but I'd been thinking about it, and then I saw a beautiful copy of all 3 books as a collection in a charity shop for £6, and I was like, I'll get that. And then I looked it up online, and I was like, charity shop, you should have charged me more money. Um, but I was rereading it, and I was just like, oh yeah, this is a perfect time to reread it because it'll give me more context. Having read them quite a while ago, and then it's not exactly a light page turner. And I think that losing momentum in that kind of dragged me down in Catabasis, which is it is my own fault, but I don't know. Part of me wants to do the silly mouse thing of doing a breakdown of some of the mathematical references because, um, given my background, I feel like I mention it too much, but I studied maths, and so with Catabasis having its magic system based around logic and proof, specifically the like principle of proof by contradiction within the study of real analysis in mathematics as a foundational part of its magic system, I feel like it could be fun to go through some of the context of the references from like a historical mathematical perspective, as well as just a this is the idea that's getting talked about. Because although a lot of cool maths things get referenced, they don't really get broken down. Um, the leaves, the familiar hopscotch, pillfire, piranesi. Big fan of piranesi. Tis I know some of these. I haven't read all of them. Are these some of your favorite books? My brain is getting smooth because I am sleepy and I do not have. I have caffeine. Dead on
I
Vivid so
also
far in
now have caffeine.
2025. Oh, that's a strong list of books to read in a year. There's some really good books in there.
Where?
Oh, Liam was just talking about what books they've read so far this year in chat.
Ooh. Cast of Leaves, The Familiar, Hopscotch, Palefire, 2666, The Dictionary of Causers, and piranesi.
I also believe this is
Well,
one of my
good thing
favorite
we're
books.
talking about the last one on that
I was
list
about to say
right
I'm going to
now.
talk about Piranesi for so long. I had a lot of free time. There's some long books in there, if I'm remembering correctly. I've not read all of them, but some many pages. I am.
I like that there's some Lee Bardugo with The Familiar.
Generally Bardugo enthusiasm. Ba, 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 ba. My brain is so smooth. Okay, let us jump into Piranesi. Okay, so spoilers. If you have seen us be excited about Piranesi for the first 2 hours of today's book club and you think you would like to read it, please end the stream and ignore me for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will be talking about complete spoilers of the book. We will also be talking about some of the themes and references that we picked up within the book and our takeaways. Even if I will say specifically, I'm someone who likes to go into things with a blank slate, but I know a lot of people don't mind reading books with spoilers because each person has such a personal reading and interpretation of Piranesi. I would suggest, even if you normally don't mind consuming media with spoilers, for this book you make an exception, you go into it blind. In a very weird way, it is kind of like Outer Wilds to me as a book, where even if you normally don't mind spoilers for things, go into this blind.
Yeah.
Mark Danielewski is releasing a new book in autumn, which I've pre-ordered. Ooh, okay. It's always nice when you're excited about books before they come out. So I'll mute. Oh no, Tundra, haven't you read it? It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I hope you enjoy Piranesi when you do get to read it. Take care. Enjoy your book. So that being said, we're starting spoilers. See you later. See you later, Tundra. Bye bye. Thank you for hanging out.
Thank you
Are
for
we ready
hanging
to
out.
rumble? Uh, I'm typing out. This is spoiler time in big letters to pin, and I keep misspelling words. Okay, there we go. So, Piranesi. I am going to briefly read. I made notes through this book as I was reading it, some of which I sent to Kai. One of the notes, like less than 50 page in, is just in capital letters. I do not trust that man, and and sometimes you're just right. um. Yeah. So
I
where to
remember getting
start?
that.
Um, Talking about the book as it kind of unfolds structurally, just going through as a reading experience briefly before we jump to wider thoughts on the book. I from the very start I found the intention behind the kind of complex vocabulary in a sense of these aren't like it's not like the vocabulary of a child. There is something specific precise in the way almost reminiscent of the scientific method and how Piranesi discusses things, whilst also being simplistic in a sense. It's such an interesting balance, and it's such a unique voice for the character. Oh yeah, I think I've pinned the spoiler warning. Not gonna lie, I don't know how visible it is for people as like Twitch viewers, but pinned messages are so buggy. So if at any point it does vanish, let me know and I will repin. But
E.
yeah, um, but yeah, the the way Piranesi structures sentences, the way the sentences are structured throughout the book, is such an incredible piece of storytelling. And I feel so silly
Yep.
saying that sentence, the idea that sentence structure could be storytelling, but it is.
In this it is, yeah.
I'm slightly in awe of this book. Yeah,
I mean, it's valid because, like, yeah, it is kind of insane how the what's the word? The way the story gets told, like through speech,
yeah.
affects so much. It's insane.
Um, the next
Like
idea.
even
Oh,
stuff like even stuff like you said, sentence structure, word choice, so much. That's why I would be curious if like how this like gets translated into another
yeah, it
language
would be so difficult to
because
translate.
yeah, it would be a nightmare to translate this book.
It's so I don't know how to articulate the way in which Piranesi's voice is unique, because it is childlike in a sense, but it is precise in a way that isn't childlike. It's
Yeah,
it's because sometimes you kind of get into a conversation with a kid and they're pedantic, and through that kind of I'm right, you're wrong, they end up being precise. But there's something so kind of it's such a unique voice. I don't know how to describe it. It's so interesting. Um,
yeah. I'm also trying to think of how to describe it, but like it's hard to describe.
yeah. Um, I think one topic which I'm gonna jump onto a little bit, which is an idea that's
Hmm.
introduced early on, but then like links to some other topics later on in the book, is the date formatting in Piranesi's notes is very interesting.
Yeah.
Um, specifically the swap from using the external date formatting to using, I think the first one that's written down was, I made a note of it somewhere. Um, um, where's my note? Maybe I didn't write it down. I have too many quotes written down. Oh, The Year of the Weeping Ceiling was the first one that had
Yeah.
a non modern date format, a non standardized date format. I made an assumption when reading the book that no one else has seemingly made online, because
Hmm.
I assumed when Piranesi was like, oh, this has been crossed out and replaced by something in my own handwriting, that the other had crossed it out and asked
Hmm.
Piranesi what happened, and Piranesi had written it down. And then, because when this piece of information is introduced, you're aware that Piranesi is forgetting this is an idea that has been introduced to you by the other. And so, although you don't know the extent of it, you kind of contextualize of, oh, that's why Piranesi has this lack of context. He is forgetting. It's not just that he, because I went to this with a very fantasy setting of like, oh, Piranesi might have just spontaneously started existing as an adult in this house, because I like quite abstract fantasy where things like that happen, where you just have an eternal being. And so part of me was like just going into it with that perspective from the start, but when it was like, no, Piranesi does have an age, they do have a finite existence, there is the capacity
Yeah.
to be a child and grow up within this world. Life would exist as to normal, but Piranesi doesn't have that memory. And so once that idea had been kind of introduced, because I had gone into it with like a very abstract fantasy expectation, it was really interesting to me because I assumed malice there. I just assumed the other had crossed it out. But the
Mm.
reading which a lot of people I've seen online have, which differs from my own, is the idea that some significant forgetting or some awareness of Piranesi's awareness of themselves forgetting things occurred in a way that they found unpleasant, or some other trauma happened that made Piranesi want to kind of swap to looking at things on house time, as sometimes people refer to it as, which I think is a interesting reading. It's obviously something we won't have like answers for in the text, but I just found it quite interesting that my assumption differed a lot from how a lot of people read that. Um,
That was very interesting.
what were your thoughts on when reading
I
that little
I
bit?
I cited more as like what other people saw in it. So here's the thing: it's like hard for me to narrow down what I thought at first, right? That first
Yeah.
reading. It's really hard for me to go back like 5 readings of this book to understand that. I feel like I said the hard part is now understanding like what I know as like my reading of it or versus like what is influenced by what I've seen talked around with it. I feel like from my earliest understanding, I saw hints of what you're saying, right? I saw an
Yeah.
idea of it, but I kind of leaned more towards the other side to a degree. That's
Yeah.
where I landed. I never got fully into where you got into it, which is really insightful on like where you got. I,
I
I say
it
read into it as like that's where you followed that line
mhm.
of thought to a degree. I never followed it that far, but I can definitely see it.
I think having
If you understand
finished
what
the
I mean.
book, yeah, I think having finished the book, I sit more within the conclusions that other people reached, because I think based off um there is logical inconsistencies there with the rest of the notebooks, in that if the other was aware of them, they would have taken them away from Piranesi, especially the
Yeah.
earlier ones. And so I don't think it makes sense as a whole if the other just crossed that one line out. But I do kind of see when we weren't aware of the contents of the earlier text, I think it does make sense as someone, potentially the other, because at the time I didn't know if it was the stranger who was going to visit the halls, because this was the line directly before my capital letters, and I hate capital letters. I do not trust this man comment. Um,
Yeah.
but the idea that someone wanted to make Piranesi grounded within the context of the house and not within the outside world that he had previously experienced was
Hmm.
um, something that I picked up from that. And I think it is maybe more interesting, and I would say more cohesive with Piranesi's character as a whole at the end of the book, to instead look at it as that might have been when Piranesi gave up on leaving the house, and that was when Piranesi accepted the house, would be how I
Yeah.
read it when I reread the book. Because I read this book twice, because I read it like within 5 days of us picking the book. And then I was like, oh heck, that was a month ago. I got to talk about it. Let me listen to an audiobook over the last 2 days. Um, but yeah, that was a point which is like addressed earlier on. And although with getting more information in the notebooks or the journals as the story goes on, you get more context to it. I thought that was quite an interesting little snippet.
Yeah.
Um,
That's a really interesting like hmm. I kinda
because
wanna reread that section.
it's an awkward bit to reread because it comes across in several parts, and it's
Yeah.
but I think it's I the idea I like the most is the idea of Piranesi giving up on the outside and accepting the house. Um, and I don't know how to discuss that more without jumping into some of the broader themes, which I kind of want to talk about things in order before we jump into the big themes, because we could be here on big themes for hours. Um, but
Yeah. Yeah, we can. Yeah.
um, one thing which I will say, which is something I made a note of here, and I think this is within like the first 50 pages or so, so quite early in the book, is
Yeah.
I really enjoyed this book. I had seen a
Mm.
lot of spoiler-free reviews and discussion of this book. I told you about this as I was reading it in my little live updates. I disagree, or I don't relate to what a lot of people have said about this book, with it being a slow start with little context.
Yeah, I also disagree.
It's. I know as a reader, I really value um uncovering information. This is largely shaped by a lot of the books I had access to reread and to read when I was young were things like
Yeah.
Agatha Christie and Sherlock Holmes books. So I know that that is just shaped part of what I look for in media, and that is a kind of unchanging part of my personality. I think it's very clear with how I interact with games and stories that is the case.
Yeah.
But maybe I am more accustomed to mystery and kind of abstract narration um, than some of the like traditional fantasy readers who go into this book, or traditional litfic readers who go into this book expecting to understand the world you're in. And so maybe I'm just in like
Yeah.
a middle point where I was at peace with the lack of information you had. Um, but I
I
thought
think
that the like first third of the book was incredibly dense in that the information it builds, and so I didn't really understand the point that people
I
made.
agree.
Yeah.
I agree with like so the one thing I will say is like there's two different sides to this, right? I think half of it is like what you are talking about now, and kind of what we talk about is like how people want like understanding kind of to like guide them through as like what like you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like they want some level of world building because we talked about it. There's not like world building in this world. Like this is the X region of this place that's governed by this king type
This is the
beat,
seventh
right?
Northern Hall with the statue of the.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
am the king's second sister on her third side, married to XXX. Da, da,
and
da,
I
da, da.
have a
That's not in this.
thingamabob plate.
Yeah, which a lot of people I think use as a like touchstone to guide them into the world, and then to have like a pull into the world to a large degree. I think a lot of people use that to pull themselves into the world, which is where people say like the book didn't pull me in, or there wasn't much to like happening in the beginning of the book to pull me in. I think that might be part of the disconnect. I think the other part of the disconnect is this is I use this word very deliberately because I don't think to the degree I'm going to say it, it's true, but it is true to a degree. This is not a very plot driven book. This
Oh
is a very
yeah.
character driven book and a very like book driven by like the discovery and the mystery around that character. But there's not like a heavy plot implication in a lot of this book.
Mhm.
Do I say that with a caveat because there is a lot of plot in this book, but it's not a plot driven book in my opinion in that same regard, which I think is also something that's disconnecting some people, is that a lot of people want a plot to drive them into the book. And the lack of both, and I think seeing the word fantasy attached to this book sometimes, and then not having either of those two, some people are not knowing what they're getting into, and then when they don't have those shortcuts that they're used to, they kind of disconnect from the book to a degree, and then what is actually supposed to drive you in the book, which is like the characters, this discovery, all of this stuff, doesn't drive them because they never connected with it in the first place. So I kind of get where people are coming from. I think it's a misunderstanding of what they can get out of the book, if I can say it like that, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, I
Because
get.
like I think people just think fantasy, okay, I'm gonna have Bruno Sando explaining lineage to me in the first 10 pages.
Yeah,
Which no you're not.
they're waiting for the other to be a grounded character to exposit the world to them.
Yes. Yes.
And I
For
think
lack of a better yeah.
yeah.
That's a
Um,
great way to say it. They're waiting for the other to be an expository character for them.
yeah. And
And that's
especially
not
when,
what he
as the
is.
book progresses, if people made that assumption given the other's more grounded presentation, and then they were confused that that was inconsistent information, if they just
Yeah.
like missed the malice of it. Um, uh, So one idea which I wanted to kind of talk on there is I I I feel like everyone finishes this book wanting to protect Piranesi, and
Hmm.
maybe this is not a universal reading, but the bit which it kind of I was just like, oh gosh, I want this man to be safe and happy and away from the other was the conversations quite early on where Piranesi continuously refers to and reflects to himself as the other as equals in their academic endeavor and how they are both scientists and how they are both scholars. And then
Yeah.
you just see the kind of open disrespect and malice with which the other treats Piranesi and Piranesi's just disregard of the cruelty. And I'm like, I really want you to
Yep.
have a nicer other person to exist with. Even if there can only be two people in
Yeah.
this world. I like I
But also, the whole framing around that, right? With like, um,
how on earth
what's the word?
Piranesi ended up with a kind of benevolent perspective of the other.
Yeah, because that's what I was thinking. I don't know how to word it, but like the way that like because like yes, they're both scholars, right? So they're both like academics trying to learn about this place, but they're almost like I, it's like such an interesting dichotomy with like the other because like I don't know how Piranesi got to it actually kind of just speaks to Piranesi as a character that he actually has a positive view of the other because damn the like
Are you ready for my JFK quote on this book?
yeah,
I think
honestly
you're
that
I
might
think
help
you're
me with
gonna
the
know the
wording
one that
for
it's
it.
gonna be.
Yeah, I think
Which
so.
is let me get the exact wording right. I'm not American. Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. But swap that
Yeah,
out for the house. Um,
yeah,
that
it's just
feels
like it's a, like the other feels using like
yeah,
that's the
absolutely.
way to say it.
Yeah,
Like using is the word I would attach to them, which is like the way that Piranesi is like relating themselves to that is, I'm gonna be real, insane to me.
yeah. I think it's so impressive that Piranesi has made what, especially within the context of what has happened, even with forgetting many things, several remarkable leaps of faith in decision making, and the fact that it feels cohesive and believable is such a feat of character writing and voice.
Yeah,
Um, because I think for
yeah,
any like for the average author, for even a great author, it could be very difficult for this to feel believable. But you believe Piranesi that as they lost their memories over time, they came to these opinions of the house and the other. Um,
yeah. That's
I'm
the. It's a very insane part about it is that like it feels as much as it feels like a leap in like what we know and like the idea of how did we get even what we just talked about with like the other and how did Paradesi ever get to see them as like some sort of benevolent person there with them and get to a place where they could be like, yeah, me and the other are both just scholars. It also feels so in character for Paradesi to get there,
yeah,
and that's such a strength of like character writing that I could both be like, how did they get there? But also, I get that that character would get there. Like, I understand that's like, that is just Piranesi would get there to a degree. You know what I mean? It's, it's a Piranesi is an insanely well written character. Like, impressively so
I
in
think
character voice.
so. I'm gonna get distracted and jump onto one of my themes for this book, but this is one of the
Yeah,
ones I
great.
started noticing around this point, and I'm hoping the explaining the points at which I started picking up on the themes, I think, is also a part of how you read them, and so hopefully this is a structurally interesting way to do it. Apologies, I'm kind of monopolizing the structure of the conversation, but with this being like a relatively first read, hopefully the kind of like fresh perspective on it in a strange sense gives the structure some sense, which is, I think, as a general concept, Piranesi's urge to find divinity and goodness in things, specifically divinity, is very interesting. And there are some
Yep.
incredible quotes that lead to this topic. So, things like when Piranesi says things that are culturally could be used as parting sentences, but feel very reminiscent of blessings. So things like, may your paths be safe, your floors unbroken, may the house fill your eyes with beauty. That, to me, reads like a parting prayer. And admittedly, there's some of the kind of etymology of a lot of greetings and parting sentences were prayers or things akin to them, and so that's why they feel intertwined. But you also have things along, jumping a bit further forwards within the quote, with the world feels complete and whole, and I, its child, fit into it seamlessly.
I love that quote. That part of that quote, I adore. The world feels complete and whole, and I, its child, fits into it seamlessly.
It's so interesting. It contains. I feel like if you had to summarize Piranesi in a quote, it might be that. Specifically, that quote contrasted it with the cruelty that Piranesi experiences in the book and the fact that he holds no regard for it. He doesn't perceive it as cruelty, he just. Well, I think building off that it's a slightly longer one, but I'm gonna just read it out with the grammar and pause that the structure of it gives. But do you trust the house? I ask myself. Yes, I answer myself. And if the house made you forget, then it has done so for good reason. But I do not understand the reason. It does not matter that you do not understand the reason. You are the beloved child of the house. Be comforted. And I am comforted. The kind of the like this the self-talk, it feels at times, and I see sinister religious indoctrination everywhere in media, but it feels at times the Piranesi is talking themselves into faith of the house, into having almost religion of it, into worshipping the house. I don't think it is my lens of Piranesi's search for divinity to kind of say that Piranesi worships the house. I think that
Yeah.
is something Piranesi would agree with. Um, but I think it's so interesting because as I was reading the book, I was just like, oh, I'm curious. Did because I think as you read the book, I'm jumping ahead a little bit here, but it ties into this topic. And you first find out about the ones who went missing in the house under the professor. And you assume that Piranesi was someone who was introduced to the house through that context, or I did. I was just like, oh,
Yeah.
Piranesi must have been the last person in this like psychoacademic weird drug cult from the 70s that was trapped in the house. Okay. Um, and so I thought, oh, okay, maybe that's why Piranesi has this deep rooted belief that they are an academic. That is why Piranesi clings to this report and structure, because it was the view of life which he came into the house with. That's why he is searching and seeking a kind of higher power and benevolence in the house, because he came in here looking for the great and secret truth, the power of the house that the other covets and that the professor previously had looked for. Um, and so I was almost confused when that turned out to not be Piranesi's background and context, because within my mind I'd kind of filled in justifications for his character of that being the case.
Yeah.
But I think it still makes a lot of sense within the context of the other will have socialized Piranesi to be prioritizing um, those things, and assumably will have been discussing the house in a reverent way, or as reverent as the other can be. Um,
Yeah.
but oh, I'm just jumping between themes here. Um,
So about the deity theme, there's two more quotes that I love for that
Oh,
idea,
okay.
and like
Yeah.
how Piranesi sees the house specifically. Um, because like so to a degree, right? So there's a lot of pagan ideas infused in here. There's a
Mhm.
lot of pagan ideology and stuff in here. So like a good example is the like when he goes into the one hallway to see the constellations
Mhm.
and he discovers that all the statues are looking at the like full moon through the window, and then he notes in his journal that it's the 12th day of the 6th month, which is the summer solstice, um, which is a very pagan like celebration of the summer solstice, right? It's done under the full moon. um, so like that's there's a lot of pagan things, like that's one example. There's a lot of pagan ideas attached to this whole thing. um, but there's like, so one, he believes the house communicates with him,
Mhm.
including he thanks it for the foods it brings, the shelter it provides, and the beauty, kindness, stuff like that, right? And there's one quote where he talks about the tides themselves are full of movement and power, so that while they may not exactly be alive, neither are they not alive. Um, and then he writes, they were drenched, we were numbered, we were blinded, we were deafened, but always we were saved. In that he speaks almost as the house as a deity, as like a force
Mhm.
there. Um, in the search for deifying something, and he deifies the house a lot of the times in with stuff like that. There's another quote attached to it that I need to find.
There's
Uh,
there's a quote along with the themes of that I can't remember, but it. Oh, I'm gonna try and search for it. Oh gosh.
that's what I'm trying to search now. There's one quote that I have in mind. There's so many quotes in this book that I just love.
Um. Ba 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 ba. Um. I'm gonna do a slight hop over since we're just talking about
Yeah,
other religions in reference to Piranesi rather than Piranesi's like divine inklings regarding the house. I'm going to talk about Genesis, specifically within the idea of beholding the house, which is a reoccurring
yeah,
theme in the first half of the book, and when leaving it, the most succinct quote on this within Piranesi is, "But as a scientist and as an explorer, I have a duty to bear witness to the splendors of the world," which to me is so closely tied to I think it's Genesis 2:19, which is he brought then to the man to see what he would name them, and whatever the man called each living creature, that was its name.
yeah.
To me, that has to there's something going on there. I think it's yeah. Um, I feel like I cannot talk about this anymore without jumping into the discussion of the house being. I'm abandoning my idea of talking about it in order, but the idea of the house being Plato's theory of forms. Um, are you familiar with this one?
Yeah,
um, so just jumping around a little bit, the bit which I'm pulling in reference to is when the professor describes the house. And although we
yeah,
get when the officer, I'm using the kind of simplified names because it feels more sincere to Vanessa and therefore the book, but I'm just
Yeah.
generally not the best with names, so I often use titles to describe characters. Even when the officer pulls Piranesi from the house in whatever literal or metaphorical sense each person reads from it, it's not really introduced as a place except when speaking to the professor, where it is introduced as um, a realm that exists in addition to ours, which is a manifestation of ideas. And so I was there just being like, oh, Piranesi is stuck in Plato's theory of forms, which is the idea of a kind of tiered reality where we have our world, but this is a less real world, and there is an unchanging kind of perfect higher realm in which true forms exist as a blueprint for everything that exists in what is sometimes referred to as the sensible world, or in the tangible realm. This also includes the physical manifestation and concrete definition of concepts, which can be forms, not just objects of experience, things like beauty or justice. And so I think specifically with the statues, the house as a construction is built off this idea in how it's portrayed, with often discussing different emotions, different creatures, different actions, specifically the statue, which is largely associated with justice, with the traditional use of the scale symbol, and how the ones that are valued by Piranesi relate to some of Piranesi's core features, I think is the view of the world. When this was first introduced, especially within the professor's context, the Piranesi wasn't one of the people he had brought to the house. I wondered if Piranesi was the manifestation of man as a perfect form within the house and was not a person of outside of the house. And that's
Yeah.
so this was a reading I had that kind of fell apart as the book finished. But the idea that the others came into the house and they fell apart, but as they fell apart, they developed features and tendencies that tended towards Piranesi. So, discussing the man who escaped but was previously held captive by the professor, whose name I've forgotten. It feels so poor to identify him as the Dishy Italian, but that's what he's primarily referred to as. Who ends up working for the local council, who Piranesi sometimes takes back to the house. I had read it that the others were people from the other realm who were trying to visit Plato's realm, higher realm of perfect form, and the Piranesi was the perfect form of life and movement, and so was the only one who could exist without deteriorating within the realm, because the abstraction of someone existing within a realm means there must be a subsequent higher realm, etc., etc. I also, just as a general discussion of the theory of forms, I find Plato's argument much more compelling than Aristotle's. But that's a separate tangent. I don't understand why Aristotle has such beef with dirt. Dirt is cool. I'm really bad at staying on topic, but yeah, this is my reading at first, especially with Piranesi not wanting to leave the house. I thought that could be like an interesting idea and execution of it, and so when it turned out that Piranesi was a person, had existed from outside the house but survived within it, that opens so many questions to me, because I'd kind of talked myself into, oh, Piranesi is the accepting form of a human as reflected in the house. And the others who are going into the house and losing their mind are those who are trying to ascend to this form that is not natural for them, that they are not concepts to reside within. And that's why the kind of power and wisdom of the house, which so naturally sits within Piranesi innately and grows within him as he continues to manifest, is something that the professor cannot, or the other cannot attain, assuming that the great and secret knowledge was something that Piranesi had access to, because I like to think it was. And maybe that's not true, but it would make me happy if Piranesi had access to it all along. Anyway, that's one of my big tangents. I feel like
good tangent.
Plato's theories of forms is one of the kind of common reference when discussing piranesi, and for good reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on any of that tangent? If not, I have another one to jump straight into because of who I am.
No, I think you kind of succinctly said most of it. It is a very interesting view of it. Is that like piranesi as the like perfect form of man to a degree?
I do think so there's two jumping points from here, and I'm going to ask which one you want to go up to, which is
Hmm.
man uncorrupted by man and learned dissatisfaction, or the other one being the house as a metaphor, the house as a place, and why I get grumpy with discussions on that.
I'm down for either, honestly.
I feel like I've just been talking for like 40 minutes. You gotta pick at least.
Honestly, I'm down for either. I hmm, I'm having a great time listening to like new views of some of this stuff because it's really interesting to me to get like a new insight into a lot of things around it.
Mm-hmm. I'm doing my best to kind of. It sounds quite silly, but I often try and figure out books as I'm reading them. And so I'm doing my best to
Mm,
communicate my thoughts as they change throughout the book, which I realise can be a bit disjointed with the hopping about. But I do think it adds some amount of depth to the reading, and so I hope it isn't too disjointed.
yeah.
I'm going to start with one of the things that I have beef with people on. Okay, I don't want to generalize. All the people who read Piranesi and say, oh, the house is a metaphor, so
Mm,
it can't be fantasy. Are you not aware that fantasy can be used as a tool for metaphor?
yeah.
Did
Very well. Very well as well.
yeah,
Very well.
I'm just like, I can see on the Goodreads on your story graph that you read Babel. Did you think that R.F. Kuang picked the things lost and controlled within translation as just like a random thing to build the world around? No! It's not always the case. Sometimes it's for the cool factor, but especially with fantasy like this, it is intentional. It is a metaphor. It's not either or. It's not that it is a metaphor, it's a fantasy setting. The fantasy setting can be the metaphor, that can be part of the story.
Yeah.
That made me so grumpy, and I realize it's not a universal opinion. And if people are primarily exposed to like litfic to classics and they don't read much fantasy and they end up reading Piranesi because it kind of strays outside of its genre, I can kind of see where that opinion comes from, but it just ground my gears. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you also encountered that one, or did I
I
just?
have.
Yeah. I
No, I've
couldn't tell
seen
if
it
I was.
around.
Yeah, I saw it quite a few times from like individual reviewers as well as like content creators on it, and I was like, I don't see your point, especially because I'm gonna jump onto a different topic a little bit. If you have any other thoughts on that one,
No, go for it.
um, I think there is so I each person reads this book differently. Um, to me, the book is
Yeah.
slightly alarming if read as the house being a metaphor. Um, and so to
Okay.
to kind of say that, I have to walk back and discuss a lot of how I read Piranesi's character. But to me, the way Piranesi is viewed as content is it doesn't have a voice within the book of whether it's good or bad, but I have a positive impression of Piranesi's character. And so, if people are reading specifically as a metaphor for Piranesi developing something like schizophrenia or for dissociative personality, and this being directly as a trauma response to imprisonment, and you then kind of view Piranesi as being incredibly content within this response, I am not comfortable with that entirely because to me that feels like Yeah, Stockholm syndrome isn't a real condition. It's a colloquial description of something that hasn't been like. It's a weird one. It's where social language moves past scientific identification, but it's kind
Yeah.
of showing, oh yeah, Piranesi is at peace and content with being held a captive, and this state within his mind, which is assumably extreme stress, is some form of complex post-traumatic stress disorder, or is like a dissociative identity or something like schizophrenia. Yeah, he's having a great time. And
Hmm.
I think a lot of this book is about trauma, and I think there's some very interesting discussion of it within specifically the separation of character that's addressed at the end. But I don't feel great about the whole. Piranesi is framed as so content, and I would feel less comfortable if Piranesi was content whilst having escaped into his mind, if that makes sense. Um, and I
Yeah.
can see why it would be like that, but just because I read Piranesi as being content in a way that I think you can learn from, um, it made me a little sad to see all the responses that were like, oh no, Piranesi is in a kind of like vulnerable and awful state and shouldn't be like this, and this is something that Piranesi needs to like help and recover from. And
Hmm.
I probably haven't articulated it very clearly, but the um the kind of, with the house being a kind of physical place and a fantasy construction within the world, this isn't the officer trying to convince Piranesi and soften the steps by agreeing to their delusions and incorporating their hallucinations to walk them back to a safe point. And it is a truly bizarre and fantastical and divine place that they have entered into. And without that, it kind of reframes the content and acceptance that is so definitive of Piranesi, of being something that has happened under false pretenses. And there's a discussion that the loss of self that Piranesi experiences is innately false pretenses, and I understand that. But it being something that exists within Piranesi's head rather than a space that is altering Piranesi feels different to me. And
Yeah.
it feels far more negative about the conclusions which Piranesi reaches, which I read as something that is near aspirational. Um, and I think I'm repeating myself a little bit then, but yeah, that's the point I have that I feel very complicated on. And it's not to say that I think that reading is bad or the people are wrong of reaching it, and it's more that I hope that that's not how it's intended, because
Hmm.
I I want some of what Piranesi is described and defined by to be not unhealthy. Um, I think is my, yeah.
Yeah.
That's my half-formed thought.
No, yeah.
Do you get
It
what
it
I'm
does
saying?
feel, it feels dark to read
Yeah,
it as like a, yeah, it's very, hmm, not that like dark is bad, but it feels like, yeah, I get what you mean in that it's like a, it's almost like a doom and gloom reading of it to a,
yeah.
to
And
a degree.
I often read books with negative perspectives. We saw that I disliked the other one, like page 10, but
Yeah.
I had such a positive perspective of Piranesi as a character, not just in terms of writing, but in terms of strength of self and the strength of character through such awful circumstances, even if they weren't entirely aware of those circumstances. The the kind of framing of it where those characteristics are a self delusion and a cruelty in a sense, in the way that coping
Yeah.
mechanisms in those extreme circumstances are, I just found it disheartening. And yeah. It's not to say it's wrong, it's more just to say that I had a more optimistic takeaway and was a little sad that others didn't. And I think that it makes piranesi almost sinister in a way that I don't think. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I was someone who read the house as a fantasy thing that was physically there that the others reached. The closest I got to considering something else was when the professor was there and just being like, "Yeah, when we all did drugs in the 80s," and I was like, "Oh, is piranesi on drugs?" That was like the only time I considered it anything other than like a physical fantasy plane. But that is again me as a kind of abstract fantasy reader, being very accepting of that. Um, uh, in terms of piranesi within the house, then, something which is very interesting to me, when I had to kind of abandon my little pet theory of piranesi being the manifestation of human form within um, Plato's theory of forms, and just accept that piranesi was a person from our world who was content within the house on a scale of time
Hmm.
which no one else had been capable of being, while still functioning to some extent. Um, the idea of why Piranesi survived and the others didn't, in a sense. I feel like we can't answer it from the text, but it's such a strange question to ask following Piranesi's framing, because I think Piranesi would expect anyone else who came to the house to end up in a state similar to them, but based off the
Yeah.
experiences we have of the one living person who attended the house, the Italian fellow, we can assume that that's
Yeah.
not the case. And there's some things reminiscent between the two in that the Italian fellow wasn't content after leaving the house and regarded it as a peaceful place which they took comfort in, which is very reminiscent of how Piranesi addresses the house. Um,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna suggest that the skeletons were there from people not being able to cope with the house. I think we can potentially assume from how the professor was described that they are there as a result of his cruelty to some extent. Um,
Yeah.
I oh, I think you saw this happen to me in real time when we found when the conversation with the professor happened, and I went back and I thought about all the people who'd brought there, and I realized that the professor had
The
brought a child to the house.
child skeleton.
And I was just like, oh, the professor thought that maybe a child could adapt to it because he'd watched the previous people regress to a near childlike state. And so he just brought
Hmm.
a child to see if they could cope with the house. And I just got so sad and angry. And I understand it was intentional, but oh, that hurt my feelings. Um, oh, like, it has been a while that something that isn't even like alluded to off page, but just pieces of information that you string together has hurt my feelings that much. Um, yeah. Oh. um. Da, 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 da. Um. Let me look at my notes again. I got two different pages to swap between. Um. Uh. I made lots of notes on assumed divinity and what it means for Piranesi to have lost sense of self but still hold on to the notion of higher power. Um,
Yeah.
I was interested in that, as I am for a theme in a lot of books, but I thought it was quite pronounced in this one. Um, um, yeah, I found my note on the child skeleton being more horrifying now. Um, Da, 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 um, yeah, gosh, I love this book. But yeah, talking about the birds. Okay, so when the
Yeah.
offspring are mentioned, there's the myth of the Athenian king, which is old, I think it's Grecian mythology, and it's regarding one of the king whose two daughters were transformed into ospreys because they had it was the classic Greek shenanigans where you were having family feuds going back and forth, and because of some earlier conflict, the daughters had done something to injure the son of the people they were feuding with because it's an ancient Greek story. And in an effort to help them escape, um, cyclical revenge, specifically revenge in relation to like a seeking of a truth or power, they were transformed into offspring so they could fly away. This to
Mm.
me feels intentional with the offsprays in the book. Um, and this is confusing because you've got the other birds in the book and I don't know why they're there. So maybe I've imagined it with the offsprays. um, and it makes me existential. Because that feels like it fits in pretty well with when the offsprays appear. But then you have the other birds that appear, and I'm just like, there's the gulls, but they're there, but they have common mythology. But there's the two birds that are used for the years. I'm just like, why do the offsprays make sense, but the others don't? Do you know why the others don't make sense to me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe I've just
That was
imagined the
interesting.
offsprays, but it feels like there's something there.
The
Um,
ospreys are the friends we've made along the way.
um, okay, so one of the main themes that I found having finished the book, and not one that I encountered whilst reading it, I've still got some general ones, but
Yeah.
just going through chronologically, is I really like how the book handled the theme of trauma changing someone. Um, and this kind of
Mm.
ties into a little bit how we were talking about when you're ready to heal as a discussion on self post trauma and continued development, because a lot of conversations regarding trauma kind of view it as this is how you were before, this is how you get back there. But to me, Piranesi as a book structurally articulates that this is who someone was before trauma. They can respect and
Mm.
pay homage to that person, but they will not be the same, and that they must now be accepted and valued as a new person. Um, and to say you enjoyed it is a kind of almost sinister thing to say because it's obviously not a cheery point, but I found a lot of value in how it was communicated. Um, and the kind of discussion of separation of self from past, and admittedly, the absence of memory and that aspect of removal, I think, obviously lends a kind of fantastical, abstract touch to it. But the discussion of I can't remember it, so did it happen to me? I have the eyes, mouth, feet, hair. This is not a verbatim, but it's like an approximate quote of a topic Piranesi discusses when talking about reclaiming their old life. Um, am I the same? I think is a really interesting and noteworthy reflection,
Yeah.
specifically within the context of things like people who have some form of trauma and have lost part of their memory as a result of that. So that would most likely be something kind of like the clear example to me is forms of PTSD when people cannot remember traumatic incidents but are shaped by them. I think that the change of Piranesi as a character, although it's kind of in very distinctive language that I can understand why others would associate him more with something like schizophrenia or DID. I think it overlaps between all of them as discussions of trauma in abstract senses often do, but I think it is very well communicated and a kind of touching reflection on that, because I think it can be to expect people to move back to who they were prior to experiencing trauma.
Yeah. That whole idea is very interesting of the like, am I the same? Because
Yeah.
like, especially if you look at the transformation of piranesi, because piranesi, and I'm speaking of piranesi as like, there's three versions of piranesi, quote unquote, right? Because there's piranesi before, piranesi during, and then a third version that's somewhere in between, right?
Yeah.
And it's an interesting idea of talking about like the, am I the same as like the idea of what changes you as a person, and where the, what is the version of you in like quotation marks idea of like, but like, because like the idea becomes like the version of the original version is also not the uninfluenced version, because in life you are still influenced constantly by everything to become that version of you, and is the purest form of piranesi the piranesi of the house, but that form was also influenced. Is it somewhere in between the two where that whole idea falls of like, who is this like character, who is piranesi to a degree, and what is the change or influence that happened to them throughout here, but in life, but everywhere, and like how we got here. Because it's a very interesting idea of like how we influence, because that's a different idea that's kind of subjectly related, is like how we influence the world and how the world influences us. And how our influence on the world influences us by reaction. If you understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so I think I made affirmation noises. They were just a bit quiet. I think this kind of, yeah, I think I have a point that's similar to this, but I understand what you're saying. Yeah. I don't know if, would it be helpful if I made my point that I think is similar, or
Yeah.
do you want me to hand it back? So
No, go for it.
I kind of
That's
wanted.
the value in this conversation, is like going back and forth on points and like seeing where in the middle there is like, because like this book is very very open to interpretation in a lot of ways in a lot of places. So the value is in being like, this kind of supports it but also
Mhm.
adds to it, or like doesn't support it but is an interesting view of it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. To me, this ties into one of the ideas of, I touched on it briefly, of why Piranesi was the one who, quote unquote, survived the house, who maintained a sense of self, even if it was a
Hmm.
new self, because it is the reflection of the others went into the house with the context that the house was doing a cruelty onto them as removing them of their memories, but Piranesi was different from the others in that he went into the house with the perception that the other was doing a cruelty onto him, and the house was simply
Hmm.
where he resided. Um, and part of me wonders if that is what shaped Piranesi and allowed the transformation of the house to be a kind of benevolent one in his case, where it was destructive in the others. And it's like a jump in relation, but I think it ties into the idea of the framing of experiences, which is a big part of how I came across the thought that you just discussed with him, as he engages with each thing that happens to him as if it is fair, natural, and reasonable. I can't find the quote off the top of my head, but there's the idea that the house often gives the other many things, but this is because the other does not know how to fish and he does not know the seasons. And so
Hmm.
this is divine and good of the house, because the house doesn't need to give me more things because I can fend for myself, but the other would struggle without it, so it's provided them. The kind of that attitude, which I want to give Piranesi a jumper and new shoes. It the to me, so much of how Piranesi perceives things and the like cyclical nature of being socialized and how you experience things, which I think is the kind of root idea of what you were talking about, is the absence of jealousy and discontent from Piranesi. Because I am trying so hard not to jump to a different topic, but I think it's really interesting how Piranesi became so accepting, not necessarily in the way that we view acceptance socially now, of accepting of others, just accepting of what occurs, and not in the case of I deserve this because this, and this, or I deserve this negative because of this, and this, but in the this is the right thing to happen, for it has happened, and that there is the divine idea, as previously mentioned. I will talk about religion and text until the end of my time. I've done such a good job at only quoting one Genesis passage today. But I'm rambling a little bit. But I do think that there's a lot of really interesting ideas in the absence of others. Is it the isolation that has made Piranesi develop that optimism and acceptance, or is it the house in some way? And because the two are similar but not the same. Because if you assume that you have to make an assumption of whether or not the house has intention, because Piranesi, as the narrator, assumes and kind of skews you to believe that the house does have intention. But if the house is something more passive, and it simply wears away on a person as they exist, and be it maybe because of structured writing or repetition, the Piranesi can maintain enough to stay functioning, he is less affected by it, then it is the isolation that shapes Piranesi. And that's an interesting reflection, that to exist without society is to exist without jealousy, which is a whole idea that I am unequipped to explore. But then if you take it in another direction instead, view that as being some structure and intention to how the house washes away parts of people, and you view how Piranesi ends up and his state as being a kind of ideal that is aspired to by the house, which I think is a very optimistic reading of the house, and kind of is probably only one you would reach if you made my assumption partway through the text of Piranesi being the ideal, the upper planar form in the House of Forms. This is what the house is slowly shaping everyone to be, and via the interference of the other or the professor, they are distracted from or injured before they can reach that, and that's why Piranesi has been at a consistent point. They're like the two readings of Piranesi and how they developed as a character that are the main ones to me. I am very pessimistic by nature and kind of cynical, and so part of me feels like I should view the house as something that simply erodes and shouldn't give it intention. But that is an almost harder one to believe within the context of the story and the world, because that would make there being something so exceptional about Piranesi, in that he was able to continue and sustain in a place where others could not. Whereas if you view it as a difference of the house was trying to shape people towards this, and had not a complete kindness, it is cruel to forget everything around you, but had intention with how it was shaping people, and it was only because potentially the other was less involved than the professor, or the other exhibited less direct cruelty, that Piranesi was able to become what the house was trying to shape any who visited into. That's I think about that a lot. I don't think I'm ever going to come to a conclusion with that, but yeah. I got distracted halfway through your point. I'm sorry.
No.
What do you think about that? Do you think the house had intention?
So okay, so there's a we'll get back to that at the end, right?
Yeah.
Because so there's 2 points attached to like right at the end of the review. I want to talk about 2 things specifically attached to that. Because there's 2 ideas. And I read this time I read it with one idea in mind, and I there's something interesting attached to that. A specific quote attached to that, right? Um but outside of that and the idea of what the house wanted them to become is a very interesting idea of it, because to a degree you also have the opposite side of it, because a lot of how Piranesi talks about the house is that it that so the other kind of wants the house to be something, right?
Yeah.
To they want something from
Think
it,
not
right?
what you can provide for the house, but what the
Yeah,
house can provide for you.
yeah, it's that idea. It's the idea of a means to an end. Um, the power and glory that you can get from it. The idea of they actually say this, doing it for humanity, right? There's the whole idea of the ends justify the means in
Yeah.
all of their attachment to the house. Where Piranesi has a quote that's one of the more famous quotes from the book, which is the house is valuable because it is the house. It is enough in and of itself. It is not a means to an end. Um, which it's kind of the same as what you were talking about from the house's side to Piranesi, where Piranesi was allowing himself to become what the house wanted him to become. Piranesi also allowed the house to be what the house is. There was no
There's an
view of
acceptance, a
what it
mutual
needs to be.
acceptance. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a very that's the word. When you said there was there was a word you used that you didn't completely like the attachment for it, where there's a acceptance or you use an R word. The word is escaping me now. Bernesi is very
Reciprocal?
the word is escaping me. Huh?
Reciprocal is a lot of how I think about piranesi in the
Mm,
house, but that's not the one I said.
in how he treats people. You were talking about something about how he treats people.
I say so many words.
It might have been. It was close to accepting. We could just use accepting, because I don't because I agree that that's not the exact word for what how Pernesi interacts with the house, but also with the other and with just the idea and stuff of it. It's not accepting. It is just it is what it is to a large degree, um, because that's how he sees the house. It just is what it is. The house is valuable because it is the house. It is enough. No matter what it is enough in and of itself. Um,
it
there's
is not
no
the means to an
idea of
end.
yeah, there's no in fact he discouples that from the whole idea that it might have a use or it might have a purpose, in that he says there is no means to an end, there is no other attached to it. It is valuable because it is the house, and it being the house is enough because that is
This
what it is.
this is what
um
I'm gonna go on a teeny tangent in response to this, but this is what I mean when if people frame Piranesi's response and attitude throughout the book as being like a dangerous trauma reflex. The idea that something having value and enough without productivity and within the context of that metaphor without moving past the experience and to become like
yeah,
a tool of utility again, having because there could be a reading of that under the notion of the metaphor being a dissociative response or a delusion,
yeah,
that the great and secret knowledge is the ability to exist and work outside of the confines of the house again is like a potential reading that I saw when viewing it as a metaphor solely as a manifestation of
Yeah,
Piranesi's mental health. And this is just like another reason of why the book is so sinister if that's how you read it.
it is.
I don't want it to be sinister.
It has a very sinister reading if you do read it like that, which is yeah. I don't want to say
Yeah.
not great, but not great. It is a bit very sinister and it gets very dark if you read it like that.
Yeah, it puts such a pessimistic reflection on hope, trust in others, and acceptance of yourself through trauma. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I have a quote that relates to one of the ideas which you introduced partway through that conversation. If there
Yep.
was a pause, and so I'm going to zip between ideas because I think we have ended up in the unstructured melee part of thoughts, which is a quote from the book, which was, "Perhaps even people you like and admire immensely can make you see the world in ways you would rather not," which
Yep.
kind of ties into the thing we were discussing of Piranesi being shaped by others around them and the absence of other being fundamental to the kind of attitude and mindset as humans being a mirror. Um, yeah, I don't have a more complete thought. I just thought that was a notable addition. Um, something which
No, yeah, that is a very interesting idea of it. I like that quote. I didn't write down that quote, but I really like that quote.
I think it's one of the like commonly cited ones on the book as the book as a reflection of isolation as like a theme.
Yeah.
Um, uh, da, 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 da. One thing which I was just going to mention in passing, this mentions da, 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 my brain is smooth. The name, the mathematician who I was talking about in last month's book club in passing, Ramajwan.
Oh,
Eh, I've forgotten his first name. The man who knew infinity. Um,
yeah. Um,
da, 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 da.
what's his name?
Um, Srinivasa
Srinivasa Ramanujan.
Ramanujan. Yeah. He's referenced as one of the books and ideas that are being discussed, I believe, in the section with the professor, which I just thought was like
Yeah.
interesting and wild because within the like 3 hours of each other, he was also. This is in the first chapter, and so I'm not considering it a spoiler. He is referenced as like a throwaway line in Catabasis as well when discussing mathematical principles, and I was like, I don't see this man get talked about at all. What do you mean? Why did he show up in
And
both
how
my
is it
books on the
two
same
books that
day?
he wrote like so close together? That's insanely funny.
I got kind of stun locked by that, so I made a note of it. But
In
yeah,
fact, we talked about it in the last book club when we were like
yeah.
talking
When we
about
were
if we're
picking
gonna read his
Piranesi,
like no, when we were like talking about the like biography of him that you nominated for the last month's like
mhm.
nonfiction book, we talked about like how he isn't talked about enough and isn't like
Yeah.
recognized enough, and now he's in two books that you read
and,
like
and,
in
and
the
everyone
same.
was like, "Oh yeah, not seen much about them, but there's a good film about the story." And yeah, um, I wanted to bring up
That's
another
kind of
quote,
funny.
which someone else has noted down and ties into the idea which we were discussing, which is
Hmm,
whether Piranesi, how Piranesi came to be who they are now as a result
hmm,
of either their aspiration or whatever was shaping them, which is when Piranesi is trying to convince the other to abandon the search for the knowledge, which is abandoning the search for the knowledge would free us to pursue a new sort of science. We could follow any path the data suggested to us. Which is like quite a shallow quote in itself. I've just got the like digital book open on my computer and I'm skimming through it. But I think it's really interesting because that quote is largely where I pull the idea that in the absence of as an individual pursuing the great and secret knowledge, it is the absence of that pursuit that allowed Piranesi to be someone that is content and whole whilst being shaped within the house and led to the more like benevolent perspective of the house. Because to me that idea kind of alludes to the idea that without the pursuit of knowledge you could become like Piranesi instead of like the other, which is a kind of broad reading of it, but I do think there's something going on there. Looking at my notes, I just have like I have half the pages on different aspects of Piranesi's character, and I feel wholly unequipped to discuss any of them, so I'm just going to read them as bullet points because we've stumbled across some of them. Which is the innocence and kindness and childishness, where each word is incomplete to describe but are also reflective of Piranesi's nature. The love for the house in spite of it all, and not recognizing that it is in spite of anything at all. Piranesi in contrast to the other. Why Piranesi didn't get incapacitated by the house, which we've been touching on. The insistence of religion and the instinct for religion and elevation, and then the discussion of learned greed and dissatisfaction, which like we've touched on most of those roughly, but those to me were the key kind of vast ideas within Piranesi's character. Yeah.
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 I like those touch points.
Um.
Touch points. That's the wrong word. Those bullet points. That's the word I was looking for. Not touch points, bullet points.
I mean, touch points make sense if you view it as like a script outline for a podcast ramble. But
True. I wasn't wrong. My tired like clogged brain was not wrong.
Yeah. Oh, this is something I alluded to earlier, but I was reading an article about quantifying non-discrete data, and it was discussing happiness polling with the Cantor scale being one of the key ideas. And I just have a note which is happiness in life, and Piranesi is a 10 on the Cantor ladder, which if you're not familiar with the Cantor ladder, when you see those polls each year, which is like, which is the happiest country in the world, it is one of the main things that's used to measure them, and it is the idea of, on a scale of 1 to 10, how close are you to your dream life, your like realistic dream life, and that's what's used when people say that one country is more the happiest in the world. And there's like qualms with this in terms of like cultural assumptions. In some cultures, people will want to say they are closer to the dream than they feel they are sincerely because social biases, and in others they will feel guilty of saying they are too close, so they will understate how close they are, and all those different skews that makes cross-cultural non-discrete data collection very difficult. But I just found it interesting when I was reading about it, because it seemed to me that any of the questions that have been used and discussed as being the best one to count, with the Cantor ladder being the main one, Piranesi would describe them as themselves as a 10 on. And I just, yeah. Because when Piranesi, I think when Piranesi leaves the house, there are two key ideas. The first is out of some sense of he's aware that there is a cruelty to the family of the person who Piranesi transformed from into being their current self, in the absence and confusion of their absence. And then I think the whole genesis, but also in the text idea of and man beheld the thing is relevant, because with the other gone, there is no one to behold Piranesi within the house. Because although the house is a character in itself, more of a character in some ways than Piranesi or the other. But there is an isolation the Piranesi feels once the other is gone. That I think is interesting and ties back to. It was just so sweet when Piranesi was like, "Are there 80 people out there?" I
Yeah.
it's heartbreaking. But yeah, I think that idea of being perceived and looked at by others, this ties into my last two ideas, I think. One of which is Piranesi, the book, as a reflection on art and the portrayal of things. This is commented on quite directly. I don't have the quote at the end, but it is along the lines of when the officer is trying to convince Piranesi to leave the house, and they say, "You have depictions and statues of this, but out there you can see the real thing." And then Piranesi objects, saying, "The formation," again non verbatim, but the structure of your sentence infers that the thing in the house is lesser, but this is not the case in my mind, as the thing in the house is unchanging and permanent, and in this holds value, which the real thing is fleeting and therefore is not complete in the way that the house portrays it to be. I think that is enforcing of the idea of the house as Plato's theory of forms, because it just is. I got nothing else. I think there's a lot of interpretations of this book, but I haven't seen anything other than Plato's theories of forms as the structure behind the house. But I
Yeah.
do think it is an interesting reflection on art, because there is a lot of
Yeah.
discussion, especially in early Piranesi, on the emotion and the comfort and the connection of experience the Piranesi experiences when perceiving the statues. And it feels
Yeah.
like the book has a sub theme on the value of art in not only beauty, but in communicating something of a time that may no longer be accessible, or of a perspective that
Yeah.
you cannot see and have, and that this holds value outside of life in itself and movement. Um, and I just think that's an interesting theme, and I am not the person who is the most engaged with like books or art, but in traditional forms of art, I'm not like the most well read or informed, and I just thought that that was an interesting musing. And I feel like it's not one I've seen a huge amount of, but I feel like it was a pretty clear sub theme.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of like talking about like the like idea of attachments that can be attached to specific um art in it, specific statues in it, specific like the statue of the angel,
Mhm.
um
The statue
and
with
stuff like
holding
that.
a finger to its lips, "Hush, be calm," and I think, is one of the
Yeah.
quotes. Yeah.
There's like a bunch of those. There's a bunch of ideas that you can attach to the art and the like almost like allusion to or ideas of, well, one, themes or people or other things like communicating ideas of other art and like long lost ideas and stuff like that. There's a lot to do of that in this book, and a lot of readings of it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's people that like have a reading of the house as like kind of in the same degree that we talk about like it transforming people, it being like
Mhm.
a crucible
Yeah.
of something that is to transform. That's an idea on like attachments of like, or like an allusion to something that the house is supposed to represent or have as an idea that's attached to it. And there's a lot of it in this. There's almost like an infinite amount in this.
I will say, I I know I got slightly grumpy with the notion of the house as a metaphor, but it's more so the like reading of Piranesi as a result of viewing it specifically as a fixation of his mental health that just makes
Yeah,
me. It just feels like such a pessimistic reading of the book, and I had to kind of
yeah.
like it's not a cheerful book, but I had joyous takeaways from this. I feel like
I will
you can
say,
grow from reading about Piranesi as a character. Um,
yeah,
but I do think that that's an interesting kind of metaphor and takeaway for me. Um,
yeah. That's the one thing I will say about that. Like, I do think it's a very dark reading of it. And a very like almost like what's the word? Like defeatist reading of it, of like it just being somewhere that he is trapped in and him just almost seeing it, because like we talked about, him just seeing it as it is what it is makes the whole idea of it being like he cannot escape it to a degree. It just has to be what it is. And attached to his mental health and all of that, it's pretty dark. But there's also a lot of value in reading it like that, and that is what you get out of it, and seeing where that takes you to a large degree with this book, because that's a lot of what this book is just like there are so many ways to look at this book and to get things and ideas from places.
mhm.
But no, that is a very dark reading of it, a very pessimistic reading of it.
um,
A very pessimistic.
okay, I have two last ideas, I think, and I'm going to say them because I'm getting
Yeah.
tired and I'm no longer following the structures of my notes, so I might forget them. One is Piranesi's clumsy anger, and the other is a quote from the professor. So
Okay.
which one do you want to go to? um,
Let's do let's do the Paradisi's clumsy anger first, and then the quote, and then it'll lead into the last quote that I have for this. That's an ending of it, and an idea I want to leave you with.
okay, so I think when Piranesi is reading the journals and realizes that he had a previous self, if we're discussing Piranesi's existence as a journalist as like a separate character who he had transformed from, who he kind of metamorphosized into Piranesi through the house from,
Hmm.
um, there is a moment when Piranesi realizes this, having read the journals, and expresses anger. And it is, I don't have the exact quote because it was quite a long paragraph, but it is clumsy and childish and so unlike the way Piranesi expresses themselves throughout the rest of the book. And it feels, I don't think Piranesi is childlike, but in this segment specifically, it feels like a child throwing their first tantrum from swearing in front of their parents for the first time, for that kind of wanting to be angry and not knowing how to express it, and so trying to copy
Yeah.
and borrow from the anger he has seen. And I think it is such a compelling depiction of Piranesi that he is imperfect and that he does express this kind of cruel and violent response, and he thinks in a very kind of like clumsy and impractical way of how he is going to get revenge on the other and how he is going to injure them and cause them grievous harm. And then moving a little bit swiftly on, I think that the way it's expressed is consistent within Piranesi's incredible voice that I cannot quantify, despite being a significant departure from his other behaviour. I think that ties in interestingly in that it is anger that may have been his own, but it is anger that builds from the writing of his past self. And so I think there is a reading of it that is not his own anger, but anger from the journalist, the past Piranesi, which he is being influenced by. And
Hmm.
there is the look that if he had continued and became aware of this information, but in a impartial presentation, then he would have been not angry, and this was an anger he learned from his self prior to the isolation of the house and his development into who he is and what he is now. Um, and so I
Yeah.
think that's like an interesting idea. But then the fact that when the scene with the other unfolds and the flood is coming and the other is trying to get to the boat, Piranesi does not think once about wishing harm to the other. He he wants the other to survive, even whilst the other is shooting at them. He's thinking about how the other can get to the boat and is
Hmm.
describing the cruelty of the house not providing the boat to the other. And I think there is an interesting if you want something from the house will not give things to you kind of segment specifically and how that is described, and how, from Piranesi's perspective, although it is arduous and laborious and very difficult to survive solely on seaweed, he views it as convenient from the house, and he views the way the boat is being pulled away by being kind of intentional and animated that doesn't often describe behaviors within the house. And I think that's interesting. But just Piranesi's absence of that anger when the moment appears, I think, is the kind of compelling note that made me find Piranesi admirable. Yeah, because the anger was such an learned instinctive response. It was an escalation of the information he had found rather than his own response, I think. And you can kind of see that in his response in the circumstance and not his first thought. Is my takeaway from it. But I just think it's an interesting idea regarding his anger at first information and then his response to the actual circumstance. I'll see if I can find the quote on it. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. I realised I rambled, but there was a lot of perspective in that, not just the idea.
That is a very interesting idea on like that it's a very un-Piranesi thing when it happens. It's not how he has expressed himself anywhere else in the book at all.
It's more
It's a very
reminiscent to how the other
un-Piranesi way.
speaks.
Yeah.
But yeah. Not the quote I was looking for, but I adore this book. I could feel like I could quote the whole thing and see value in it just in abstraction, which is when discussing and reflecting on the value of the house as like a sub theme of all of this. There's the quote, "I realise that the search for knowledge has encouraged us to think of the house as if it were a sort of riddle to be unravelled, a text to be interpreted, and that if we ever discover the knowledge, then it will be as if the value of has been wrestled from the house, and all remains will be mere scenery." I believe from the context of Piranesi discussing why they should stop pursuing the great knowledge. And I just, gosh. I've lost.
That's actually the quote I wanted to end on.
Oh, okay. Big brain. But yeah, my closing point, which is the one just below this, because I have all my little highlighted quotes in brackets, is my last thought before I fell asleep was, he is dead, my only friend, my only enemy. As the kind of closing of Piranesi's anger to the other. I think the fact that he introduces the only friend first, and then he also decenters himself in this, in that he addresses the other's death in reference to the other with the he is dead before addressing it in response to himself. Because when we talk about things happening to people, we often introduce it in regards to our relation to people, either when expressing them socially or thinking about it. And so I think the kind of slightly disjointed sentence of he is dead matches tone and voice of Piranesi, but is also interesting in decentering Piranesi in the experience. Whereas I think if you were looking at it from another character's perspective, my only friend is dead would be potentially a more natural first sentence. And so I think, again, that is reflective of a lot of Piranesi. It is just how he didn't sit with the anger, it did not stay within him. And I have another thought on the anger. The fact that the anger left him could be viewed as being because he's in the house still, and that it is washing it away from him. And I use wash because water. I've realised I have one other thought, which is just half formed, which is just three forms, question mark, question mark, question mark, Dante, question mark, question mark, question mark. I should be banned from trying to read Dante's Inferno. I'm struggling. But I was just like, this has got to be some biblical shenanigans. Why else would the house have three floors? Couldn't find the precise metaphor, but I was like, there's three of them. There's got to be something there. Especially with the middle one being kind of the heavens up above, with the sky and the rainfall, and then the danger of the below and the water washing over people, especially with all the metaphors of crossing through rivers and oceans to get to hell and losing your memories in doing so. I in my brain I was like, there's something there, but I can't see anything. So that's like a half-hearted note.
Yeah.
My last thought. What was my last thought? Uh, my last thought. I said it out loud so I didn't forget because my notes are a mess now.
Me no remember.
um. It was something in relation to no, no. I swear I thought about it a lot. I've just had so many thoughts and they all overlap and stack together, and they're not very good thoughts. They're just thoughts I think strongly about. Um.
Me for real, for real.
Oh. Not the point that I intended to make, but
Mm.
within, so the house is very clearly described, but something that I realized is that the senses aren't really discussed much in this book. The only source of sound really are the birds or water, without the absence of the busyness of life. And the only scent is again relating to the ocean. And I just thought that was kind of interesting as a book that is incredibly descriptive to have so little sensory discussion. Because I realized partway through when they were talking about the saltiness of the sea, and I was like, wait, senses, they exist. What's going on there? Um, um,
We have those.
we have?
Yeah, we have senses.
Yeah. Um,
They am a
oh,
thing.
something which I thought was interesting. Um,
Hmm.
this is specific to Piranesi, but this isn't the point I meant to talk about earlier. So I'm going to do this one, and then I'm going to hope you make a point and I can remember what I was planning to talk about. Which isn't very succinct, handy reviewer of me, but it's almost 8 hours, and I got sleepy 2 hours in, so I hope you will all accommodate it. Is specifically, there's a lot of discussion of like ritual burial and respect for the dead within the book, and I think that's an extension
Yeah.
of Piranesi viewing what they can do for the house and not what the house can do for them, and seeing the dead as an extension of the house and that he must serve and be reverent to, um, and not out of some expectation of what's the word I was struggling to say earlier? Repository?
Repra. Repra.
Repo. Not out
Repra.
of some sense of
Oh.
getting anything back in return. Um,
Yeah.
but it's really idea when we introduce the other dying. Piranesi treats the skeletons of the dead of the house reverently, and I don't think anyone would
Yeah.
question this. But when the other dies, we find out that Piranesi has no reverence for the flesh of the body, only the skeleton, at least by
Yeah.
external cultural standards, because I don't have the quote, but Piranesi intentionally leaves the body of the other out for the birds of the house to eat the flesh, so that in a few weeks or months' time, when the skeleton is bare, that can be kept as if the skeleton is the only remains and that the flesh and the soft tissues are not part of self. And I just thought that was really interesting because that isn't the case in some cultures, not all, but it's very distinct from the kind of reverence for the dead that is complete in terms of one's body and items and all of those things. There is a more external idea from outside the house. And obviously there are cultures where the flesh isn't seen as valuable or the physical body isn't seen as valuable, but it just seemed interesting that Piranesi had a separate perspective of what a sense of self was, and I wondered if it was connected to the idea that the house is unchanging. And this isn't like discussed
Mhm.
as being a reverent thing specifically by Piranesi, but when you look at the metaphor of the house as a depiction of art and the value of art, specifically in being a snapshot and being a set view, the flesh of a body is not unchanging. It will it will deteriorate. I'm not going to be too graphic about it because sensitive topic. I can understand it
Yeah.
being upsetting to people, but the bones of a skeleton will remain in that state stable for a long time, and the flesh will not. And so I think there's an interesting kind of enforcement of the idea of the staticness of the house and the preservation of it being the value that is tied in with Piranesi's slightly atypical treatment and preservation of the dead within that aspect. Um, yeah, I haven't seen that really talked about too much, specifically
Yeah.
in relation to if it relates to the art thing, which I realize that jump is a bit abstract, but if it feels connected to me, like somewhere in my toes, it feels connected. Um, uh,
Hmm.
um, what was my other point going to be? There was the anger, and then was there something about? Oh, it was a quote from the professor. I know it. Let me find it.
Oh,
It's in
yeah.
my notes.
Professor quote.
Um. Uh. Da, 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 da. I can find it. I can find it. Do you have any last thoughts whilst I search? Oh, I've got it. Never mind. Um. So this is when the professor was kind of self-aggrandizing and talking about his theory and understanding of how he first found the house and then was an awful person. Um. Only a little bit of emotional bias in the introduction. But
Yeah.
part of the quote in that dialogue is they were all enamored with the ideas of progress and believed that whatever was new must be superior to what was old, as if merit was a function of chronology, which I think is very interesting as a sentence
Mm.
or as two sentences. And obviously, with the professor, crimes and all, not portrayed as like a positive perspective, but I do just think it's an interesting phrasing of things. Um, just the quote in itself. Um, da, 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 as if merit were a function of chronology, I think is so interesting as a sentence. It uses I don't know if it's helpful for me to reiterate because the professor does speak in a very kind of weird way, but the idea of the resistance to value only being granted to new things, um, I think it's kind of interesting because I sometimes view storytelling in what I fear is a slightly simplistic manner, that you have the idea trying to be communicated by the book, which is often portrayed by or introduced as the perspective of the character on the right side at the end of the book, or like in that sense where a character who you see do bad things introduces ideology that the book is intending to say negative things about. But I don't think that is
Yeah.
the case here, and I think it's because it kind of ties into the reverence and reflections of art and for snapshots of things that is part of the house outside of um outside of Plato, but
Yeah.
this is just very interesting in its discussion of everyone was fooled by only valuing the new is kind of the idea, and the professor gained access to this place by valuing the old. Feels almost reminiscent to the piece Piranesi finds admiring the statues, which can, in some sense, if being viewed as house of form, theory of form, being reflecting on the ideas as they were and as they are formed to be. I don't know. I think there's something there. I'm too tired to express it well, but I think there's something interesting there. I don't know if you have any thoughts.
We kind of circled a little bit around this earlier. Honestly, it is a very interesting idea, and with the what's the word? Looking for a specific word, but no,
Oh, was
there
it
is something interesting there.
reverence?
Yeah,
Was reverence the
yeah,
word regarding how Piranesi acted to others?
yes, reverence.
Sorry, my brain engaged. 10 minutes too late. Classic mouse.
No, I couldn't think of the word either. I'm a girl. Um, brain, brain, brain empty. Um,
Ideal we circled around earlier regarding the professor quote, maybe?
yeah, it's kind of an idea we circled around a bit earlier as well. But I do think it's a very interesting idea. I love that quote by the professor. That's another quote I actually didn't write down, but I love. It's the second one you've named that you've now like pointed out for me again that I adore. Um, but I actually didn't write down. Now
I've
I kind
got,
of want to go through the book again and just like write down a bunch of quotes that I missed.
if it helps, I
It's a
have.
short book. I can't do that.
It's a short book, we could do that. I have two last quotes that I didn't really have time or brain cells to make wider points on, but
Yeah,
I think you may be um, dying slightly of allergies and ready
a
to stop
little
talking
bit.
about Piranesi as much as you love it. So I'm just gonna say these two quotes, and then if you have any thoughts, and then we can like quick fire through them. Which
Sure.
this is the one regarding. I originally had it as a note regarding my idea on trauma and transformation of self, which is they have Matthew Rose Sorensen back, or so they believe. A man with his face and voice and gestures moves around the world, and that is enough for them. Regarding
Mm.
Piranesi's return and how others feel about that, and kind of your sense of self being different from others' sense of you, was what that alluded to me. And I found that very hopeful within the kind of more positive and optimistic reading, as Piranesi being a post trauma self and still being one that is valued and accepted and welcomed back. And then the other one is a little bit more whimsical, but just one that I thought was a very interesting quote, which is when Piranesi is reading the message left by the 16th, which
Yeah.
is I paused and examined myself for imminent signs of madness or tendencies of self destruction. Finding none, I read further. Um, I feel
Yeah.
I like that quote.
I like that quote too.
I feel like that could be a David Attenborough line of someone scrolling Twitter. But
Yeah. True.
but yeah, those are my full list of quotes that I marked down for the book. It is incredible. Um, oh,
That is a very that is a David Attenborough quote you can see scrolling Twitter.
yeah,
I have one last quote that I wanted to end on and an idea I
gimme,
wanted to leave
gimme.
you with,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
And you actually mentioned the quote um in passing quickly. But so okay, so the first thing I wanted, like, there's an idea I want to leave you with, right? Because like So obviously in a book club, and we're in a book club, and the idea of literature is that we like read into it, right? Is
Mhm.
the idea of like studying this and finding meaning and value and stuff in it. Okay? And I do like that, right? To a large degree. And I engage with it every time we do book club, and it is a valuable experience and an idea to have, right? As the
Yeah.
baseline idea.
Mhm.
But there's a quote in this book and an idea attached to it that I went in reading this book on this time. I think it's actually a very interesting idea, specifically with a book like this. And the quote is, I realize that the search for knowledge has encouraged us to think of the house as if it were a sort of riddle to be unraveled, a text to be interpreted, that if I ever discover the knowledge, then it will be as if the value has been wrested from the house and all that remains will be mere scenery.
Mhm.
And the idea I want to leave you with is that, like, in some ways, this book kind of tells you to not think too deeply about this book. In some ways. In
You
some ways,
see.
just like piranesi,
Mhm.
the experience is the experience. The house is the house. In some
See.
ways, there is just the experience we have out of it.
So I see that interpretation. As soon as you started the quote, I was like, oh, I know where you're going with this. Um, my reading of that is slightly different and is slightly broader, which is within the context of a unified and final idea of this does not exist, in that your experience as you find it is true to yourself, and that is the value of it, um,
Hmm.
and kind of affirms there being multiple readings and them all being correct and true rather than there being a single solved version of Piranesi. Don't get me started to
Yeah.
the people on Reddit who keep saying they've solved Piranesi. Um, I think it's reasonable to say this is my reading, these are the things that build to it. But like the language that infers a singular truth, I am not happy with, and I don't think the book is happy with it. I think that's my main quote to back me up on that. Um, but but yeah, I get it. Um, to me, I don't know. I feel like I kind of want to go deep on that, but I do understand your context and your reading of the book with that quote in mind. Um,
And like I said, it's not the answer. It's just an idea I want to leave you with, and an idea to look at the book with.
I'm gonna quickly say what my first thought is, and I'm gonna reread this book again. Probably not for a while, but I'll be reading it sometime next year. Um, which is this is within the context, not necessarily of the work stopping, but there not being a singular great and secret work, because that's the kind of discussion and conversation happening. And so to me, it ties in with there is not a single completeness that you will find truth and absolute value in. More so, there are many secrets to be found, and that those are all reasonable and true. Which is kind of what I was mentioning earlier about the existence and validity of all the different readings and the intentional ambiguity. As much as I'm like, some of those interpretations make me sad, it's that idea. I think to me, but I do think that's
Hmm.
interesting. I want to reread this book again. I love books so much. This is just impressive as a thing that exists.
This book is really impressive. I love this book. Also, as somebody that's reread it 5 times now, I highly do suggest rereading it. It's really good, even on a reread.
um, do I have any other things to say? Um, I have one last quote, which just made me
Hmm.
sad. Maybe this isn't a cheerful um one to end on, which I'm not going to quote it in full because it's a longer one, but I'm going to quote the starting and ending sentence. It's regarding um Piranesi whilst contemplating the idea that the previous members of the alcove had been murdered by the professor. Um, and it is a wave of sadness and helplessness washed over me. Little break in text to swap to the main part, which is the idea. which is mostly I wanted Raphael to come away from them so that I could stop thinking of them the way she thought of them, as murdered, and go back to thinking of them in the way I always had before, as good, noble, and peaceful.
Mm.
All my emotions. And my closing thought is, it's really neat how Piranesi uses water or terms evocative of water throughout the book, whilst that is his main force of nature that he observes. And that's my closing thought, just because there's so much intention behind every word choice in this book. And I feel like sometimes when you say things like that, people are like, oh, you're reading too much into it. No, I'm not. I'm not reading enough into it. Yeah. One thing which I want to go back on when I have a physical copy of this book isn't
Mm.
really like a broad idea, but the capitalization in this book.
Mm.
I wasn't entirely sure how much of it was correct and intentional, but I think it's very interesting how things are capitalized as proper nouns throughout the version I read. And I don't know if that's true for the print version, because like I said, the digital version lost a lot of the formatting, but like the house and the floors being names is fun.
It's intentional.
Oh, is it? Is it the same? I assumed it was because it seemed a bizarre thing to have been done in copy editing, but yeah.
That's the only thing I'll say for your next reread when you have a physical book. It's intentional.
Yeah. Because it happened in so many peculiar places with things like Beloved Child of the House being capitalized as a title,
Yep,
was the other one, and then Knowledge being capitalized as a
it's
proper noun.
intentional.
Yeah.
All of it is intentional.
There
Another
was,
one is value.
yeah, value was a strange one to me. I was about to mention that because a lot of them made sense, but value was one which was a little confusing to me and made me wonder. It was value and beauty that were the two. I could understand why inhabitant would be capitalized within Piranesi's narrow context of the number of humans there are. But I think,
There's a few. Paths
yeah.
is also capitalized.
Which one is that, sorry?
When he says, may your paths be saved. No, when he
Oh,
says, may your paths be safe, your floors unbroken, may your house fill your eyes with beauty, paths is also one.
I need to find a copy of this book that doesn't have a printed sticker and doesn't cost £40, and I need to own it because I'm going to reread it sooner than I planned. But yeah, it, it was very interesting to me because the idea of the inhabitant as the perceiver of the house, as the observer of its great work, and not the possessor of its great knowledge, and being a title that is singular and required, and in some way, although not, to me, capitalization of a title infers some amount of status just because linguistically, although it's not a formal definition, that's personally what I associate it with. You capitalize like the king or the queen or the judge. You don't capitalize like
Yeah.
many other jobs that are necessary in life but wouldn't normally be capitalized in text. And so I just found it interesting how it was elevating things in the way that capitalization kind of does. Um,
Emphasis. It emphasizes it a lot.
yeah,
But it
yeah.
also emphasizes like the background a lot. So stuff like in the
It
quote where he
capitalizes a lot of
says, I am
nature.
determined to explore.
Okay.
Where he says, I am determined to explore as much of the world as I can in this lifetime. To this end, I have traveled as far as 960 holes, 60th hole to the west, 890th hole to the north, and 768 holes to the south. I have climbed to the upper holes where clouds, capitalized,
Yeah.
move in slow processes, and statues appear out of mists. Mists, capitalized. I've explored the drowned holes where the dark waters, which is a really interesting one, um, is capitalized.
Is Dark
Oh,
Hand
oh, and
Waters
my favorite
capitalized
one is
there?
at the end of
Just to
that.
check.
Yeah, Dark Waters is also capitalized.
Hmm.
And then the most interesting one in that whole quote is he goes on and says like, I've seen the dark holes of the east where ceilings, floors, sometimes even walls.
Yeah.
have collapsed, and the dimness is split by shafts of grey light, and light is capitalized, which is a really interesting one.
I noticed the natural things that would be described as a singular force within our like social context, things like sunlight or the rain or the tides or the water, were addressed as if they were individuals here. And to me at the time, this tied into the idea of each of those things being a singular in that they were a perfect form. But I do think it's interesting how it's done selectively. Yeah. Especially with the concepts. Yeah, to me, the capitalization is very singular form, and I want to be sure that it. Yeah, okay. I like this book.
Now you're like, I need to reread this book now.
I need to read this book now. Okay. Do you have any closing thoughts?
Piranesi is a great book.
Yeah.
Thank you whoever recommended it, because it wasn't me and I should have recommended it.
Okay, I think that is.
It should have been me.
Should have been me. Oh. Uh.
Hmm? Hmm?
My face tracking has. Um. Mm,
Oop,
is my
no more
internet
talking
gone?
cat.
Oh, my internet's not gone from my end. My internet's fine.
No, I still see stream, and I can see myself speaking.
Oh, okay. I am just kind of eerily staring into the distance. Huh.
Can you stop staring at the couplets? Come on.
I'm just so excited about the concept of the book. I seem to have got a teeny bit mad. That's a slightly awkward expression for, oh, the bridger has crashed. Okay. Well, we have to accept that there. I will see you all again before then. But oh, I'm connected